Cream Elements. Emoticono cara feliz.
Vamos familia, que yo sé que no es el Battlefield, pero es gratis. Y seguro que agradecéis poder jugar
DIREC-TITO
unos
YouTube.
días antes.
Emoticono
o sea que
cara feliz.
Pillar vuestras palomitas, poner el directito de Call of Duty oficial in the flower. Y vamos a pasar el rato mientras lo vemos haciendo otras cosas. ¡Qué bueno, tío! A ver. Hostia puta, Vamos a ver un momento. Ah, claro, entonces yo lo puedo hacer así. Esto es súper moderno, Esto es la polla. Esto es la polla, Y puedo añadir aquí captura de ventana. Sí. Y le pongo... Ah, no, claro. No puede ser porque está en la otro... Hostia, qué inteligentes. Lo tendría que abrir aquí, claro. Por ahora aquí. Call of Duty. Yo apunto un bombardeo, ¿sabes? Y gratis. Lo que pasa es que no sé qué días son, o sea... Pero dame un segundo que yo esto lo soluciono, Esto lo soluciono... ¡Hostia! ¡Que te soluciono la vida! A ver, modo estudio, ahora sí. Captura de pantalla, Captura de pantalla. Me ha puesto captura de pantalla. ¿Quién ha sido el fumado?
Hola,
Me ha puesto captura
Eminencia.
de pantalla.
Emoticono cara
Captura
feliz.
de ventana. Disléxico. Captura de ventana. Chrome. Su puta madre. Perfecto. Y ahora hacemos esto así. Hostia, qué moderno, tío. Qué moderno es internet. Hostia. Y nosotros jugando con chapas. En nuestra época. Qué fuerte. Me parece. Vale, yo creo que así, perfecto. Y transición. Y modo estudio fuera. Pasamos a cámara 2. ¿Qué pasa? En nuestra época nos fliparían, no está bien. Lo fliparían en colores. Cookie, guapísima. Muy buenas. Corre. Me he sacado. Ya ganaste las bromas. Por si quieres probar el juego antes que nadie. Corre, 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 corre. Que me he dormido y quería conectarme antes, ¿sabes? Ahí, perdona, Eminencia. Perdone usted, Eminencia. Disculpe, Eminencia. Ahí le dejo. Y ponéis drops, os sale toda la información, ¿vale? Os sale el tweet donde podéis ganar los drops. Los drops que son, y cuando os den el código que os llegará como el del Battlefield al privado del Twitch, ¿vale? Lo ponéis ahí en la web esa. ¿Vale?
Yeah, I can join my
so
pro.
excited.
I'm gonna join my pro friends and be like, "What's the build?" They're like, "Here it is, bang, straight into my loadout." Sick. That's so cool.
It's you know, I spent a lot of time on the social medias looking for meta builds, so I no longer have to do that. I can just grab a code, And I will also, we saw Pablo talking about our weapons earlier. I will often hit him up on a Saturday night and be like, hey,
Vale, se oye el directo de esta
anything,
gente, ¿no?
what is the best
Perfecto.
weapon, Pablo? And now he can just send me a code.
Yeah.
Pablo build codes are blessed.
Pablo
If
build-
you get a build code
Absolutely.
from Pablo,
Maybe
you know it's
maybe
gonna
we
fly.
will be blessed and get one from him
Yep.
closer to launch. But we've already seen quite a bit of gameplay today. But one thing we have not seen is modes. More modes.
Hola,
Let's talk about
Super
modes.
Cookie.
So
Emoticono
we
cara
Super
feliz.
are talking
Cookie.
about Skirmish,
That's right.
which is not in the
Super
beta, but will
Cookie.
be there at launch. What's Skirmish all about, Matt?
Yeah, so Brittany said we got maps, and I'm going to say we got modes. Skirmish is our high player
Va,
count
una
20v20 mode based on
No os
Avalon.
preocupéis que
We
seguro que
have
están más de
two
una
launch
horita.
maps on day one.
Por
We'll
eso
have
espero.
Mission Edge and Mission Tide. They're very different. We've got one kind of skyscrapers, ritzy, glitzy, glamour, wingsuit.
Estoy buscando a ver si tengo alguna pegatina
That's a bit more grounded.
de
and plays
ojos.
a bit more like a familiar multiplayer play space. We love
Para
our
las
kind of
gafas
modes,
de-
Treyarch. We've taken inspiration from
realidad
Fire
virtual,
Team, we've
¿sabes?
taken inspiration from Combined Arms, and we've got something really exciting for day one.
Nice.
Porque me pedí pegatinas de estas que brillan por la noche,
A new mode that we're going to be seeing live gameplay for today called
pero creo que no hay ninguna de
What's that about?
ojos.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Es una
Back to the
pena,
studio.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here with Joanna, lead game designer on all things modes here in Black Ops 7.
So tell me about modes. What do you and your team do?
My team focuses
Mi
on
wine
designing game modes
and
here at TENDRAS.
There's one
nena.
mode that we would love to talk about, a brand new mode called Overload. What is that?
It's a 6v6 objective mode. You have 2 zones, they have 2 zones. Your goal is to secure the overload device and pick it up and
Vale.
capture it in one of the opposing team zones. Once you secure the device, you
Eminencia,
have an
pues es
outline
raro,
to
porque
indicate that you have the device by bringing the device to one of the zones.
yo ya
your team
tengo
gets
2 o
1 point.
3.
Your goal is to get 8 points to
A ver, acuérdate de conectar tu cuenta. Espérate, te voy a pasar.
partners at BNOX.
What
Dame un
happens after it's
segundo.
scored? Does it respawn in a set
Porque
position?
cosas
or is it random?
importantes que
An
debéis
overload
hacer.
device will spawn in one of those 3
Vale.
locations. The rotations of each spawn is predetermined for each map.
Excellent. This sounds like a very competitive mode.
Oh yes, it is very competitive.
Vale,
It
mira.
requires a lot of team coordinations and strategies.
Mira lo que te
Sick.
dice ahí,
Okay, when
¿vale?
it comes to internal playtests, you know, are you guys going crazy? I mean, who's the goal scorer for you guys?
¿Vale?
I would have to say I'm the
Mira,
one who
vale.
tends to be the one.
Loguea
picking
en
up
tu
the
cuenta de
objective
Twitch.
and running
Linkea tu
the
Twitch
device.
account con
Mainly
tu
because I'm an
ID de
Apex player,
Activision,
and a lot
¿vale?
of my
Y ya puedes
team
empezar a
members,
ver.
like Matrons and
Vale, mira por si acaso no has hecho eso, compañero.
My team. So they tend to clear up my way. And
Ahí te lo
so that I can
dejo
capture
el
the
link
zones.
So the
también,
boys are allergic to the objective.
donde te lo explica.
No.
Y simplemente, pues eso, entras en tu cuenta de...
Any new tacticals or anything fun you would recommend using in the mode?
I would
Y ahí
suggest
en,
you equip
opciones
the Cypher
linkeas tus
It
cuentas,
activates
¿sabes?
hallucination of enemies that are not there, and so when they shoot them, they just burst in red. It's fantastic.
So if I get hit by a sight grenade, I will
It's
hallucinate some things that aren't really
fantastic.
there,
Yes.
and I can engage with them. And my teammates just think I'm going crazy and shooting walls.
Yes, correct.
That's how I know I'm in trouble. This sounds so much fun. I cannot wait to get my
Y
hands on it.
por
And we
si
get to play this in beta as well.
acaso...
Yeah, and we can't wait to see y'all in the beta.
Vale, por si acaso... Aunque no tendrías que tener ningún problema, no, están activados, están activados.
Overload in the beta. Pre-order Black Ops 7 or subscribe to select
¿Ves?
game
El Early Access es el del 2 de octubre al 5 de octubre. Esa es la que solo es por invitación, con código o precargando, ¿vale? Y luego del 5 al 8. Entonces yo podré estar de 2 a 4 y del 7 al 8. Entonces, claro, me viene bien tener... ¿Vale? El tema.
Upcoming Black Ops 7 beta, you
Vale.
can earn all the new rewards.
Y eso son las recompensas si veis los
in the beta
directitos.
and in Black Ops
Vale, por
7
ejemplo, si el día
at
2
launch. If you
y el
plan on
3
playing
estáis aquí
Black
mientras
Ops
yo
7
juego,
beta on
ganaréis eso.
PC, you must have Secure Boot and TPM
Vale.
2.0 enabled to get in on the action. This is part of an ongoing effort by Team
¿De qué estás
Ricochet
hablando?
to make sure Call of Duty
Ah, de la
players
cuenta de
have the
Activision.
most
Deja de
secure
drogarte.
and competitive play.
¿Vale?
Check out the QR
Ese
code for more
Pegasus
information on how to make sure your
grande.
machine is compliant. Now let's check out some Overload.
Buenas, Borja.
Wait to see some overload. I know all of us are itching to see if there's going to be a
Estoy
competitive
quejando de que no tengo
in this
pegatinas
brand new
con ojos.
mode. Some
¿Vale?
historical nostalgia, kind of maybe leaning on some previous game modes, but something that is so dramatically unique.
Entonces estoy poniendo a
And
prueba
with the new
cosas.
mode comes another new map. Let's open up and find our way into the Australian desert of exposure to check out Overload. Take me through just this first half of the game that we're about to see here, Drew Crazy. What are we looking at?
No
This
sirve.
map looks wild from a standpoint, but you really do have the ability to work.
Vi los mapas, sí, vi los mapas. Yo creo que este año Call of Duty...
Hola, Pegasas
A ver, va a
2018.
estar divertido jugarlo.
Emoticono cara feliz.
Va a estar divertido jugarlo, sobre todo lo cooperativo, ¿sabes? La campaña en cooperativo y tal, ¿sabes? Puede estar divertido. Pero claro, es que es más de lo mismo. Más de lo mismo. Lo demás va a ser más de lo mismo para los enganchados.
I think for those that are
Que
thinking
yo me
more of a
considero
competitive
enganchado de
structure,
Call of Duty
really
porque juego toda la
the
vida.
mode is set
Pero
up into be two different halves.
le doy eso, un par de semanas. Yo pagaré el Game Pass un mes y sobrado. Sobrado este año. Este año ya aprendí los anteriores años que me compraba la versión tocha, ¿sabes? Y me timaban siempre.
But that was just a small look at exposure. We also have another new map for you to get a little bit more of a deep dive on, and that is Imprint. And this is really fun, and I didn't actually realize
O
this
sea que
until
con
Ricky
un
was
mes de
talking
Game
about
Pass,
it. As you run through some of the snow
creo
parts
que
of the
más que
map,
sobrado,
you actually
¿sabes?
leave footprints behind. So not only is this a 3D printing-based facility, but Imprint also lends
Sí,
towards
sí,
that
sí.
other new mechanic of being able to see some of those
Salen
snow
muchos mapas, pero
footprints as you
claro,
walk through.
ser reciclados cualquiera.
Does it really get
Es
that
trampa.
realistic? But that's something we've heard before. Hopping here on Imprint, this is also another one with an inner
Yo
facility.
este año, ya te digo, va a ser
a lot of these
más.
fights in the center part of the map.
A
and then
Raiders
also
y
those hazardous
Battlefield,
drops
el
around
Call of
the
Duty
map,
tiene una
but also an
partida
insulator that lifts and control, lifts people up in
bastante
those upper zones, snow zones.
complicada
Indeed the case.
o
And this is
perdida
also an
directamente.
overload mode that we're seeing at the moment. And another thing to point to, that overload device has 3 different spawn points, and you heard Joanna talking about it per map. They're set locations, but where it spawns may determine what exactly your setup and strategy is going to look like as you try to score, whether that be
Y
at
además
the
que
A
son
or the B
todos,
point. So
es que es-
really interesting
es que-
dynamicism being brought into this
En
new
vez de
game
innovar,
mode that I
han
think,
tirado
again,
más por lo
fuels that
mismo.
competitive spirit that we're all looking for.
Pero bueno,
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, this
este año no me
Hola,
quejo tanto porque
Borja
como
Assassins 25.
tenemos tantas
Emoticono
opciones,
cara feliz.
¿sabes? Yo creo que también han tenido la suerte de que como tenemos tantas opciones, no nos vamos a cagar tanto en el Call of Duty. Simplemente vamos a jugar a otras cosas y que den por culo. Pero
I'll tell you, I am a Monster fan, and I've been picking up that no sugar white Monster. And
Tell
there are
me
still beta rewards being pushed onto those games, so
why.
make sure you get you some immediately. Another one of those spots, again, that overload device. Some of you might be wondering, what happens if you fall off the map with the device? Well, there's no like cheese in terms of possession. It'll just pop right back up to where you fell off the map. So you don't have that stall tactic that can sometimes be used to give yourself a bit of a competitive advantage if you find yourself up like Stephanie's team currently is.
Yeah, some of the players had a little play test of that and trying to throw it off the map and realize, okay, we can't get set up on reset. We have to play from this awkward position. So that really does force some of these players to, really rethink their strategies.
Absolutely the case. So again, keep your eye on it. As that overload device, we also noticed that as you either capture or have the position, rather I should say, or if the enemy does, an outline will reveal your position. So something again to kind of keep
Y del Battlefield han presentado hoy también la primera temporada, no sé si la habéis visto. ¿Vale? En octubre 28, el nuevo mapa, posiblemente seguido del modo Battlefield gratuito, Battle Royale, perdón. Nuevo vehículo, nuevas armas, ¿sabes? Nuevo modo. Y lo interesante es que en diciembre, pues lo interesante. Va a haber como un evento, ¿sabes? Como que es diciembre y los mapas van a ir nevando, ¿no? Porque van a sacar un nuevo evento limitado, pero solo en Empire State. Nos han enseñado,
Hola,
suponemos
en Belgrado. Emoticono cara feliz.
Into these games that they
Ice
started,
Locks,
but you can kind
¿Qué
of see
pasa?
there it does create an
Yeah,
opportunity for
yeah,
teams
yeah.
to come back. Plus, with that Omni movement and utilizing it, how quickly they can get around.
And you also see just on the UI right here, Stephanie's able to find a nice two-piece. That yellow outline revealing that, yep, she is indeed being hunted out. Can you get to the goal in time? Sure can. And another kill to go the way of Stephanie for a 6-2 edge in this particular game. Overload is looking solid.
Todos
Xfinity, if you are
al canal de Ubisoft.
using them as a provider, Xfinity customers can get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Let me say that again for those that may not have heard me. If you have Xfinity, you get early access to Black Ops 7. Make sure you go and sign up though at xfinity.com/rewards.
Pointing out some of the extra perk streaks equipment that we're seeing in the game here. We do see, you notice in Overload, EMPs being utilized as well. A victory comes in for Stephanie and her squad 6-2, but you've noticed that, right? EMPs being able to disrupt some of those plays, those push plays with the device.
What are you thinking? Just quickly.
I just want to play.
Ya tengo el código. ¿Vale?
I'm right there with you.
Cojo el código.
But when we come back, we'll be talking more about camos.
Lo
and more
copio.
beyond. So don't go
Vale.
anywhere. The next returns after this.
AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Share the wins.
Me voy a la página oficial.
The official streaming partner of Call of Duty.
Me logueo, meto el código, meto donde lo quiero. Ya no sé dónde lo quiero. No sé si lo quiero en Battle.net
Xfinity customers
o
get
en
early
Xbox.
access to the
El
Black Ops
código.
7 open beta. Visit
Interesante. Interesante. Se ha jodido.
I am excited to share that we have even more camos to show off. We're not done. As we said earlier, there are more ways than ever.
Cuidado que liqueo
to earn
mi
camos
código y
in
me
Black
cago en
Ops
todo.
7, and that for the first time, that
Lo voy a poner en
includes a
Battle.net.
dedicated camo track in the co-op campaign.
Yeah, this is something we've never been able to do before. We have
Claro,
a dedicated
tío.
camo track
Claro,
in
ya lo dije yo cuando
for the
salió,
first
tío.
time. And it's really excited to have 16 mastery camos in Black Ops 7. All new
Gratuito.
mastery camos.
So 4 in each.
4 in each mode, whether you're playing
Lo que pasa es que ahora eso nos ha
multiplayer,
pasado
zombies,
hype del
Warzone,
juego,
or co-op
ya.
campaign, you're going to have a dedicated camo journey and some dope mastery camos to unlock. Let's take a look here.
Co-op.
Molten Gold.
Yes, these are co-op campaign mastery camos.
Literal drip. Molten camo. Molten gold. That looks so good. Moonstone as well. This is awesome.
Might be one of my favorites in the game,
Me too.
Moonstone. The Treyarch weapons team has really pulled out all the stops with these mastery camos in BO7.
Chroma Flux. I'm loving the sort of star details on the handguard as well. There's so much going on.
Guns look incredible. And of course, obviously, for all this stuff, like global progression works
Pero
across
si ya
every
está
single
logueado,
first
yo.
time. So you can earn this and still be leveling up 1 to 55. It is huge.
I had to first look at the co-op campaign mastery camos, but we got to look at the multiplayer ones as well. I mean, I'm going to be playing all of these now. A wonderful time to be a COD player, but these are some of the multiplayer camos that we can be unlocking.
Oh,
Lawrence
right,
Shattered
yeah.
Gold, talk to me.
Yeah, the 16 all new mastery camos. Here are the MP ones: Shattered Gold, Arclight. I don't know if we've
Que
ever
no
had a
queremos los
shiny or
camos.
diamond
This
in
one got
Call
a
of
lot of
Duty.
Los camos solo los quiere Sonra.
That's a real like Black Ops 7 vibe for me.
So much creativity from the team to be able to pull these off.
This one's one of my favorites. I feel like this one's going to be slept on, but I'm saying it.
Tempest.
Oh, dude, this is great. And although you picked a great weapon with a lot of surface area to show off the skin, which is very cool as well.
The drum mug.
And yeah, rounding it out with Singularity, our final multiplayer mastery camo. In true final mastery fashion, this thing will change when you shoot it. So all 4 of our final masteries across the game have this dynamic nature to them that is just really awesome with automatic weapons and high caliber guns for sure.
That is so fun. That is so cool. Well, Lawrence, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of camos. There's a lot of rewards. How do I keep track of all of these? Like, let's say I'm having a big session. I've unlocked a ton of stuff, but I was on, oh no, I spilt a beverage on the table and I looked away. Oh no, what did I unlock? Can I find out that?
Great question, Miles. Yeah, so we have a new feature in the game we call the reward feed. Pop open the reward feed from the menu panel, and it's got your history of all of your unlocks right there. So this persists across multiple games, multiple sessions.
Que nadie se lo dijo, dice, ¿sabes? Que fuerte. Que nadie se lo dijo, dice.
To dig into challenge screens and things like that. And
que nadie se lo dijo, dice.
Help players keep track of all this stuff, because there's a lot to earn.
That helps a lot. And that was everything from stickers to attachments to weapons.
Everything. And you can equip straight from it. It's great.
Now, Lawrence, Season 1 is coming in hot.
Estuvimos jugando aquí.
And it sounds like with weekly challenges returning, there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, weekly challenges keep the game fresh each week of the season. So the way this works, each week of the season, we're going to have a new piece of gameplay content to unlock for use in your loadouts. This isn't just attachments. We have weapons, we have skill streaks in the system, complete enough challenges, and you'll unlock that with challenges for all 4 modes. So, truly connected game. You can complete these challenges in co-op, multiplayer, zombies, or Warzone.
Dios mío.
And did we mention it's got camos?
¿Cómo es posible que este suceso?
Animated camo every season available in this system. We also have another camo if you complete half of the weeks in the season. So a lot up for grabs in our week.
Lo malo es que como no teníamos el grupo cachondo,
of course, we also have to show some love to our Call of Duty esports fam. The World Series of Warzone is live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific. And we also have some really awesome CDL season plans.
No, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
Being released in just a few short weeks. I can say for now, friends, get ready for the CDL to return in early December.
No, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
Ranked play is now on the tip of my tongue.
Bueno, pero estás yendo al canal de Call of Duty para pillar tu esto por si quieres jugar antes.
Big thing for us is just
luego la vendes. Si no, si la peña la compra por 5 euros.
In season 2.
Bueno, ahora igual ha bajado un
poco. Everyone's getting excited.
Bueno,
so
es
much
más,
gear.
hoy habrá bajado porque están dando.
Pero
mañana volverán a subir y puedes sacarte imagen
to your rank faster.
Right.
And we know players
se puede sacar dinerito.
Camos.
Whoa!
And so we're doing ranked camos each and every season. So you get your gold camo, platinum.
Gotta have bragging rights. It's key.
So
no quieres tu clave, véndela, véndesela.
Now, speaking of the live seasons,
véndesela, ¿sabes?
is going to be the biggest season in Black Ops history in terms of content. Yale, can you confirm?
So we are absolutely bringing it on this game. This is from launch to the end of season 1. We will have 7 multiplayer maps. 6 of those multiplayer maps are full 6v6.
Goodness.
This is the most we've ever done. You can expect so much of this.
Yeah, and you said too, like a mix.
Yo lo siento, pero no tengo mucha confianza.
Black Ops 2, but also
yo lo jugaré un poquito.
Maps.
Las betas.
And if I'm hearing you right,
luego jugaremos cuando salga el juego, la campaña y el multi.
3 maps in zombies, so
en familia, hasta que ya, ¿no?
But
típico.
In season 1, we're bringing 3 new maps.
Okay,
one round-based zombie map, and 2 new survival maps.
Pero este año,
so this will be the biggest in franchise history.
Para mí no es el año de Call of Duty. Y eso que tiene zombies, que cuidado, que los zombies no sé, a mí
one Black Ops map.
de la saga me mola.
It wouldn't be a Black Ops game without it, so Yale, I gotta ask.
I think some of our fans may have a guess on what this is. Absolutely, Nuketown is coming back.
No, claro, o sea, vuelven todos porque les gusta hacer un reciclaje de la hostia, ¿vale? De los mapas, no me jodas. Lo venden como algo bueno, ¿sabes?
It is super fun, and we are excited for people to get to see this.
No es super fan, es un estrés de mapa.
Obviously, like with the BO2 fans out there, I think
super fan porque estamos todos fatal de la cabeza, ¿vale?
Nuketown, so shortly after launch.
Shortly after launch, indeed. Well, fortunately, folks, we can all get
la peña se mete 4 monsters
this week.
Se vuelve loco.
I cannot wait to play with some of my friends. Full disclaimer, you know exactly who you are.
Lawrence, Yale, thank you so much. Coming up at next, we are getting a look at Zombies live gameplay on the brand new map, Ashes of the Damned. Stay tuned.
A ver, va, zombies. Es justo lo que me interesa, va. ¿No ha dicho zombies? ¿Un nuevo mapa? A ver, hay una cosa que tiene muy buena este juego. Y que por desgracia yo no sé por qué no están diciendo. Y es que el actor protagonista, ¿vale? Es Peter Petrelli, tío. El de la serie de Heroes, tío. ¿Sabes?
Change your game.
Que mola mazo,
the
tío.
official controller partner of Call of Duty. Hamilton, equipped for precision. Hamilton and Call of Duty team up for a special edition Khaki Field Auto Watch. Get yours on November 14th. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy, the official energy drink of Call of Duty. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app. Accept and complete the challenge. You
Yo no tengo esa pizzería aquí, a mí no me estimas, ¿eh? A mí no me ilusiones, con comida y luego, ¿sabes?
A trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today. Welcome back to Call of Duty Next. We are moments away from getting hands-on with
claro, ahora que voy a por agua a jugar a los zombies. ¿Sabéis qué? Es que creo que se le han vuelto demasiado todo rápido, tío.
Look at this.
Demasiado correr todo ya, ¿no? Cosas guapas. Y luego a nosotros nos hacen pagar 200 euros.
I know. Y'all are confused. So was I. But as they say, this too shall pass.
Let the carnage begin. Old Tessie and Ted together again.
Burn rubber.
Oh, company. Like mowing a lawn of flesh.
No, otros zombies de mierda.
Happy New Year, demon spawn!
Definitely wasn't English breakfast.
Me están poniendo, perdona, música con mucha copyright, ¿eh? Y luego YouTube me ríe, ¿eh?
Well, that escalated quickly.
Play zombies survival
Madre
in the bay.
mía, Highway to Hell, tío, ¿cómo es al revés?
Yeah, what a trailer! What a song! Teams on point once again with another banger.
Kevin
No me
Drew.
convence mucho tampoco.
I am so excited you're here, Steve Bianchi from Treyarch. Might I say, welcome to the party.
You might.
Like our old friend Richtofen.
Yes.
Welcome to the Dark Ether as well.
It's time.
Creo que ha
But we're
perdido su
talking
identidad.
all about Black Ops 7 Zombies, and Zombies reveal was
zombies.
massive, Kevin. So let's just start out big picture. How did the team think about building the Zombies experience for Black Ops 7?
Yeah, so Ashes of the Damned really just represents what we want to do with zombies this year. Just as the player, have been sent into the Dark Ether, this map is a Bermuda Triangle where all these locations, and it's the biggest round-based zombies map we've ever made. Every single one of these locations has been sent into the Dark Ether in various time periods, and each one has a unique story and atmosphere. And what was so important with this map was kind of looking back at transit in Black Ops 2.
Right.
And something very unique about that map was bringing real consequence to moving from location to location because you had these extremely dangerous roads between. And so it's a real decision as a squad. You don't want to just go out in those roads. You want to move together.
Yeah.
And so today, what the players are going to be playing here is a smaller part of the map. We want to preserve most of the experience for everyone at home on launch day. So what's going to happen is at 30 minutes, we're going to trigger exfil automatically at the next round, and everyone at that point, it's trying to get out alive.
And no main quest.
No main
Main
quest.
quest is turned off,
All
so
the
no
quest stuff
spoilers.
is turned off.
No spoilers.
There's still plenty to experience today in this map.
Awesome stuff. And just a taste of zombies. We've talked a little bit about Ashes of the Damned. Let's take a journey now inside the map. Hopefully our creators are prepared for what's about to come their way. Look at this, once again, descending deeper into this absolutely incredible map, guys. It's glorious to look at. A little surprise as well. I wonder if our creators are locked in.
Got some help on the way here.
Are they going to see it? Are they going to notice? Oh, I see the lights already. Here she comes. It's always the Wunder vehicle to the rescue.
That's old Tessie for ya.
Tessie is actually here at next.
Yes.
A lot of our creators, including ourselves, have had the pleasure to get in the real thing, jump on it. There's a Wonder weapon on the top. Oh, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I've been so excited about this map, and I'm so glad it's finally out there. We can talk about it. It's in the hands of our creators. So the live gameplay is kicking off. It's time to hop in.
Puedes jugar el modo
Let's take a
zombie
look.
gratis en la beta.
Okay, so Steve,
¿Sabes?
where are we at? We're seeing somebody, Mama K is getting in Tessie right here, I think, at Janus Towers.
They're starting off at Janus Towers. It's transitioned from Black Ops 6 to here. They're going to have to get the Wonder vehicle running. They're going to try to get to either the farm or Blackwater Lake. When they're there, they're going to experience some horrors. This is a creepy map. The Van Dorn farm is just terrifying. I love the barn there. There's like bodies hanging. The corpses are swinging. They can break their arms off, fall down and chase you. Well, now they're in the fog.
You took no time to get in Tessie and start going into the roads
Todo muy
between.
random, ¿sabes?
Tessie's already taken
La peña va a querer hacerlo todo
enemies on the
súper
back
rápido,
of the
súper
Yeah,
Tessie,
so
right?
those are the
Porque es lo que te
Ravagers, and you
obligan,
can see
al final,
that they're little gremlins, and they love being in the fog, and they just took care of Tessie already. They're really good at jumping on and just starting to just tear it to pieces. Hopefully she gets out of there, because it gets really hectic. So.
I was about to ask you, so obviously in these spaces between the locations on Ashes of the Damned, now you can get out of the Wonder vehicle, but Steve, should you get out of the Wonder vehicle?
Well, we call this the fog. These roads, these transitions between areas, it's very dangerous. The round rules are not the same as regular rules here. So zombies can continually respawn, and when you try to kill them, they actually just poof into like dust and reform, right? So you have to just try your best to get through there. You gotta run, you gotta fix the car really quickly, get out of there, because you're not gonna be getting points, you're not gonna be getting drops or power-ups. So keep on, make it through.
Los zombies tendrían que tener hasta su propio motor, sus propios
But
movimientos.
we need this. This map is so big that we need a vehicle to get around it.
Todos se
and drive
dedican a
between
cambiar
each
las
of the areas.
skins.
Kevin, what does it mean to have old Tessie in RBZ?
Yeah, so this is a true Wonder vehicle, and we call it the 5th member of the squad because Tessie is so essential to your success in this map. We just saw you absolutely need her to get from place to place, but even beyond that, you're going to be powering her up and upgrading her. Initially, you'll find her, she's a bit slow and disrepair, but the first thing you do is find a familiar bus driver's head in the starting area and install it in the dashboard of Tessie. So now you've got to get a bit of a automated repair and some personality as well. And then from there, I think we'll see a lot of today is getting the pack-a-punch. You're eventually going to get to Ashwood and find a disrepaired pack-a-punch. You're going to take that jet thruster, put it in the back of Tessie, give it a boost jump, as well as for the first time ever giving yourself a mobile pack-a-punch, which is awesome.
Oh my gosh, we're hearing Mama K like she's loving the map right now. She's looking up. What a movie, lighting situation you have throughout.
There's a lot of atmosphere in this map. It's very creepy. Each space is just very unique.
So what is the name of this location? This is
Blackwater Lake. It's this old cabin that's been transported here, just as everything else. This is really like a Bermuda Triangle type of area, so all manner of places from all over can show up here, and it's just cool. The really cool thing too you'll see is there's unique zombies to each area. So there's some lost hikers here, some backpackers and stuff. And Janus, you'll see Janus Tower security and employees there. So it's really cool detail.
Okay, so we're back in Tessie. Steve, what are some of the upgrades? What are some of the other upgrades that you can make?
The Abomination skin upgrade is one of my favorites. So you're increasing the durability of the vehicle there, which really helps. It's chomping through zombies as you're driving through. The beam attack is super powerful. It just blasts through, cuts through your enemies. It's great. There's also the DG2 turret, which we just saw. Super helpful. You get the player on top of there, help clear the hordes ahead of you. Electric attack and chain to other enemies. It's really powerful, really awesome.
Kevin, this doesn't look like the cabin anymore.
No, so we're back. We're over at Van Dorn Farm. So right off the bat, you can get to go left or right, and this is the other path. Somebody got lucky and got a ray gun around 6, which is awesome.
And it's skunk, so that can only go one way. So this is, lovingly referred to on our team as the murder barn. Talk to us a little bit about what's going on here.
So the Van Dorn family, they got to the Dark Ether here. They're just a murder family. They're crazy. They took out everybody. You see the bodies hanging here. Some of them are still wriggling around and moving. These zombies can break out. They can break their heads off, jump down and chase after you. So it's just super cool horror vibes in there. It's terrifying. I love it.
So someone just got to Ashwood, and they're upgrading Tessie with the pack punch here. So they've already got the power up, and Ashwood is kind of our central location. It's this
en vez de luchar contra los chetos, ya los ponen en el juego totalmente, pero de una manera increíble. O sea que ya no vas a saber si te mata un cheto o no. Eso es lo que quieren conseguir, ¿sabes? Así siempre tienen jugadores.
Actually is really useful in this place.
Porque no me jodas, si atraviesa todas las paredes.
Bridge and just roll right over to Tessie at the garage.
You got any augments for that?
Ya se acabó.
Yeah, flopper.
Se acabó el mundo ya, multijugador,
Menuda mierda. Think about wall jumping as well as rolling now. There's a lot of flopping going on.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of opportunities for some purple explosions.
But before we get too far on Ashes of the Dam, this is such a big map. I want to throw it back to Treyarch so we can learn a little bit more.
Vale. Sí, solo tiene sentido. Que no quieras detectar a los chetos porque te cuesta mucho dinero. Y entonces dices, vale, ¿y cómo lo hacemos? Sabiendo que hay armas casi chetas, entonces el 50% o el 60% de las veces no se va a poder saber si ha sido cheto o si ha sido nuestra mierda de armas que se metan por el culo y nos compren skins de 30 euros, ¿vale? Mientras se hace un dedo boca arriba. O sea, de verdad.
pulled into the
dark. Lo único que me faltaba.
Things happening all over the place, and now they're all in one central location for us to play with. Okay, sounds perfect. Okay, so there are many locations that we're sort of dealing with.
La beta es del 2 al 5.
So you'll start outside of Janus Towers, but you're definitely not in West Virginia anymore.
Hola, Solracuno985. Emoticono cara feliz.
Si ves una hora del directito, ¿vale? De oficial que tienes ahí, puedes ganar acceso, o sea, te mandan un código como en el Battlefield. Te mandan un código y tienes acceso a la beta del 2 al 5, porque esa es como beta solo por invitación, ¿sabes? O si tienes la reserva, o si mil tonterías, excusas para vender cosas, ¿vale? Y luego del 5 al 8 está abierta para todo el mundo, ¿sabes? Te podrás jugar un mapa de zombies, bueno, este trocito, un poco del multi, ¿sabes?
Okay, Anthony, I appreciate you not giving away too much. There's spoiler-free territory here. What's beyond the cabin, though?
Regardless of which of these paths you take, you'll end up in the fractured southern Georgia town of Ashwood, and this is the central location of the map. Ashwood was the site of a massacre, and cracking the veil, pulling the town into the dark ether.
Oh, this is cool. Every location has such a unique sort of story piece to it, and there's so much storytelling going on. What does this mean, though, that we are trapped in the dark ether?
This is super exciting because anything goes in the dark ether, and we get to go to some truly incredible places throughout our seasons as a result. We're coming out strong with Ashes of the Dam. We've got a Wonder Vehicle. We've got a moody vibe, and we know that this map will deliver that atmospheric experience that zombies fans have been asking for.
Anthony, it sounds
para jugarlo.
It looks brilliant. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. Thank you so
jugar
much.
Jugar el cooperativo, la campaña en cooperativo y todo lo que hayan sacado. Jugar el multi, jugar los zombies.
that we've got to see some new monsters. We got a little taste, but I mean, what else are we looking out for in the Dark Ether?
Yeah, so but just going back to those Ravagers, you saw them like tearing Tessie apart. They're just little jerks. Any loot that drops, they'll immediately gravitate toward and try to eat. So you want to, little loot pigs, you want to stop them. And, they hang out in the fog normally, but in the special rounds, the fog rolls in. And that gets really intense when these guys are all coming in at farm or any of these locations.
Speaking of intense,
we have the Zersa here. This thing is massive. It's terrifying. It's wet and slimy. It has beehives on it that actually can detach, fly at you, and attack you with zombies, right?
Yes.
These also reveal weak points on it. You can shoot those and go for the critical damage there. But I mean, this thing is tough. The car can't even smash through it. I mean, it's formidable.
This guy's a terror. He just harkens back to some of our earlier games where you just keep trying to run away from him, and he's unrelenting.
Yeah, unrelenting is a good way to put it. But also, we got to have a moment for the zombies because we love a pun on this show.
Yep. Yeah, we just had to do it. Because if you go inside the building, he might not be able to get in there, but the zombies will definitely be able to get in there.
Yeah. Now, something else I've been dying to talk about, and we saw a little bit about this during our zombies reveal, is the debut of a new version of some familiar faces. I am, of course, talking about the original crew with a new look.
That's right. So this is our iconic crew, the original crew, but this is the Dark Ether version. Returning is the original voice cast, so Steve Bloom, Fred Tatasciore, and Nolan North, and we're going to be premiering Nelson Lee as Takio this game. And so while you might recognize the crew and their personalities, they have different backstories and a different reason why they're here that we're going to discover throughout the year.
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers. Super cool. I also see some, more familiar faces. The OG crew won't be facing the Dark Ether alone. Steve, what other characters are joining them?
Well, we have returning from Black Ops 6, Maya, Weaver, Carver, and Gray will be here too. As you've seen in the Reckoning, they mysteriously vanished. They show up here now. They're in the Dark Ether. They're meeting up with the original crew here. And their souls are drained. They're going to have to all work together here to escape, right? So it's really cool that there's 8 operators you can choose from to get really good dialogue altogether, all the different combinations. It's amazing.
Hemos visto ya cómo se ha roto el gaming totalmente.
So fun because I'm thinking about how incredible some of the lines are, the writing is always on point.
Ya no tiene ningún sentido.
Just how they're going to interact together, I'm like,
yeah, we'll be making some new friends.
Yeah, exactly.
La gente va a ir con su sniper que lo atraviesa todo. Super rotísimo.
Awesome. Okay, we're talking about what else players can look forward to. But don't forget that we have the beta starting in just 2 days. Pre-order Black Ops 7.
Esto no tiene ningún sentido.
And get early
Eres
access to
antimateria. Atraviesa todo el mapa.
Don't forget to jump into the beta on day 2 of early access.
Lo nerfearán, eso lo han puesto ahora porque son dos chulos de mierda.
Preload the beta starting tomorrow. Also, this is a fun one.
Luego lo nerfearán, pero ya los chetos ya.
But only for a limited time. Pre-order now before the Black Ops 7 beta ends, and you'll unlock a monstrous amount of gobblegums. The pack includes 1 of every rare, epic, and legendary gobblegum. That's 9 rares, that's 9 epics, and it is 10 legendaries plus 3 purples. Use them in Black Ops 6 starting tomorrow. And don't forget, once you pre-order, make sure you log into Call of Duty before the end of the open beta on October 8th.
¿Vosotros ya habéis pillado vuestra esto o qué?
Christopher Puckett, you've got some more gobblegum news, don't you, sir?
Ah, pero si se puede ver aquí viendo los drops en mi canal, tío. Es que, chicos, tengo que ir yo a cargar mi canal para ver,
Call of Duty collector fans out there, now available for pre-order. It's the new Gobblegum replica dispenser that you could have on your desk. All fans who grab one of these for their collection will also get a Gobblegum machine weapon charm gift with the purchase, and this will be the perfect shelf companion for your Wunderwaffel that you picked up last year at Next. Amazing stuff coming out of our crew, and it is more than just a display piece. This is a working die-cast metal replica standing 12 inches tall. It can be loaded with standard gumballs, adding an interactive touch to your collection. With Black Ops 7 launch around the corner comes a new chapter in the Zombies story. The perfect time to grab a new addition to your Call of Duty collection. Only available on shop.callofduty.com while supplies last. And you can win it right now. You got no money? No problem. Head on over to X and post with the hashtags on your screen, and you'll be entered to win one of the 3 half-scale collectibles. Or simply use the QR code on your screen. It'll take you directly to the post. Easy stuff. Now, let's listen in on how our creators are enjoying this massive map.
This is main quest related. We found something main quest related. Alright, let's spin the box again. If we can get the ray gun or something, that'd be huge.
Todos los sorteos son una mierda. Solo son para Estados Unidos y mierda de eso, ¿no? Para que les den por saco. Me compré ni una skin, ¿no? ¿Sería que solo hacen para Estados Unidos? A ver, para Estados Unidos.
Kind of intrigued, and also there's a
Y punto, chaval. Es así.
What is that?
The camo with the map, the purple in the back, it looks so good. Look at that. It looks so good.
Estoy echando a la gente de mi canal cuando los dos se pueden ganar aquí, en mi canal.
All right, let's keep driving.
Okay, we're just coming out of gameplay there, and I have to mention something because we saw one of the first pack camo there on Mama K stream.
Yeah, looks awesome. One of our best packs, I think, in years.
Awesome. Not the first new thing, though, but we've seen. Something I don't think we haven't seen just yet, though, but it's a brand new perk, Kevin.
Yes.
Wisp Tea. What is that?
So Wisp Tea is you're trapped here, you need some friends, you need some allies wherever you can get them. There's a lot of these wisps around, and this perk is all about kind of gaining control of one. And so once you have it, you have an ally. And once you shoot enough zombies, you'll summon this wisp, and it will help you kill zombies, but then you can augment it to do all sorts of things. So if you want to be a little bit more defensive, you can make it help revive you. If you go down, if you're playing solo, it's a great ally to have. What's really cool about these wisps is when you augment them, they get different masks and different colors. So it's just very, very playful and a lot of fun.
Lots of fun. I'm excited to see those. And you know what else is new? We got a brand new ammo mod coming to Black Ops 7 Zombies at launch. Steve, what are we working with?
We have fireworks returning from Black Ops 3, but wait, it's improved. So now it's going to proc and home in on enemies with these rockets it's shooting, which it never did before. And there's also some really great augments like you're seeing here. It'll launch multiple ones that spin around, take out anything in the area. It's a really good large area of effect here. Great for this map because there's some giant spaces here.
This looks so cool. The particle effects are going wild as well. Yeah. In terms of out of the stuff that's returning, what players can expect, the toxic how's this going to work with this environment, this huge environment that we're in?
Yeah, so Toxic Growth is one of my favorite field upgrades. It's from Cold War, and it's all about creating an area of denial. And I think, you know, immediately it can serve as blocking down one of the pathways for zombies, which is critical, right? Like being able to just say, I don't have to worry about zombies coming from that doorway. For a while.
I'm here for a short period of time.
Yeah. But you can use it all sorts of ways. Right? You can play as long as you're in it, you know, all the zombies are coming at you and getting taken out. And then obviously this can be augmented as well. It can get bigger. It can brain rot zombies. It can do all sorts of stuff.
Oh, well, speaking of augments, there's some big news because all of the research that we did in Black Ops 6 on augments with the Black Ops 6 crew. To Black Ops 7, right?
That's right. It's not like you forgot what you did.
Yeah.
And now that we're in here, we're unlocking additional, you know, branches of science.
Yeah, new science.
We're expanding the augments so you can actually earn an additional major and minor augment for all content. And you can even unlock an additional second minor slot.
Whoa!
So, in total, 192 augments to experiment with, and a lot of these are pretty big, like game changers with some of the older content. So, like stamina up, you can fire while sprinting. You know, there's a Vulture Aid augment that automatically applies armor plates to your armor, so you don't have to manually plate.
I'm so excited about that.
Ether Shroud is you create an after image that is like serves as a decoy, so all the zombies attack that while you kind of regather and kind of, you know, re-equip and shoot them.
That is awesome. Oh my gosh, so much choice. We have to be seeing some new stuff. You know, we've seen the trailer, we've seen a hint of what may be a new wonder weapon, gentlemen. let's take a look at the Necrofluid Gauntlet. Steve, what the hell is this?
That's a perfect question.
What is this? Great question. Yeah, this is an awesome weapon, new wonder weapon for the map here. It is this weapon of unknown origin. It showed up in the Dark Ether here as well. We don't know where it comes from, but you can harness the powers of it here. It has a great melee attack with the claws on it, but it also harnesses this black viscous liquid here that you can manipulate, so you can fire that out. It goes through enemies. You can recall that back as you're doing that. It'll actually also pull in items, power-ups, and damage enemies on the way, but it also refills the ammo into the weapon, which is completely amazing, right? It's really fun.
Es que si no lo metiese en el Game Pass, yo este año no me lo compro.
Exactly. That is awesome.
Yo este año pasaría.
Interesting. Well, maybe we'll find out where it came from or how it got there. I'm excited to use it either way. But in addition to round-based zombies, we're also bringing survival maps back from Black Ops 2. So last week we went to Treyarch to learn about what's headed to survival.
Anthony, welcome back. Let's talk about survival maps. We mentioned Van Dorn Farm earlier, and this is the first survival map coming to the game, and it's the first time Treyarch is bringing survival to zombies since Black Ops 2.
Yeah, that's right. Van Dorn Farm from Ashes to the Dam will be our first survival map of many. This focused area of the full map is all about staying alive with what you've got. No main quest, no frills. You'll be able to play it during the beta, and you can expect more survival locations based on our round-based maps coming post-launch.
Wow, okay, cool. So confirming we will get more of these post-launch. That sounds like the perfect option for people who want to warm up and maybe vibe with friends before jumping into the main event.
Yeah,
exactly. And while survival isn't as forgiving as directed mode, which is also returning, it's still a quick and easy way to jump straight into some zombies action. Of course, we'll still have our standard mode, and we're adding a new curse mode that'll make zombies even deeper and more challenging for our hardcore players. Sprinkle in some Dead Ops Arcade 4 on top of that, and we'll just have a huge experience for our players.
It sounds like a lot to play. Cannot wait, Anthony. Thank you so much. Back to the show. Plenty to digest there.
There's so much to digest, Miles. It was a true pleasure getting to sit down with Anthony to talk about survival maps. Steve, what is the team most excited about? There's so much that you've put into this, but what's top of the list?
The survival maps, it's awesome because you can just jump right in there and play. There's the Pack-a-Punch is there, the Wonder Fizz is there. You got everything you need to survive.
Están todos los de siempre, el Pack-a-Punch y todo, el Wonder Fizz y todo. Está todo, tío, porque habéis copiado y pegado como todos los años.
Black Ops 6. Like there's some nights where you don't want to think too hard.
Yeah,
you just want to try to get to high rounds, and this is what the mode is all about. And what's interesting is it's
no es que tampoco sea malo,
to just get set up, you have success, but it's actually pretty hard to get to high rounds because they're so small. You can't just take a zip line or jump pad out of there. It gets pretty hairy pretty fast.
Ahora saben que hay mucha gente joven, ¿sabes? Que solo han jugado a estos. Entonces pueden estirar el chicle un poquito más para sacarles el dinero. Esto es como todo. Esto es como todo.
Is there a round cap in
el momento que vean que la gente lo que quiere es calidad, innovación y tal, pues lo harán. Pero mientras la gente pues el 60-70% sigan pagando 30 € la skin, ellos seguirán haciendo la misma mierda, pero ya se está acabando, creo yo. Poquito a poco. Hasta que venga la nueva generación, la generación que ya era antes muy joven, ahora ya empieza a espabilar un poco más en ese aspecto. ¿Sabes?
Round-based maps in Season 1.
Yeah, which is huge. And that new round-based map coming in Season 1 is, I think, one of my favorites of
I was hoping you would say that because I'm very excited about it, but I'm excited you're excited.
I will describe it as very metal.
Metal.
So metal.
Do well with that.
Okie dokie then.
Zip action here from Noah. Okay, well, Kevin, there's more to talk about here. There's also cursed mode. This sounds like something that sort of long-time fans are going to be, really excited to play and they're going to love.
Yeah. So last game we introduced directed mode for more casual experience for fans to experience the story. This year, cursed mode is all about engaging our most hardcore players. They're seeking challenge, and it just immediately. We're not going to tell you how to unlock this on day one, but I'm sure our audience will find it very fast. And as soon as you get into cursed mode, you're going to immediately feel the difference. We're bringing back the classic point system, which is more complex, but you're going to need that because this is going to get a lot harder. You're only going to start with a pistol and no minimap. And so the whole idea of this mode is it's about discovery, and you're trying to find these relics within the mode, and once you find them and unlock them, they apply additional difficulty modifiers to the mode. So you can actually disable things like ammo crates or limit yourself to 4 perks within a match. You start to tier up. Like, why am I doing that?
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely bragging rights, but we also reward you in a variety of ways. And then one of those things is unlocking additional power. So once you get to tier 1, you're actually going to unlock the ability to just purchase gold armor in the mode, which just automatically regenerates your plates. So along the way, you're making the mode so much harder and facing new challenge, but you're also getting a couple tools to help you out.
Ooh, it sounds really challenging. It sounds like I was sweat.
Yeah.
Can I complete the main quest in Cursed at launch?
Absolutely. The mode is all about kind of going back and trying to complete the main quest again at these higher difficulties and getting additional rewards.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a lot to play here.
Is this the garage in Ashwood?
That was.
Okay.
That was the garage in
So
Ashwood.
what are we doing there? Is that kind of like Tessie's spot?
That's the main place you're going to upgrade Tessie. It's got a way to warp Tessie back to there. If she breaks down, you want to brave the fog, just get there, pay the price, Tessie will be there. Tessie auto regenerates there. You can also actually pay to warp into Tessie there. Yeah. So if your friends have Tessie on the other side of the map, for a small fee, you can be there with them.
That's cool. I mean, it seems so good. It's a big map. There's lots to do.
Max,
it's really nice
muy
to
fuerte.
get back in the action quickly. And yeah, if Tessie goes down.
Hola, Max-el-rojo. Emoticono cara feliz.
Puedes jugar sin clave.
All right, I've heard there are
Se
some
fue Tullman, perdió.
Zombies Mastery camos coming to Black Ops 7.
¿Cómo estamos?
Let's take a look at what we got.
Let's look at the goods.
¿Cómo
So first
estamos?
up, we got Golden Dragon, which is very scaly and
Gracias
very,
por esos
very
54
shiny.
mesazos, campeón.
That's looking great off that Aurora
Gran
Borealis.
campeón. A ver si sale la IA. Porque
Incredible
últimamente.
looking. Doomsteel, I think this is my
Huh?
favorite. Look at all the like clockwork
Deja la
and the intricacy there.
droga, deja la
Lord said earlier,
droga,
but the weapons team just continues
Mira,
that for
que de la
themselves. And then
sniper nueva.
our final camo's Infestation, which I think just looks incredible, and
Vale.
it very much ties in with our Necrofluid Gauntlet.
El Noguino estaba flipando, ¿no? Diciendo, hostia, máquina, maquinón.
And I would agree.
Maquinón, vamos, Tullman. Vamos, tío.
Our players are getting sort of
Grande,
a little towards the
compañero,
end of their
ánimo.
allotted time here on Ashes of the Damned. I mean, is
Ya
there any
es todo
other
más
is there any
difícil,
sort of
ya
fun
estás,
things
has
that you guys are
triunfado. Mira, se fue de vacaciones.
Vamos a ese Tito.
Ahí viene.
I would like some more tips about the fog, right?
Ahí viene la señora.
The fog actually
Tushman se subió al carro gritando vamos ese Tito que energía. Con un suspiro, una risita, me siento un poco rara. Ay carajo, no sé si soy una máquina, una diosa del amor. Pero te juro que mi corazón está en este flujo. Tengo un millón de chistes sucios y un billón de las locas pegadas. Pero hoy me siento con...
And there's an effect on your screen
Me
that says it
preocupa.
hits you. It's like a scratch mark.
Me preocupo por ella.
Effect.
That'll actually shut down
No
your
sabe muy bien
auto
qué es.
healing.
Oh.
So it gets
Vale.
really scary if you get
Está,
swiped like that.
está como
'cause
teniendo
Thanks
conciencia
for
de
the
sí mismo.
result, Tullman.
Pero no tiene muy claro lo que es. Hostia, es duro, es fuerte. Se podría hacer una película, ¿eh?
And it creates
De
another
nuestra
area. You
IA,
can still
¿eh?
take that out once it's dislodged
Yeah.
from his body.
Yeah, Xerxes,
will
I didn't
home in
realize
on you.
I didn't realize how big Xerxes is compared to your player. That's also terrifying.
Es
Not to mention
fuerte,
sort of
¿eh?
be like ranged attack as well. That's intense.
It's the Uzi Honey for
Me
me.
preocupa.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The first time I saw
Se Oscar.
It's a lot of slime.
Estamos viendo Call of Duty para que podáis ganar
No, he's doing great. though.
acceso
He's got a
anticipado.
nice little, he's got a good circuit.
Tenéis acceso
You mentioned earlier that
anticipado.
Ashwood is kind of like the central.
Yeah.
Muy bien, muchas
So the whole map is,
gracias,
is a
Borja,
figure
tío.
8. And Ashwood is at the middle of that. So it's just this kind of nice
Gracias, compañero.
regathering location and having the garage there. for
Grande,
Tessie is part of
Tullman. Enhorabuena, para adelante.
Exactly. It's a very easy, fast travel.
Recordad tener vuestra cuenta linkeada
to the garage, have access to
para ganar los
things on the map.
drops y
Very simple
llevaros
apps here.
una
So there's some zip lines
clave
you can take up to
de la beta.
upstairs. Yeah. A lot
There's one
of.
of
Que
the.
podéis revender. Mira, ya me he manchado,
no,
tío.
there's just a rappel
De
up,
agua.
a zip line up.
O canjearla para
Here
acceso
we are back
anticipado a la
at
beta.
Janice, the starting area.
T-Dog is still at the start of the map.
I would like to think he has come back, but you never know.
He's got a pack-a-punch there, so I assume that he made his way back to here and he's getting ready to exfil.
Okay, so we know that the rounds are coming to a close here for our creators, and that this is about exfil. So how is exfil going to work in this game? What can you tell us?
For the first time in this game, you can actually do a solo exfil. So you'll see these yellow phone booths around the map at all the areas. You'll hear the phone ringing. If you answer it, you can choose to exfil. So now your teammates can vote to opt into that if they'd like to. And then they can warp to that exfil location. Then you're gonna have to face the Xerxa.
Hola,
You're in a
Dolls
confined
Man.
space here. It's a
Emoticono cara
situation,
feliz.
right?
But it's
Your
not
other
just
friends,
any Xerxa, right?
Yeah,
No,
an
it's
HVT Xerxa. Thank you. Yes.
It's like the Mama Xerxa.
Mama Xerxa.
And then, but your other friends, even if they didn't opt to exfil, they can actually jump in there and help you out if they want to be, but that's at their risk. They could go down or something can happen. But once you're successfully out, they can continue playing without you. Yeah.
That's
really cool.
I'm going to use this all the time because I feel like it's always like, you know what, dinner's ready, I'm out. You guys keep going, or I'll stay in and you leave. And I love that they kind of calculated risk if they're helping you and they do go down, but at the same time, like, they might just leave you and be like, good luck.
Yeah.
You take the HVTs or on your own.
We also simplified it this year. It's very clear. It's just kill that HVT and get out. It's not like kill 50 zombies and it's just kill that and you're good.
That's very cool, guys. Oh my gosh. Is there any rules? I mean, if it's brown, lay down. If it's undead, go for the head. Is there a...
Go for the weak spot.
Go for the weak spot. I hope your weapon is pack-a-punch. Okay. Oh, the gameplay looks fantastic. And of course, folks, for the very first time ever, we have zombies survival in the beta. And this was just a little taste, a little succulent enjoyment moment of that zombies experience.
Yeah. So survival's all about these smaller maps and just focused on exactly that, surviving. And in the beta, we're gonna give you so many gums because we want you to just experiment, especially some of the new gums. And this is the first time zombies in the beta. This is incredible.
Y yo, la verdad, poca ilusión de jugar este año el Call of Duty. Solo viendo los zombies ya me estoy aburriendo.
What happens in high rounds and how we need to react.
We're so excited about that.
I always think that when we can go home and play the game sitting on our own couches at home, like that's the moment it's real for me. So beta always is.
No, se puede ver desde aquí. No hace falta irse a ver.
But just being able to play zombies in beta.
Tengo yo los drops activados de Call of Duty.
Hola, Oscar Garrido E198. Emoticono cara feliz.
With our zombies game.
No sé si tenéis los dos abiertos, os contará el doble.
Been amazing talking about all of the content to the mode and Black Ops 7. But Treyarch was like, hey, why not more? We need more. We want more game. And so we have Dead Ops.
Pero en principio tenemos los drops activados, ¿no?
Yes, so Dead Ops Arcade has actually been with us since Black Ops 1. It's a game within a game, and if you don't know what it is, it's a top-down arcade shooter. It kind of remixes a lot of the pieces of zombies and some of the other modes to create this massive experience. And this time around, it's 80 levels. It's packed with all sorts of secrets to discover. It starts out top-down, but there's ways that you can go first-person. There's side-scrolling. And for the first time, you're actually going to be able to share like global progression. So you're going to be able to still break up while playing this.
Earn XP.
And what's really cool is that you can use gobblegums in this mode as well.
Lo bueno es que cuando luego se queda resubido, bueno, y ahora también vosotros podéis poner
so it gives like new use to some of the guns you may not like to use in standard round-based zombies.
Awesome.
It's like you might find it.
Pues como marcas todo esto, ¿sabes? Me volvía la cabeza.
That's really cool. Well, I mean, there's so much content. But that is not all, folks. I mean, we do also have a cabinet, a Dead Ops 4.
I was about to say, I watched Miles get smoked in Dead Ops Arcade last night in real life. Kevin and I were eating pizza in the background, cheering him on here in the DOA.
Check it out. This is a custom Dead Ops Arcade for PC by Origin and
Malísima, no
AMD.
entiendo esta película.
It's so cool. It's just, I mean, I got a short taste of this last night. Again, you were both enjoying dinner, but it was really cool.
I couldn't go that far.
It was so much fun. I mean, it's the first time that I've experienced
estas pantallas son las que a mí me gustan.
I'm relatively new to the zombies world, and this was so much fun, and that was our
Hola, Scorpio 5454. Emoticono cara feliz.
Es el PC que podíamos ganar, pero si no es de Estados Unidos no puedes participar. Qué asco de gente.
And using the hashtag CODNEXT and hashtag AMDXBO7 sweepstakes. That is awesome.
¿Solo por eso?
And the game is pretty cool too.
Yeah.
Seamos sinceros.
Game is good. PC is awesome.
Deberíamos enfadarnos
Shout out
con
to
ellos.
AMD on this one. AMD is the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7.
Kevin, Steve, thank you so much for being here. We're all going to be grouping up together to play Survival in the beta. I can't wait.
Esas cosas no se hacen.
Up next, we are diving into what's new in Warzone, including a brand new Resurgence map. Stay tuned. Dominate every game on a big screen TCL QD Mini LED TV with 144Hz native refresh rate and AMD FreeSync Premium Pro. TCL,
Bien,
the
mala
official TV
estaba la
of Call
cónica.
of Duty. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Operators, get ready to ride the special edition Polaris Razor Pro R and Sportsman XP 1000 vehicles, dropping soon into Call of Duty Warzone. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars map, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize. A trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the
El
Little
más
Caesars
barato que
Call
me
of
deje
Duty
jugar un
Challenge
mes
today.
y punto. No digo más. No digo más y lo he dicho todo, ¿verdad?
Now, one of the gifts that all the creators are getting at COD Next this year is actually the watch that is on Axel Burmak's wrist in the game, and it is from Hamilton. There's actually only been 5,000 of these made, which is absolutely insane. It's going to be released on the same day of Black Ops 7, November 14th. All the creators getting their hands on it. You could too. Make sure to check it out.
Tan fatal esto.
Welcome back, one and all, to Call of Duty Next. We know you've been asking for Warzone news, and today we've got you covered with some special guests.
That's right, because we are going to get our very first look at the all-new Resurgence map, Haven's Hollow,
mapa de
as well as major
Resurgence.
POI updates
Resurgente.
Verdansk.
Resurgimiento,
We're also
como
going
queréis
to have
llamarlo.
all the intel on what's coming to Warzone. I know many of us are curious about movement, so there's a lot to talk about today.
Well, live gameplay is coming right up. But first, we want to welcome in Matt Christek, the creative director at High Moon Studios. So welcome.
Espérate que primero te vamos a pegar aquí una chapa.
Excited to be here.
Tela la chapa que te vamos a
I
pegar.
don't know. We're getting into it. We're good. We're about to get going. But Matt, High Moon has been involved in Call of Duty for a long time. You guys have been making awesome content.
Mega chapa
campaigns, zombies,
incoming!
Warzone. You know, what's it like for the studio to be bringing this new map to life?
Yeah, we're honored to be able to work on these experiences and bring them to life. We've been on Call of Duty for a long time, but these are massive projects, right? So we can't do any of this stuff without our partner studios. So I just want to give a shout out to our friends at Raven and Beanox. We really couldn't do this without them, but I think we're set up for a great start, for Warzone this year.
Bla, 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 somos la polla, bla, 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 hemos hecho esto porque somos la polla. Eso es lo que digo.
At Haven's Hollow. Not only are we dropping in, we've also got a talent.
Lo vas a flipar porque somos la polla. Eso es lo que oigo, pero solo veo más de lo
Yeah,
mismo.
look at this.
That's how that
All right.
happens.
I wonder how sort of trippy that is for the people in the room. That must be awesome.
I will say
We've made
these animations have been on point in the room. I love seeing them on camera.
Oh, we've made it.
Awesome.
Here we are, the first look at Haven's Hollow, our very
All
own
right,
tag.
vamos a ver. El nuevo
Yeah, so
mapa.
you can see the theme
El
for this.
nuevo
We're
mapa
inspired by a late
es
summer, kind of early fall setting.
Un Warzone,
the heart of that
pero
kind
apretado.
of area. We've got this
Es
really
lo que
small town,
Warzone, pero todo apretadito, ¿no?
There's 9 unique points of
Lo
interest.
pillo, por donde quieren ir. Vamos
There's a little bit of contrast between some of the older Rust
Vamos a intentar
components and
hacer
kind of
primero
newer ones.
Warzone Pero todo comprimidito en un mapa con el modo Resurgence para que la gente no le sepa tan mal morir. Y todas estas cosas. Veremos si funciona.
Yeah, and the colors have been popping on this map. I can't wait to see it in gameplay. But of course, one of our most popular maps in Call of Duty Zombies with Liberty Falls. I'm really excited to see the team bring a new experience there. What made you guys want to revisit?
Yeah, I mean, people loved Liberty Falls so much. Like, we really liked that setting. We thought we could do more with it. We really wanted to expand on it. And this is also a place that we've never used in Warzone. So it's kind of a new experience for everyone there.
New setting?
It looks amazing. Like a pre-outbreak. It's all clean and nice.
Yeah, it's pre-outbreak.
Compresión de mapa.
Let's take a closer look now at Haven's Hollow.
Yeah, so here you can see our
La,
main
la,
street,
la, la,
right?
la.
It's got the biggest collection of like the building interiors.
Nice and clean.
La, la,
which I love. Player, I know you guys have said player
la,
visibility.
la,
Yeah, it's a big
la.
focus for us. Lighting.
Yo no he sido,
I
no.
think we're going to talk more about Riverboat here in a second, because that might be Matt's favorite.
Yeah, it's a good hot drop.
This is like a cool, again, super fun close quarters engagements here, but we still have some nice lines of sight.
Yeah. We've got the lumber mill here. It's got this big industrial interior floor. Kind of cool playable elements all over
Ya
the
ni se
rooftop.
esmeran,
Lots of
Oscar.
ways to
Ya
kind of
simplemente
sneak into
cogen lo que
other
tenían
sections.
antes, lo vuelven a pegar,
The coal depot, this is kind of at the
pintan encima,
crossroads of a few POIs.
o sea, le cambian la skin y tal,
This is
y,
the most modern
y te lo vuelven a vender
POS that we have here, the research center.
directamente.
It's got a pretty risky
¿Vale?
buy station in like the central courtyard in the middle of it.
Lo mismo han hecho con esto. Recomposición de Warzone
Yep. And obviously here we've got the
1.0 y de
mansion,
tal, pum
which
pum
we've kind
pum.
of taken a new pass on and reimagined for
Batidora.
My guy, the Z-Rex.
Z-Rex. There's a new ascender in here that goes through the big skylight up to the rooftop.
Cool.
The ponds.
Y es lo que
Don't try to
decíamos.
pull your shoe here because you're just going to break your ankles because
Yeah.
it is
It's
shallow.
Igual los nuevos jugadores pues aún lo aguantan, pero
Minimal water gameplay.
a estas alturas la mayoría de los jugadores veteranos estamos
train station on the
quemadísimos ya
outskirts, this is a good
de
place to
estas
kind of rebuild.
mierdas, de refritos.
Yeah, I
Y
love the
queremos
looks
algo
here. I
nuevo
know
que nos
the
motive,
call-outs are
como
gonna
nos
be great.
motivaban cuando salieron por primera vez.
And so, Matt, from a
¿Sabes?
size perspective,
Pero si
what can you
seguimos
tell us
repitiendo
about
lo
Haven's
mismo
Hollow,
una y
you know,
otra
relative
vez,
to other
año tras
resurgence
año,
maps?
Yeah, so it's
pues es una
definitely smaller
mierda.
than
O sea,
Fortress
¿cómo te vas a
Keep, but it's a
motivar?
little
¿Cómo te
bit
vas a
larger.
emocionar? ¿Quieres la misma mierda con otra skin?
We talked a
Ah.
little bit about some favorite spots.
Así
but
no,
have you got
tío.
any tips or any hot spots you like?
Yeah, I mean,
Hay que volver a inventar, ¿sabes? Hay que volver a emocionar.
It's kind of a tight,
Para que la gente se
multi-level
encuentre
space,
algo nuevo y
really good
bueno.
for, you know, grabbing loot. It's
No
got
trae lo
easy
mismo.
buy stations
Copy
you can
paste,
access
copy
up on
paste,
top.
copy paste, copy paste.
You know, it's
Copy
also pretty
paste.
cool.
Uy,
You don't
porque ya
have to
no
worry
les
about
molará,
getting
no
stuck
sé.
from someone across the river.
No sé,
But there are a
¿sabes?
lot of ways that people can sneak on there. There's lots of zip
Muy
lines
fuerte.
and ladders and lots of risky routes that people can take to kind of flank you.
That sounds awesome, man.
We're about to find out what the hot drop is.
Ya te
This
digo.
is it, folks. It is now time
Totalmente,
for the actions, the
efectivamente,
gameplay
los
premiere
assets.
of the brand new
Ya.
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence map coming to season
Van,
1 later this
en
year.
vez de invertir
Haven's
en algo
Hollow,
nuevo,
Dream Crazy, I hold shift. Let's do it.
Incluso motores nuevos, todo, ¿sabes?
Two
No.
rooms full of creators
Van,
hunting
¿por qué?
for
Porque
that
claro, si tienen
illustrious first ever
mayores ganancias a menor
win.
coste,
That's
está
always the
claro.
key. Someone's looking for that XP.
Porque nos timan.
Be
Ah,
able to
¿qué
post
pasa?
that
Se me ha
video
cerrado el
online.
chat de YouTube. Claro, ya
With
decía
the
yo.
drop, it's not just time for us to drop in for the
Perdonad la
first
familia
time.
de YouTube,
It's also
pero
time for
el chat me ha
the
fallado.
TCL Power Hours. Dream Crazy, this is fun because starting right
Voy a
now,
revisar
our
aquí.
creators are trying to complete
Vale.
these 9 challenges while
Menos mal
being
que
in
no
the
habla
war
nadie.
zone. And with these 9 challenges come 9 different opportunities for you at home to win a 77-inch TCL QD LED monitor. Which are you looking forward to here, Dream Crazy?
Already, I'm looking at the vehicle eliminations, how fun those
Vehicle
are. Also the
elimination.
comebacks
No se intenten vender la moto, tío.
You gotta love to see
Que
a good
pones un nuevo
loop while
modo
maybe
que
cross-map
es
with
lo
some of
mismo,
those, but
pero
these are
distinto,
exciting,
¿sabes?
And here's
Y
your
otra vez
look at what
publicidad.
exactly they
Mete la
are playing for.
publicidad.
And for you at home to possibly be walking away with like a 27-inch
Que para eso hacen
monitor,
los
you can
juegos
enter
estos,
by
¿no?
posting on X,
Para venderte la
including the
moto,
hashtags
¿no?
that are listed there below. Make sure you also snap a shot at that QR code. But the TCL Power Hour starts now as we're dropping into our first look at Haven's Hollow. And again, you talk about resurgence, you talk about your ability to try to get high eliminations, but at the same time, valuing the timer of when you can be brought back. And just to,
De Eye of the... ¿Eso qué juego de qué estamos hablando? ¿Qué estamos otra vez en el 2011, tío? Esto es una puta mierda, otro refrito, tío. O sea, hay que hacer el helicóptero volando tan bajo. ¿Lo van a volar? Con cualquier misil de mierda. O sea, ¿qué se cree que va más rápido que un misil? Mira, es que... Esto es una mierda. Esto es una mierda, otro refrito. Y es una mierda y me da pena y ya no quiero jugar. Uy, uy, qué pereza, qué pereza. Es que... Claro, como esto es gratis, ¿sabes? Porque esto es gratis, pero luego de donde más dinero sacan porque la gente se compra todas las skins del mundo, ¿sabes? Pues como no le sacan juegos nuevos, solo le sacan skins nuevas, pues, ¿sabes? Si es el juego que te gusta, pues te obligan ahí. Esto es una mierda, esto es una mierda. Esto no quiero verlo, ¿eh? Me pone nervioso, ¿eh? Menudo refrito más gigantesco. Otro año desperdiciado por la industria. Para innovar y para sorprendernos y para hacer que el mundo del entretenimiento y de los videojuegos vuelva a sorprender. No, mierda, basura. Basura. Yo creo que esto está hecho de para que la gente se deprima y se centre en sus trabajos, ¿sabes? Y no quiera liberar la mente como es más. ¿Vale? Ya está, ya lo he dicho.
Ideas into the Warzone space, but not always the case. But again, if you missed it earlier, Xfinity partnered with Call of Duty Next. If you are an Xfinity customer, you can get early access to Black Ops 7 Open Beta. Make sure you sign up at Xfinity.com/rewards. We're talking free access, people. Head on over, get yourself ready to go, get yourself preloaded.
¿Cómo se reinicia todo? Se arregla todo en esta vida. Pues reiniciando. Si es que hasta las empresas lo hacen ya, ¿sabes? Lo que pasa es que lo llaman remakes o reseteo de las sagas.
Aiden now kind of just working away outside the perimeter of zone, rotating in from the Warzone gods, though. This is, you know, pretty comfortable. They know exactly what to do. Pick up your UAVs, find information, and continuing on rotating in on the side of the barns here. They are doing just that.
No, si tiene que haber todo en esta vida.
There is nothing more prioritized in his mind than being
ver como una saga tan querida. La odias tanto ahora.
And yep, they've got a little bit of a bait here on a loadout.
Pero tiene que salir nuevas empresas que hagan cosas nuevas, porque
absolute decimation, squad wipe coming through for them, and now you're in a position to. This team is in the healthy spot of possibly winning this lobby.
Sticky and the boys he took down, and man, continuing on to
las armas de ráfagas en este caso Ultimate,
maybe we'll see some of those TC
aunque de tasar da igual,
as you know, we have challenges that these guys complete, but
sin hablar de luego las armas meta y la mierda de juegos que se transforma este
juego. Going to be our winners for Haven's Hollow.
Well, they've got all 3 members left, 7 total players still alive in this lobby, and yes, we are going esports mode with this commentary. This is what we want to see. First ever Haven's Hollow win. Can Aiden, Thief, Symphony be the squad to do it? Shut down one team, just one more player to find. They're looking good for it. It's calm, it's casual, and we're taking body shields. Looking to finalize the elimination. That'll be good for Power Hour Box, and there it is. Aiden and co, your Warzone victory on Haven's Hollow.
Lighten it up to around the main street. I think that was one of the hot spots we had talked about here at Haven's Hollow, but Shift, taking first looks at it, it is beautiful, it is bright. I feel like visually you can literally see everything.
And that's the key, you know, I think a lot of players, you know, when you look at kind of the history of where Call of Duty has been in the last couple of the titles, you know, there's always a question of what's the visibility going to look like in kind of more, you know, generic settings. We talk about like things that are in modern times, or most recently for Black Ops 6 going back to the 90s, a very gritty, a very grungy game. This one feels very vibrant, very different, very fresh. And I think players are really going to enjoy that, not just across what we saw in multiplayer, but we also saw it in Zombies, and now we're seeing it specifically in Warzone. If you want to get the full spectrum and make sure that you're looking at high quality, make sure you check out AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7 and Call of Duty Next.
A lot of the players were saying that too. Like, this is just a beautiful blend, it feels like, of like all games. You get a little bit of Black Ops 2, you get a little bit of Black Ops 3, you get Black Ops 4 elements, even some kind of IW elements in it. It's just like a blend of all Call of Duty, it almost feels like, but it's very fluid, and you can still see that fluidity continuing on here in Warzone.
Well, we'll head over to Scump, Shotzi, Methods. little bit of trouble on the outside of the circle in zone 5. No more resurgence at this point. If you're unfamiliar with the mode, you eventually do not get that immediate rebirth back in. Oh, and a little bit of trouble here working their way back into zone, trying to play the slow side of the circle. See if they can find a way to come through. How about this? Leonard Fournette finds himself teamed up with the majority of Team Falcon. So good, Shifty in the mix with him.
Ni de coña si es el nuevo o el viejo, ¿sabes?
Peacekeeper in hand too, being able to take down Scump. Oh, Scump did slide away, but still does get pinched by Shifty there. And there we have it, Leonard, Hisoka, and Shifty also win this other game here of Haven's Hollow, displaying it and winning it around the chapel side. You love to hear. Happy cheers. All right. He's feeling himself.
That's the Falcons' energy right there, though.
Yeah.
That's the Falcons' energy right there.
¿Qué voy a hacer yo? ¿Qué voy a hacer yo? ¿Qué voy a hacer yo? Yo no, ¿qué voy a hacer yo, chicos? No me culpa.
You know, I just want to throw a little shout out into the mix too. You know, talking with the devs and hearing them. This feels like there's a different level of like aura and pride surrounding every element of this COD Next, where they really feel like this may be one of the giants in the history of Treyarch releases, talking about the content depth that we're seeing not just on launch, but especially building even further into Season 1. I mean, this is going to be a really fall into early winter for Call of Duty fans.
I love that you said that shift because you know I've been gleaming about it. The fact that we have global progression with this content, like it doesn't matter if you're playing
y si esta vez el Call of Duty les vuelve a generar 3.000 millones al trimestre en skins, pues seguirán sin intentarlo. Dirán, no, ¿para qué? Cópiame lo mismo que el año pasado, pero con nuevas, ¿sabes? Con otro aspecto, ya está.
And there's something about finding your first Warzone victory on a new map, but can you go back to back?
Ooh.
That's got to be the goal. I mean, these guys, if you've followed their streams, you know that these guys look to try to string together a win after a win after a win. And, ooh, Redman's actually showing up in the proximity chat, so we may have a couple of Goliaths in the Warzone space facing off if they end up meeting here outside of research.
Yeah, well, I have loudness EQ with my IEMs and...
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
That's a good comment. All right. Well, being able to, of course, pinpoint those opponents as you see outside the research center. If you're wondering, the research center is far east of this map, and of course, prepare for battle. Corsair, the official gaming partner and cultural partner of Call of Duty.
Yeah. These guys are going hard. Not that it's a surprise, but they're not even commenting like the proc chat in game. Like these guys must have downloaded external software.
¿Quieres jugar a esto? Juega allá porque es lo mismo.
We're locked in here.
Lo único que te cambian son las skins de las armas y tal, ves que se ven distintas, parecen más modernas y tal.
I love just kind of just like looking at ground loot, right? We're seeing a lot of the legendary MXR17, which almost kind of looks like gives me HVK vibes for BO3.
¿Cómo que no te han dado la clave, tío?
To what some players decided
¿Cómo que no te han dado la clave? Te están timando.
Quite popular with Mountaineer, Quick Fix, and
te la mandan en privado, en un mensaje privado. Abre el canal oficial también por si acaso. Pero bueno, te la mandan en privado. ¿Vale? Te la mandan en privado, si te dan clave. Que a mí ya me ha llegado y ya la he canjeado. Como la del Battlefield, te la mandan en privado. ¡Te la mandan en privado! ¿Por qué lo hacen así ahora? Pues no sé por qué lo hacen así, pero parece que es una costumbre. O sea, que las claves van a llegar en privado y tú ahí la copias. Bueno, copias todo el texto, no tengo que copiar todo el texto, pegarlo en otra web, copiar solo la clave, ¿sabes? En notificaciones.
Regain situation where you have these hot spots, but then regain spots, and it's kind of like a blend of both internally in the map, but it's like it's not too much.
Yo te lo muestro, tú vas a tu Twitter. Mira, te vas a tu Twitch, ¿no? Que es el mío, te vas a tu Twitch, ¿no? Y aquí está la corona, ¿ves que está la corona? Pues al lado hay una caja, ¿verdad? Pues en esa caja, te la dan en esa caja.
Not today.
You even saw the head shake too.
¿La habéis visto o no la habéis visto?
I mean, I cannot believe what I just saw. He had every advantage in that gunfight.
Al lado de la corona, en notificaciones,
But again, Omni movement,
le dais ahí un clic.
And now a chance to
Vale.
move deeper into the central
En el móvil yo creo que más o menos igual, pero no sé.
I believe last year these were our first.
Tiene que estar a la derecha o a la izquierda, ¿sabes, Borja? Por ahí estará. Buscar esto. Buscar esta cajita. Le dais un clic y te dirá, ya tienes para recoger tu tucutucu. ¿Sabes?
How dare you do that to him? Breaking his arm like that, Repulse? Come on now. This is context.
This is sick. And you know, it's interesting because here's another point.
¿No te ha llegado aún?
Just to kind of put it into some visual identity for you all at home. It is just like, it's not going to be the same that you've seen across things like Rebirth Island in the past, where like, you can deep dive, try to regain, like, to jump back in. Like it's going to force you to play inside the map.
Entrar en la página oficial por si acaso también.
Which I think also builds towards a more frenetic pace. You kind of you heard that word be used a lot by the devs. Like a lot of these POIs are very chaotic. You've got a lot of central points that you can fight over, but also on the exteriors, places like train station, places like coal depot, are going to force a lot of teams to continue to fight even when they're not at full strength.
Those buy stations really make a difference too, as far as where you're regaining and you know, what teams could be holding them down or locking it in. Repul's able to get some information. UAV you can see on the map, being able to locate enemies as it's
en total una hora tienes que ver.
UAV we got
Yeah,
going
you
on
got
here.
advanced right now. Yeah, so you would feel like this POV is going to be a fun one to watch through the foreseeable future. Trying to single-handedly hunt down a team of 3 in front of them. Smokes are out. Hunt is on. Looks like this could be a third-party situation as well. And, well, no need for it, as Repulse is just doing it all himself. So, again, you're seeing some of the most experienced Warzone players really just running and gunning at the moment. Small moment of hesitation as Breadman takes him down. But, you know, the other thing about this map that, you know, especially coming off of taking a look at maps like Rebirth Island, which is currently one of the big favorites for Resurgence, is that you do have levels of elevation, but it's hilly. It's not like these dramatic inclines where you see zip lines are necessary. You know, I think that it leads towards
esa es otra. Acordaos que la última vez pasará como en el
I love that you
Battlefield.
say that, because it's like I'm thinking, okay, I don't have to break my neck looking up at peak or like
Sabes que se calculará.
it's not too high. It's almost seems
Pero bueno,
just
no te preocupes.
level.
Una vez tengas la clave,
Some of these buildings,
¿sabes? O hayas visto una hora y hayas reclamado tus dos teniendo las cuentas logueadas, no te preocupes que la puedas activar en cualquier
Nonetheless,
momento.
I agree with you. It does seem very like blended out. It's not too much in terms of verticality. Did I just see 19?
I saw 19 for Repulse. So, these guys are holding nothing back at the moment. Fun stuff. And we're going to start to seek another late game situation. And like even just looking at them on the drop in, like yes, you've got these central areas that are going to be a little bit difficult to kind of use that kind of more floating UAV style, but the map it feels open. Like there are a lot of transitionary spaces that you could get caught on. So one of those things you got to be a little bit more cautious of as we head on over to Teep, playing with Isaac and Crowder. These 3 boys were vibing yesterday, very close to one another in their setups during the tech test. For some reason, I can't say the words tech test together.
It's gonna be a tongue twister. Oh, shots on. I believe that was that Chrissy down below. Napalm strike you see coming inbound, but I love the fact of kind of like this utilization, right? You mentioned that open area and rotating out. I feel like that's where we see players use a lot of stim shots, smokes, using those utilities to get across.
Yeah, and that's familiar, right? And that's kind of what we've been talking about a lot through COD Next, is how much of the game feels familiar but uniquely different. You're going to start to see like the things that we've been building over the course of at least the last year in Warzone will still apply. It just comes down to how can you utilize new movement techniques, and maybe even more so again with tac sprint being a thing you have to really perk into. It's going to change.
No me gusta nada que sea más de lo mismo que aburrimiento.
I don't know. It feels like looking, especially at our most experienced players, it feels like they're already locked in, and they're no stranger to what they're already seeing in the gameplay form.
Correct.
I
think we saw TP there a little bit with the LMG, the MK-18 being one of them, but another elimination we got here, using a body shield.
Movement King who? I'll show you movement, Joe. I'll show you movement.
We're seeing too much of this tactical plays here, but nonetheless, you kind of see that big game bounty going in, and I think the boys are going to go towards Ryda there, who you can kind of see the big game bounty running away.
Yeah, they're on the way. You heard the calls. They're hunting.
Oh, they're on my level.
I think especially knowing that early circle days, you were going to lose the resurgence timer here in a moment, but you've got a 3v2, and yeah, there goes Joe, there goes Brett. Looking for the last, good nade, but not enough. Ryder will fall. And the Resurgence does get disabled in that moment, so Biffa will pop the advanced UAV, and now it's on to the hunt for the next one. Although I do believe Joe may have just spawned right back in again, so maybe a chance for that team that they found as victims to regain.
I have to say, visually, Mansion looks so clean, especially with the hardwood floors.
Yeah.
And again, there's not a lot of dark spaces, dark corners where players have talked about. Sometimes it's visually hard to see enemies and opponents, but I just visually again, have to stress, even inside buildings, how good it looks.
Yeah. It's just, everything feels so clear. And the other word that we've heard the dev team talk about a lot is lighting.
Yeah.
How much focus they put on the exterior versus the interior of certain areas. And you're right, again, dark contrast versus light bodies. Other areas that feel like you have an idea or an opportunity to utilize cover, but it's still like you're not incognito, I guess I should say. Like you're not camouflaged by the environment around you. And it's just, I think that's something that people find a lot of fun with, being able to know where your fight is going to be, and it feels like you're on an even footing. And there it is, another look back over towards the Z-Rex and what this area starts to look like, especially, again, that big open dome, that big atrium, where that natural lighting can still illuminate a lot of these dark corners.
Still providing that realism element to the game, and we just love to see that. So kind of just, I think I believe this squad here, Repulse, Biffle, Lucky, they kind of cleared everything out, but just making sure, still kind of as we roam through Mansion side.
Yeah, 3v1 situation, so they're going to get a win here. But Repulse is going to have some clips to send to Twitter later. that much we know.
I was like, man, they went through everybody so
damn fast. I was like, yeah, you're right. I didn't even realize that.
Yep.
One player
wait, they're going for the dedicated melee kill. This is part of the TCL Power Hour. They're going for the dedicated melee kill. If you want a 27-inch TV, get loud in chat, because this is what you need. They're on the hunt. Get there, run there, sprint, get there. Biffle, do it.
Esto lo pueden hacer ahora mismo en cualquier
Do it,
Warzone de
Biffle.
las peñas.
We want televisions. Yeah!
Oh, man.
Bro. Oh, we love it. That's a perfect way to take a momentary pause. Biffle Repulse lighting things up here on Haven's Hollow. We'll be back. More Warzone coming up. Don't go far.
AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller. Check out the latest Embody gaming colorways at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Xfinity customers get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Visit xfinity.com/rewards to claim your code today. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize, a trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today.
And those were our first ever matches on Haven's Hollow here at Call of Duty Next. Amazing action, the dedicated melee. We got the enhanced body shield kills. We're excited to welcome back Matt Christak from Hyman Studios to talk a bit more about this map's design. Matt and maps. Man, I'm like so hyped from watching those matches that I can't talk. We were screaming back here, but we're definitely getting that small town, sense of Americana on this map. How did you guys think about building Haven's Hollow for Resurgence?
Yeah, so first and foremost with Resurgence maps, we really want like a fast-paced, high action map, good flow, really interesting routes, for movement. We want to support, all the various play styles that, players want to engage with. And we really wanted to have a good balance between, our power positions, just our cover density, and just spots for people to regain.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Rebirth Island was also based on a zombies map. Shout out to Mob of the Dead. So this is something that we've tried before, and players have really enjoyed it in the past. Excited to see what you guys have cooked with this.
Yeah, Mob of the Dead was great.
Yeah. We know those zombie fans.
Got them zombie fans.
But now we got the Warzone folks playing it. So we're getting back into a little bit more live gameplay in just a second, but I have a few more questions for you, Matt. I know there have been some key areas of focus on this map. What can you tell me about what is going to make Haven's Hollow really stand out as an experience?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, when you look at it, right, the visuals, it's bright,
Yo
it's
solo estoy viendo más de lo
colorful, you've
mismo.
got this amazing foliage that's kind of in there.
Mira, me estoy intentando fijar, pero solo veo lo mismo con distintas skins. Y lo mismo, el kill lo mismo, tiene el mismo loot y la misma mierda. Y te tiras otra vez por el mismo
sitio. We've
sitio.
hand-placed, to try to curate those long lines of sight.
Publicidad solo pausa encima porque todas las... Exacto, todos los estos no se pueden participar aquí. Buenas tardes, Chesito.
The flow kind of going through these spaces to make sure that it's easy for players.
Hola, Raúl77. Emoticono cara feliz.
So I think for me, where I'm looking at a game as a player,
Pues a ver, la campaña pues la disfrutaremos seguro, pero
it does feel like
yo como voy a pagar, o sea, yo ya te digo, este año no me lo compro ni. Lo voy a jugar el mes que pague el Game Pass, ¿vale? Y punto, tío. Y porque he jugado todos los Call of Duty desde que salió el 1, ¿sabes? Y para mí es una saga pues importante en la vida, aunque la hayan destrozado y sea un desastre. Que no ni lo jugaría. Si no estuviese en el Game Pass y me tendrás que pagarlo entero, no lo juego.
9 challenges while being in the midst of all the chaos, all the frenetic energy of Warzone. With these 9 challenges, again,
Y una vez acabe el mes,
for you at
si
home
quiero
to
jugar,
win a
Warzone.
27-inch TCL QD LED monitor, and we've already seen a handful. We've seen the dedicated melee, the combat X build that came through, and the vehicle elimination that you wanted to. So yes, make sure you post on X, include the hashtags listed, and also scan that QR code to get entered for a chance to win the 27G64 monitor from TCL. Sorry we didn't necessarily get
no
to
eres
see
de Estados
these
Unidos no
on
puedes
our field today,
participar, o
but
sea
I know
que
you're
estás
looking forward to
jodido,
it. We still have a
ni
lot
para
more
el
challenges
ordenador,
going.
ni para la tele, ni para la máquina de chicles, ni para nada.
It's still okay if it's free, it's me, right? But the opportunities will go ahead and see Crowder getting overloaded there. I think that was Benny, Essential, and Zyro, but I love this map, and I just love the fact that they talked about really catering to all different types of play styles.
Yeah, and it's just like one of those things that we kind of hinted towards it.
Otro año
I
con
will
un
say
Call
it's
of
fun to
Duty.
see that kind of extra level of depth being provided by the dev team, talking about the things that we're just automatically noticing. Like I think you and I as commentators, we often take a look to see how does the map kind of flow? What are the players able to do, like, without hesitation, without obstacle hurdling? And it really feels like this map has provided a lot of fun and again, just a lot of open visibility to allow these generic moments to kind of come through. And again, if you're watching these guys fighting for their Warzone win, you need to get yourself a scuff. Gear up for Call of Duty with the official controller of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Next. Get those back buttons, get those interactive triggers, get all the things you possibly need to not end in second like Teep and Co just did.
All right, switching on over though here to Isley Gaming. Let's see what we got picked up. We're on the main street here, which all of these POIs, Main Street being a popular hot spot. Really over on the southwest side of the map, but all of these different POIs again, are just so freaking beautiful, Alan. I can't get over it. I'm just literally mind blown right now.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's just every tree being placed strategically to allow players to get into that flow state. We love that.
Yeah, they really do. Oh, goodness. A little bit of issue right there, but Isley Gaming able to find the elimination. You can capture your gameplay, share the wins with the official creator here of Call of Duty. That's
Es que es lo mismo, tío.
Creating tons of products that just
y el juego del ratón y el gato, ¿sabes? Placas rotas, me escondo, me pongo placas, hago otra vez la placa, la placa y la placa. Y la misma verticalidad del juego es que es lo mismo, tío. O sea, tío, es que me da tristeza, tío. Call of Duty, por favor. Hacer, o sea, volver a ser la referencia de los shooters, por favor. Empezar de cero, tirarlo todo a la basura. Si con lo que habéis ganado en 3 meses,
hola, Naiko-X9. Emoticono cara feliz.
¿Vale? Naiko, un abrazo. Es que es muy fuerte. Solo con lo que han ganado. ¿Vale? En 3 meses. Con skins se pagan 3 o 4 GTAs, ¿vale? O sea, no me jodas. Tenéis dinero de sobra para tirarlo todo y decir, vamos a volver a empezar Call of Duty y vamos a hacerlo de una manera que vamos a volver a ser, ¿sabes? Los referentes en los shooters. Y punto. Y eso es lo que yo, si tuviera yo esa empresa y tuviese esa cantidad de miles de millones, o sea, es que no lo entiendo. Bueno, sí, no lo entiendo. La ambición y querer más, ¿sabes? Siempre. Más dividendos, aunque sabes, aunque vendamos mierda, oye. No, está bien. Antes los juegos no eran así. Los juegos se hacían por pasión. Por supuesto, para ganar dinero. Pero no solo para ganar dinero. La gracia era eso, hacer un producto tan bueno que te haga ganar dinero. No explotar la mierda.
And I think that team that actually was starting to push him maybe had backed down, but
a costa de que todo el mundo hace lo mismo y solo hay mierda en el mercado.
Whoopsies.
It's okay.
Float out in the water. That's fine. It's again ankle deep.
Sí, no, Raúl, yo creo que aquí Microsoft aún no. Esto es, ¿sabes? Juegos que claro, si quieres sacar uno al año, porque solo te basas en sacar skins, entonces tú lo que quieres es no el juego para vender más skins, pues claro, entonces, ¿sabes? Pero yo creo que Microsoft aún no ha podido cambiar mucho el tema y no sabemos si tampoco querrá cambiarlo. Si querrán decir, mira, a partir de este son nuestros Call of Duty, ¿sabes? O siguen con el sistema, oye, si les da dinero a todos, que es lo que les importa, es que no van a tener ni esta conversación, ¿vale? Porque ellos no son gamers. O sea, ellos lo que son finanzas, es todo finanzas, ¿vale? Economistas. Y si en ese aspecto les va bien, es que no se va ni a hablar de esto.
Steiner doing a really good job.
Muy bien, Borja. Muy bien.
Quickly with these gunfights, these engagements. You don't want to hold on. You don't want to basically fight too long. But I will say this all coming soon to Warzone. Operators will get to ride a special edition Polaris vehicle. But in typical COD Next fashion, we decided to go a step further and why not have our creators ride Polaris vehicles.
Me da sarpullido porque es que es lo mismo, tío. Llevamos jugando desde el Warzone 1. Vale, que aquello al menos, ¿sabes? Pues tenía el tema de novedad y nos lo pasamos muy bien. Pero es lo que te digo, lo bonito es eso, que te sorprendan cada año. No que cojan algo que funcionó y empiecen a masticarlo y a devorarlo hasta que es una pasta asquerosa que no, ¿sabes? Ni se reconoce, tío. No, al revés. O sea, hay que seguir, o sea, perfecto. Ahí acertamos. ¿Vale? Sigamos acertando. Sigamos sorprendiendo. Pero porque si no... Un peligro, un peligro. Eso está grabado a 20 km/h y luego, bueno, es que son americanos, están muy locos. Qué guapo, Qué guapo,
Yeah, tons
¿Te
of fun.
imaginas, tío? Yo tendría todas esas
Fans,
mierdas,
of
tío,
course,
si fuera
those that like to
millonario.
go off-roading, you need to get in there and
Mi
enter for a
garaje
chance
sería
to
de
win
coches
your
de
very own
videojuegos y de
Polaris
mierda.
adventure by entering the sweepstakes on the official Call of Duty X account, and of course, using the hashtags right below. You want to get out there. You want to give yourself a chance. We're going to take a brief step out and come back with more action from Call of Duty Next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Descanso. Hora de ir a mear, a descansar.
Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Hamilton, equipped for precision. Hamilton and Call of Duty team up for a special edition Khaki Field Auto Watch. Get yours on November 14th. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy, the official energy drink of Call of Duty. Welcome back to Call of Duty Next, live from Las Vegas. We are excited to have Raven joining us now to talk about some of the key updates coming to Call of Duty Warzone. Welcome Senior Software Engineer Francesco Galletti and Lead Producer Jason Rohde from Raven Software, gentlemen. The Omni Room, welcome.
We're so excited to have you here. We have so much to cover, and we want to hit on all of the updates coming to Warzone. But I want to start out by talking about how Raven is approaching the Warzone experience. We know there's been feedback from the community on prioritizing Warzone. Francesco, what can you share with us?
Absolutely, Stephanie. We've definitely heard that feedback over the last year. The team is hard at work continuing to evolve the Warzone movement. It's not going to be one-to-one with multiplayer this year. But we're obviously trying to have fun, bringing in those elements such as combat role from multiplayer, keeping things fresh and engaging, but at the same time somewhat familiar to returning players.
Sounds extremely like this sounds like fun. Francesco, do you have any sort of fun examples for us on the movement changes?
Absolutely, yeah. So for tactical sprint, we are removing default tactical sprint, and we're increasing the baseline sprint speed to compensate for that. If players are still looking for that tactical sprint, it's not going to be available in the sprint.
And you see, it's a big change.
Nuestra mañana aquí en la casa de Gatito Familia queremos ya algo nuevo y sorprendente.
Movement features coming to Warzone.
Yes,
y con el dinero que tenéis,
introducing the all-new combat role coming to Warzone. It's going to be in the Mountaineer perk, and it's going to be awesome because it's going to let you reduce even further fall damage and keep the momentum as you land.
This is one I've been using a lot.
Oh no, mira, hacer una franquicia nueva,
so to say, falling off too many buildings. But
Jason roasted some of the creators in the room yesterday getting set up. He was like, for all of you out there, I know you have fall damage problems. I got you. Like, we got you covered.
Hey, it happens to the best of us, and now we have a perk to help out with that. Another feature that we want to talk about is loadout customization. So, this is, we saw some of the Resurgence gameplay, and there's a lot of new things happening. Francesco, what can you tell us?
Absolutely, a lot of new things coming for a lot of customization. So we are going to remove wildcards. We are baking in overkill by default for everyone. And also we are having the return of 5 attachments. That's going to make it easier for us to balance and meta based on the feedback.
That is my question. How are you guys approaching to balancing and shifting metas now with these changes?
Yeah, absolutely. Our philosophy this year is to expand on build diversity, making that every attachment choice is going to be a lot more meaningful. Also, we're going to be shifting meta more often, like we said, and make every category for weapons feel a lot more distinct.
Jason, we were talking about this earlier.
En resumen.
Sorry, I have to call.
Que van a intentar que haya menos armas meta o al revés, más armas meta de más categóricas. Ya se pueden sacar más skins.
Of course, like with Warzone, this is a huge thing. Because my friends are endlessly like, what's the best stuff, I'm like...
Porque el desbalanceo es algo importante en este juego. O sea, en estos juegos shooters y más, multijugador masivo es muy importante.
It's fantastic news. All right, so the feature is going to make things a lot easier with the squad. And for content creators as well. I mean, we're seeing these players run as many attachments and stuff as they can now. It's going to be a ton of fun watching them put out content, have a good time, and get us loaded with the best stuff. Speaking of the best stuff, let's throw back over to the casters for some more gameplay. Shift, Dream Crazy. Let's rock.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, gang. We're pumped to continue on with our TCL Power Hour. We've already seen 3 crossed off, and I know there has been some dedicated, intentional action trying to get this done. And we are able to cross off another 2 of the TCL challenges. Again, our creators are trying to complete these 9 challenges while being in the middle of Haven's Hollow. Once these 9 challenges are completed, there will be 9 opportunities for you at home to win a 27-inch TCL QD LED monitor. We're jumping back into the gameplay, but before we do, scan that QR code. Post on X, it includes the hashtags CODNEXT and, of course, that TCL on there to make sure you are properly entered to have a chance to win. Because I'll tell you, we were floating around when they were in the dev studio, and I was hearing people saying, like, what do we got? What do we need to get still? Because these guys, they don't want to just win. They also want to get this TCL Power Hour completed.
I think we only had 2 more left, too. We have an Echo unit and a C4 elimination.
We got those.
We got that.
We got to get those.
Easy. As well, we're coming on here with probably a quick win, maybe a streak. Only 1 player left. His pros is trying to pin him down, but...
Es que es lo de siempre, tío.
Oh, they're in a little trouble.
Hostia puta. Todos metidos en cajas.
2v3
ahí esperando al círculo.
Flying in still, so...
Y ahora con el sniper ese que atraviesa todo, ya veréis. Ahora no lo está enseñando porque si no verían que el juego está roto. Pero con el sniper ese que lo atraviesa todo y ve a través de todo, pues ya está.
Shots coming in, pros, nowhere to go. Not quite able to get over the finish line by the look of it. 1 teammate floating back on in, but it's only a matter of time. Unfortunately, not able to find the Warzone victory here, but so close.
I'm trying to use this tip shot to get away. Oh, there we go.
Look at this.
Feeling good about that first win.
No way!
Wait, what?
Dirty! That was so sick.
Does it count?
Does it count? Yes, it does. Dirty, it counts.
Claro, comando.
But it was through a wall. Like, what are we talking about?
That's the VS Recon too. We've been talking about that sniper, even seeing it in Warzone, how strong it is. And these players are getting ready to load up into a game yet again. Oh, Alan. I really, the one thing I'm also anticipating, as the devs did talk about it, right? We have overkill permanently.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that at least I'm kind of locked into, what I'm noticing is how clear in the UI when you see players with their loadouts, you can see what 5 attachments they're going with. So not only can you get the ability of being able to share your loadouts across your communities or across your friend group, by using the build share,
eso de poder compartir todos los modificadores con un número propio, ¿sabes? Si puedes meter ese directamente el arma se te configure. A ver, para un multijugador así con muchas opciones, lo veo, ¿sabes? Para incluso igual el Tarkov. Lo vería, ¿sabes? Así directamente tú puedes tener tu libreta con tus armas configuradas y directamente en cualquier momento pones ese código, ¿sabes? Y la tienes. Podría haber algo lógico desde hace 27 años.
Which is pretty, like, I feel like the only, like, central, most, like, POI here, but kind of just taking a first peek and gander. Kind of right here at the stables, the barn, you can kind of see it's a quick loot, and you got a buy station nearby, and also one into the northwest area too as well. So maybe we can catch some enemies rotating over.
Little echo usage right there from Sophie. Again, just kind of utilizing some of the different utility points that come in with Black Ops 7 across the board. We haven't really seen too much of it, but I want to see some more sight grenade usage. I know when Miles was first telling me about the sight grenade, I was like, brother, I will be absolutely debated when I get to buy. I'm shooting everything. People will be looking at me like I'm crazy, but I'm excited for that little bit of new deployable utility coming into the game as well. Oh, we already got our first body shield here. Let's go.
Okay, this is happening way too much here today. These guys are having so much fun. I will tell you what, but kind of just taking a look at the elimination.
Oh, it's
there.
Hex.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, Hex, brother.
Again?
You know, I saw his post on X earlier today. He was posting a Black
Ops 7 sniper montage.
Happy 18th birthday because he was looking
no, es que es una lógica. Es lo que os he dicho. Han hecho un mapa reveal de Warzone. Bueno, bien. Hace 5 años o hace 7 años, pues bien. Pero ahora, tío, ¿qué estamos hablando, tío? De nuevo Call of Duty,
that is going to be featured here in the beta. so much.
And I have to say again, like I just love the clarity, and it's kind of like the unsung hero of like developers, like just shouting out the UI UX directors.
¿Cómo van esas? ¿Ya tenéis los códigos?
What does she have in her Peacekeeper?
Sí, Scorpion, sí, lo ha comprado.
Great stuff.
Sí,
As we
sí.
lock back on in, sitting comfortably
Sí,
as
sí,
Sophie
sí.
Snaz with her Herman Miller gaming chair.
Y han dicho que van a promover la IA para ahorrar costes.
Your setup and game a little bit longer, a little bit more comfortably. As Sophie locks
Y a
on
saber, a
eliminations.
saber.
That scump that gets down. So, wow, Hex gets body shielded. The King gets shut
Igual
down.
simplemente lo hacen para ganar dinero.
Ladies are frying.
O
And I love the decision
efectivamente,
making that they're
de paso
choosing here.
aprovechan para hacer un poco de
take that engagement.
propaganda.
I mean, take a laugh, take a video, and laugh
Propaganda,
about who you just
¿sabes?
eliminated. But you can see they're kind of quickly going towards the mansion side, because if you notice behind them, there's a little bit open area. There's a street side, so they just kind of want to get into that cover.
Bueno,
and, switching on board here with
en resumen, tener más dinero y más poder, que es lo que más le gusta. Vale. Andrés, Watch Dogs, qué bueno el Watch Dogs, qué bien lo pasamos con el Watch Dogs, O sea, qué pena el Legion, Qué pena el Legion, sobre todo creo yo por la ciudad elegida. Es que Londres, uff. Sin embargo, hostia, San Francisco, Grande, Andrés. Seguiremos jugando aventuras. Esperemos muchísimos años y que hagan cosas buenas y volvamos a los buenos tiempos. Grandes, Andrés. Grande.
Make sure you get your hands on one of those limited editions. Right? Again, we've been wearing them. They're comfy. They're sick.
Sí, claro, es que a ver, esa gente. Me explico. Claro que es sospechoso todo lo que suele hacer la gente así, con demasiado poder, y porque no nos enteramos de nada, si no, fliparíamos. ¿Sabes? Porque como viven en otro mundo.
With 144
Hz native refresh rate and AMD FreeSync Premium Pro. Pero bueno, en resumen, el que yo te digo, más dinero y más poder, que es lo que
Experience the
quiero. Y
world
más
of Call
control.
of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Operators, get ready to ride the special edition Polaris Razor Pro R and Sportsman XP 1000 vehicles, dropping soon into Call of Duty Warzone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Jason Francesco, welcome back. We've got more Warzone intel to get through.
Jason, we saw a peek at this in the live gameplay, but there are some changes coming to how perks work in Warzone. It seems to be right in line with the approach we talked about earlier that Raven is prioritizing the Warzone experience with gameplay updates. What have you guys been cooking on perks?
Yeah, we are continuing to restructure and update perks across Warzone to create a more balanced experience while focusing on player agency that will fit a variety of gameplay styles. We have the tack sprint going to the sprinter perk. We talked about that earlier. That's also going to be bringing in some elements of gung-ho, which is really exciting. We also have the ghost perk, which will now hide players from advanced UAVs at the cost of a less forgiving movement situation.
And also we can't forget the all-new adaptive perk that merges old elements from previous perks like Resolute and Reflex into a brand new perk, feeding you the edge in sticky situations.
Okay. Jason, sounds like we've got to make some pretty serious choices when it comes to our loadout now.
Yeah, across the board, we've cleaned up perks so that are either redundant or were just rarely used. Our data showed that not enough of them were leading to meaningful loadout decisions. So when it comes to looking at those perk categories, we are looking at like the tracker and survivor perks going to slot 3, or the alertness perk going to slot 2, and we believe some of those perk categorization changes are going to lead to more impactful and balanced loadout decisions.
Jason, with a game like Black Ops 7, we got new toys, new gear, new lethals, new tacticals. It feels like we're thinking a little bit more strategically about what is coming to Warzone. We haven't just thrown all the toys in right away, right?
Yeah, we want to bring what makes sense into Warzone. We want to make sure it fits the modes, the gameplay. The first thing we're bringing over is the needle drone. So the needle drone will be replacing the impact grenades. It is still an impact explosive, but it's providing a little bit more utility for players.
¿En qué momento ganaron los malos?
You can do manual control and detonations.
This one's really fun. We've had a lot of fun with this in
You
playtest.
can get some fun moments out of it. We also have the pinpoint grenade. You can consider this one sort of a snapshot 2.0. it will shoot out tags that'll be longer duration, multiple pulses, and if you're one of the unfortunate people who gets tagged, you have to choose of, am I going to run out the timer, or am I going to be vulnerable, take out the tag, and try to get to safety?
Choices, choices, choices. As players, we love it. Francesco, what's your favorite tactical?
I gotta go with the Phantom Signal. It's the first tactical that's Warzone only. And it's going to cause up to 3 enemies in a 40-meter radius to emit directional sound. It's going to create a lot of chaos in the battle and some really cool moments.
And scrambling the HUD, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, go.
All right, Jason, let's talk about field upgrades because there are some great ones coming.
Yeah, we have to talk about the Echo unit. It is creating a hologram that mimics the operator in almost every way. Their skin, their stance, their weapon. It's a upgrade to the inflatable decoy in a lot of ways, and it will get you. It has gotten me many times in our playtest.
I've seen it getting people, here at Next already in gameplay, but I've heard the Warzone teams talking about how there are more opportunities for counterplay in this chapter. What can you give us some examples?
Yeah, the teams really want to go after more intentional counterplay, right? So starting off, we have the smoke grenades, which will remove. Extinguish the fire from a Molotov, and we also have stems, which will remove the effects of concussion and flash grenades. So we really want to continue to go after some of these rock, paper, scissors beats as seasons drop, where it makes sense.
It's really cool. I mean, a lot more sort of ability here with stuff that's already existing in the game. Awesome. I want to know what's in those stems.
Bueno, eso que las cosas sean reactivas unas con otras, me parece algo bien y que creo que ya tendría que haber estado hace mucho tiempo en otros juegos. Pero por ejemplo, una bomba de humo de algo. Pero no lo sé, habría que estudiarlo.
Continues as we need to see. Are these last two going to come through? We saw the Echo unit get utilized. So
que pongan una nueva bomba criogénica, ¿sabes? Que te ralentice y que pueda apagar el fuego, ¿sabes? Por ejemplo, cuando tiran... Son cosas muy rápidas, ¿no? Pero cuando tiran un molotov a alguien cuando está tumbado para rematarlo, ¿no? Tú tiras la de hielo, la apagas y salvas a tu compi. Pero serían situaciones un poco, ¿sabes? ¡Fuego! ¡Hielo! ¡Hielo! ¡Fuego! Pero... podría estar bien, hostia.
TCL power hour completed.
Yo no sé cómo les cuesta tanto hacer todo.
Holy smokes! Are we talking about smokes that negate Molotov damage? That was an amazing segment about some of the changes that's coming to Warzone in terms of tactical and utilities, using a stim to basically remove the effects of a stun. Absolutely amazing stuff.
And it's not just like the thing that I really found inspiring, like hearing from the
¿sabes? Una cortona fría también te oculta de las visiones térmicas. ¿Sabes? Aparte de quitar el fuego, también te oculta de las visiones térmicas. ¿Sabes? ¡Y pum!
This is, I think, an effect that comes with the ability to look directly at what you just did in this last year for Black Ops 6 and say, you know what? That perk, a little redundant. That perk, not all that well used. This ability, this could be better, and then immediately be able to affect it. And I just love that ability to just completely rubber band and come back to what the community has said in the last 365.
A mí lo que me jode es que me están dando de pizza, porque me sacan ahí las pizzas, ¿sabes?
So, as you start to get ready for the beta, make sure you stay hungry. Little Caesars, the official pizza of Call of Duty. As we see another Warzone victory take place, Legends is surprised. He's like, wait, that's last team.
It's like these players are getting so locked in. It's just you don't even realize sometimes you just want to go around the map and fly around, get into that flow state, as you mentioned. The developers intentionally placing every single tree even to make it perfect for our players. They are listening to the community feedback, and we are coming out with a really great product.
And so far, we've seen a ton of absolutely wild plays throughout Call of Duty Next. So we're going to take a moment to check out today's top plays presented by AMD.
Right, well, this was one that we had saw with Scump getting pinched here in this situation. And of course, Leonard Shifty and Ahsoka taking the dub.
You see even just bouncing in the background, just the excitement, the joy that comes through. We heard some words shared by Leonard Fournette, but Aiden, what happened? Hello? I mean, off the mantle, shots are there, but gets absolutely destroyed That so far, I think, has been one of my top plays, just individually, and Repulse on the other side shows the joy of what exactly just unfolded. We'll see you on Reddit.
How about this snipe, though, from Dirty? Trying to 360, boom! And right in there, displaying the snipers. That's to come with the BS Recon, a win for Dirty and crew.
FaZe doing FaZe things. We're going to skip over to a quick break. 360, not quite no scope, but Dirty pop it off as we had to break. Come back with more.
Ya estos los tienen jugando ahí. Pero ese.
You're invited to the Little
Yo creo
Caesars
que cada uno
Call
va
of
por un
Duty
lado.
Challenge.
Mira, otra vez. No,
Open the
tío.
Little Caesars
Mira que
app,
estaba pensando.
accept and
Si
complete
me
the
vuelven a
challenge,
sacar lo de la pizza,
you might
tío.
win a copy of the new
Me
Call
cago
of
en
Duty
la
Black
puta.
Ops 7. You'll
No me
also be
jodas,
entered
tío.
for a
Que
chance
soy
to win
débil,
the grand
tío.
prize. A
Vale.
trip to an Activision studio
Soy
to
débil.
squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty challenge today.
We are back with our developers.
Bueno,
because
familia,
it's
¿cómo van
time to
esos
talk about
drops con esas
the
claves,
iconic
chicos?
Welcome, Assistant Creative Director Carl Beauregard from Beanox.
Vale.
What can you share us on the updates coming to
No creo que les falte mucho.
A lot,
No sé
actually.
cuánto dura
But
esta
first,
mierda,
I just
pero-
want to say that I'm really grateful to be here to represent so many great people who are working on Verdansk across the world.
Pues vosotros ya sabéis que si han
Together,
enseñado todo,
we
igual ya
love
empiezan a
Verdansk, just
cerrar.
like our players. And we really wanted to make sure that for Season 1, we deliver really impactful changes to the map. So, together, Beanox, Raven, and High Moon, we've delivered not one, but two major point of interest. The first one is a brand new signal station, and the latter is a remastered factory.
Qué raro, un remaster,
Well, I
¿eh?
think we're infilling as we speak,
Verdad.
but let's take
Vuelve
a look
verdad.
at
Qué
the updated
sorpresa.
TAC map.
Con dos nuevas localizaciones. Te agradece, hombre. Yo una o dos veces lo probaré. Pero no creo que haga que la gente se vuelva a divertir como antes. Eso es lo que decíamos antes. Dices, o sea, sí, ya nos sorprendisteis con verlas. Ya lo pasamos muy bien. Pero otra vez, tío, es como volver a Vietnam siempre. No volvemos siempre a Vietnam, tío.
You just saw the server room. There you go, we're back at
¿Entendéis,
it.
no?
It's really just a nice addition to the north section of Verdansk.
I was going to say, I mean, like the map, it looks great, and I love the addition, but why this area of the map?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, we saw that players really love military base, but it's also isolated in the north, right? And so we wanted to breathe life in an area that hasn't seen much action lately. So that's why.
Yeah, it sounds extremely cool. And one thing that I love is just we're seeing it around us now.
Yep.
But knowing that's good, that visual and the height is going to draw people into this POI. Hopefully, some players are going to drop there today. We're going to get a look. But I think you mentioned earlier that there's a unique feature in store for us with Signal Station.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled to talk about it, really. Signal Station will introduce what we call the tactical heat map. It's a feature that gives you crucial information on the battlefield.
Machetos incrustados, machetos
Basically, in a
incrustados.
nutshell, it shows the threat level all around you on the TAC map.
¿Ves? Es lo que os digo,
We're
tío.
getting a look at it here. So the tactical heat map is not in this build here at Next.
So here you can see it, the entire Verdansk displayed in front of you. You have it, that's your
Vamos, que
personal
la peña
version
vaya
where you
por
can
ahí,
see
la
where most
saco.
players are. It's really useful.
It looks really useful. It's giving, again, us as players a lot of choice. We can make, informed decisions based on a little bit of information around us.
Yeah. We wanted to add a strategic gameplay element as we introduced Signal Station. So that's what we've done. If you're an aggressive player, you can go there and use the heat map to go towards the red zones to get those high kill games. And if you want to play tactical, you can go towards the green ones or the yellow ones. You choose your own pace with the heat map. And that's what we love about it. And it actually gives a true reason to go at Signal Station.
Yeah, you're coming at it. We need the intel. You want to get that edge as a player. I know our sweaty players are going to be there looking for, where to head for more kills early in the match.
Yep.
But a reminder, what we're seeing here at Next is an alpha build of Warzone. So like I said, that heat map is not available today in this build, but something that players are going to be able to jump into at Season 1, which is very exciting.
It is. It is.
Now, it's not the only POI we have to talk about in Signal Station. Looks great, but there is another whole different POI happening on Verdansk for Season 1, and that is Factory. Carl, Factory sounds cool as well, Steph.
Yep.
Yeah, we are very excited to welcome back Matt Christek from High Moon Studios. Matt, some people might be a little bit familiar with Factory, but what's new here?
Yeah, so the POI you remember from Verdansk 84 is coming back.
Que sí.
Updated the theme, but we've purposefully kept the
no,
layout the same. So it's
en
now manufacturing rocket components. There's improved lighting. There's improved callouts. There's numbers on top of all the buildings. You can kind of see it from infill.
No sé, es que es como si estuviera presentando los mapas en el estilo frontal.
You kept the same layout, we're going to know our way around, right?
Estos son dos trozos de un mapa que ya hemos jugado millones de veces y que otra vez nos lo vuelven a meter. ¡Hola, toma, pu! Y dices, no me jodas, tío.
It is really cool. This does feel just like.
O sea, viendo de lo malo lo peor, no dices, sí, pero no es lo que, no creo que es lo que la peña quiera.
That looks great.
Yeah.
It looks like some of our players might be dropping in there live. Hopefully.
They're close to Signal Station right now. It's right behind
Claro, una hora, pero si la cosa no funciona, pues a saber.
Yeah, exactly.
La van a liar como se les buguee o se les... La de Battlefield pasó lo mismo, ¿verdad? Y luego a la gente le llegó más tarde y ya está.
We love Butters here.
¿Verdad?
Again, are we going to go Factory off rip? We're going to check out Signal Station? I'm sure they will.
Es que es el mismo avión y todo, ¿sabes? ¿Qué dices, tío?
People are going to be really drawn to Signal Station in infill just because of the vertical.
Es lo que hablábamos, para gente que igual se lo había perdido, las nuevas generaciones, que habían pillado todo esto más adelantado, pues claro, volver a verdad, pero los que lo vimos nacer y ya nos cansamos incluso de él, volver a ver otra vez lo mismo, pues vale, pues igual te lo compro 4 o 5 partidas por Remember, ¿vale? No hablo de la peña que, oye, que sigue disfrutando de los Battle Royale y igual de que al menos le saquen un mapa bueno, ¿sabes? Aunque fuese el mismo de antes, pero mejorado. Al menos me alegro de eso. Pero yo no es lo que quiero. Yo quiero innovación, sorprenderme, como antes, cuando salió un juego nuevo.
Like a great factory that feels good, that Matt just described. And then a brand new addition with Signal Station, as you can see right there on the screen. The beauty of them right now is they're both sharing a similar art direction, so they feel connected visually. So I think at the end of the day, those two additions will really help Verdansk, and that's what we wanted as we look at this map and we wanted to have a beautiful future, right?
Yeah. Now, like I said before, keep in mind alpha build. This is an alpha build of Season 1, so some things might be changing between now and when players can play it at Season 1 launch. And you guys are looking for feedback on this too here at Next, which is awesome. So we might even see some changes, right?
Absolutely. You may see some changes in the future. It's normal. We're looking for feedback here at Call of Duty Next. So we're just very proud of what we've accomplished so far, and we can't wait to see what players do with it.
Guys, can't wait to see the real deal when it comes to Warzone in Season 1. But for now, let's check back in on the TCL Power Hour with our casters.
Miles, thanks so much. Yes, we can confirm that all 9 of our conditions of the TCL Power Hour have been completed, which means 9 lucky folks at home will receive a 27-inch TCL QD monitor.
Y por supuesto el monitor, que no podemos participar nadie, pero como la pizza que no me puedo comer, ¿sabes?
And that's amazing too. Thank you so much to our players for getting those challenges done.
Absolutely, a little bingo shout happened. We went over, we confirmed it. Yep, C4 elimination had happened. So again, make sure you keep your eye out for it, as if you were part of all the signups, you may be eligible to win one of those. But now let's get back to the studio with our devs.
Thank you very much, squad. Oh, we get close every single time with that TCL Power Hour. Okie dokie. Well, Season 1 sounds like it's going to be big for Warzone. Personally, really looking forward to using some of that needle drone. I'm a big fan. Lawrence Metten from Treyarch is back, joining Jason Rhodey now from Raven. And if you know, Lawrence loves a camo. What do we got, man?
I keep hearing this, Lawrence.
Yeah, well, I mean, have we mentioned this game's got camos?
We got camos.
Warzone's got a dedicated camo track just like it did last year, but it's 16 all new mastery camos. Really excited to show them off. Our weapons team has been going
como siempre, la peña que quiera farmear camuflajes,
mastery camos.
Como en todos los Call of Duty,
when it came to, you know, the creator reveal, so
está guapo el de ahora,
Damascus.
Pues tienen otro mes de vicio, ¿sabes?
I love this one.
Starglass is really cool. It feels like the color kind of shifts depending on the light that's hitting it. Looks green here, looks bluish here.
Para todo el mundo tiene que haber, chicos. Para todo el mundo tiene que haber.
That's really fun.
And Jason, I think this is your favorite.
Yeah, I've made it no secret that this is the one I will be grinding for. Absolute Zero looks fantastic.
No sleep till Absolute Zero.
No sleep, not necessary.
Love that translucent barrel, but look at Apocalypse. This is mean.
Gnarly. And I mean, like all final tier mastery camos, wait till you see this thing when it gets fired.
Oh.
Wow. High caliber guns, super fun. Automatic guns, fun to fire with. And this one changes as you play and as you shoot.
This looks amazing. This looks fantastic. But what about camo tracking, Jason? You got an MP in Warzone?
Yeah, I'm stoked to have challenge tracking and the camo hub coming over to Warzone with launch of season 1.
Awesome news. Now, Lawrence, tell us about global progression.
Le están metiendo chetos dentro de los chetos, ajo.
I think this is happening, and I think players should be
Entre el arma que dispara a través de todo. El esto que traquea. Joder, tío, ya no vas a poder jugar a gusto. Dices, tío. Es que claro, si los chetos ya me los integras en el juego, entre los chetos y los chetos integrados, me vas a volver loco, tío.
Challenges in Warzone, a calling card, 100%er grind. All of your favorite global systems are going to be in Warzone starting with Season 1.
Hell yeah, they are. Jason, I just want to hit quickly on playlists too. We know the community is always, you know, asking what to expect. So specifically for Season 1, what can you tell us?
Yeah, with new Resurgence map, we're stoked to say that we want to make sure players are able to play what they want to play. So we will have both Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island available across all squad sizes in a rotation playlist at Season 1 launch.
Sick. Jason, for the competitive folks among us, can I ask about Warzone rank play? Is it happening?
I think I can tell you that Warzone rank play will be coming alongside multiplayer in Season 2.
Really excited to share more about what's coming to both Warzone ranked and MP ranked as we get closer to Season 2 launch.
Well, thank you so much, Lawrence, Jason, Carl, Matt, Francesco. There's so much to look forward to in the upcoming chapter of Warzone.
Oh, man. This is sick. So cool. Like, Warzone Season 1's going to be insane. There's so much going on. But, Steph, we're not done. I see that there is also something we have to talk about. There is a small secret you want to share with the community.
The rumors are true, Miles, because I do have a secret that I would like to share with the community. Because remember back in June, after the Black Ops 7 confirmation, you and we did an episode of the COD Pod.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, where we
shout out to the COD Pod.
Shout out to the COD Pod. No, straight. First up, like, comment, and subscribe. Like, for real. Check that out.
But there was a shot from the teaser that got the community, let's say, you know, pretty excited.
Yeah, okay. Where are you going with this?
And I said, hey, this is indeed a shot from the upcoming Black Ops 7 co-op campaign, right?
Yeah.
So that's the truth. This is campaign gameplay.
Yeah.
This is Avalon.
Yeah.
But what if I told you that two things can be true at once? So I am happy to officially confirm that we are bringing a bold new experience to Warzone in the spring, inspired by the original Blackout and set on Avalon.
Shut the front door, Blackout, baby! We're back! I've got some incredible memories of Blackout with my friends. I do know where you were going with that one.
I punked you. I'm so sorry, but I am so excited to talk about this. And I'm not even done with announcements because the Warzone team is bringing the heat. We have a refreshed take on Rebirth Island coming to Resurgence in early 2026, and we're keeping the home of Battle Royale fresh with more updates coming to Verdansk in the spring. Okay. And with the arrival of our new experience on Avalon, we'll be running both the classic Battle Royale experience on Verdansk,
Sí, no, y la
and
Classic.
this new mode on Avalon.
Ah, qué bueno, tío. Ahí no se han equivocado los jodidos,
More options.
Classic Battle Royale, sí, eso es verdad, tío.
This is a lot, Steph.
Experiencia clásica, su puta madre.
In the next year.
I can't wait to see what the new Blackout looks like, folks. Spring 2026
Sí,
is
sí,
going
lo
to
malo
be
es que al final trae ese tipo de
Up next,
comunidades,
though,
¿sabes?
we've got Call of
Tóxicas.
Duty
Sí, sí.
Mobile live from Las Vegas.
Nada, no pasa
Don't go
nada.
anywhere.
Lo he dicho, este año tenemos Battlefield, tenemos a Raiders, tenemos Call of Duty.
The official
O sea,
CPU and
nos
GPU
podemos
partner
saltar de
of Black
jugar un
Ops
poquito
7.
a todos y ya está. No
Share the
necesitamos.
wins.
Y esperar que a ver si el año que
the
viene
official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller.
son capaces de
Check out the latest
sorprender.
Embody gaming colorways at
Yo cada vez me interesa más por
hermanmiller.com/gaming. Xfinity customers get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Visit xfinity.com/rewards to claim your code
Sí,
today.
si te lo leas en Xfinity, creo que también te dan un código. ¿Vale? O eso, hostia, cada último gallo, esto ya se ha acabado, chicos. Ahí sí que ya se permiten cualquier locura, ¿eh? Puede ser Call of Duty Mobile y no dirías que es un Call of Duty a lo mejor en tu puta vida. Pero en tu puta vida, ¿eh? O sea, hoy en día sí, pero anteriormente ni de coña.
Congratulations to Call of Duty Mobile on 6 amazing years, and I look forward to seeing you all in the game next season.
Ahí ya se permiten cualquier fumada.
6th anniversary Call of Duty Mobile. 2 more years of victories and staying legendary.
Happy 6th anniversary to Call of Duty Mobile. Because if it hadn't launched in
Lo
2019,
flipas,
I don't know where I would be
Lo
today.
flipas.
Feliz 6º aniversario a Call of Duty Mobile.
Y mañana que jugaremos.
Oh my god.
Pues mañana igual. Veremos. Es que hacen los juegos de VR con mucha conversación. Pero tengo el Metro Awakening, que si lo han hecho en español, lo miraré. Puede estar. Mira, es que no parece el Call of Duty, ¿eh? Es una fumada total, tío. Ya.
Welcome back to Call of Duty Next. For over half a decade, Call of Duty Mobile has been the definitive mobile shooter globally. And now, as it approaches its 6th anniversary, it's pretty clear that things are just getting started. I'm talking new gameplay, improvements with new collaborations, and the return of fan-favorite content.
No te digo nada,
And even
amigo.
a brand new way to play. All this and more is coming up today. But
Eso ya
before we
pasó con
dive
el
into the future
Battlefield.
of Call of Duty Mobile, let's keep up with the good vibes going.
Eso ya
as
pasó
we
con
have
el
iHeartRadio
Battlefield.
helping us
Pero
out
bueno,
to
si has
celebrate
visto
6 years with the
Has tenido
official
abierto el
radio
otro por si acaso,
station
no como
on
te he
the
dicho,
free
bueno, que son los
iHeart
mismos.
app. Not only are they
Pero da
bringing
igual,
you the
¿vale?
songs and sounds that level up your game,
Por si acaso.
iHeartRadio is helping us reward players with
Acuérdate que
$1.5
te llegarán
million worth
notificaciones,
of
¿vale?
COD points.
Te llegará
Some serious
exactamente
money, guys.
un mensaje
Now,
que
here's the
dice:
deal.
has
See
recibido
that
una
code
recompensa
below?
para Call of Duty
Scan
Black
it
Ops 7.
right now, and you'll
Open
stream
Beta
the
Code.
official radio
Haz clic
station
aquí
on
para
the
canjear tu
iHeart
código y
Each
ahí te
scan
sale
of the
tu código.
QR code and each view of this stream counts towards the progress
Pero bueno,
bar
ya te
down
digo
below.
que si tú has visto
So
una
once we
hora,
reach
estás,
100%, we
tienes
will
las
be
cuentas
rewarded
linkeadas.
the
Acordad
COD
de
community
linkear las
with
cuentas, ¿vale? Como os he dicho
$1.5
antes.
million worth of COD points. Serious
Y
money,
toda la
a lot of
pesca, no os
serious stuff to
preocupéis
talk
porque
about.
lo tienen
But
que
join me
mandar.
to share all of the big news,
Las
all of the
irán
big things
enviando,
happening on
¿sabes?
the
Lo que
small
pasaba en el
screen. We have
Battlefield
Matt Lewis,
y
Vice
en muchos
President at
otros juegos que ha
Solid
pasado más
Studios,
veces.
and Leo Yao, head
Es
of Team
que
G3
iban
Studio.
mandando,
Gentlemen,
¿sabes?
thanks for
Como por
coming.
oleadas.
Can you tell me, what are we about to see? What's
Aunque
going
te la
down in
tendrían que
Gana?
mandar cuando pasa una hora, van mandando oleadas, igual te llegan a las 2 horas,
time modes, the
a
return of
las
some
3
classics,
horas.
and towards the end, something pretty special.
Lo importante,
You know, Leo, we've worked on this game for close to a decade, which is just crazy. And I feel like what we've tried throughout
es
the
eso,
years,
es tener
some
las
really
cuentas
different things,
linkeadas,
different
la de
experiments.
Activision y la de
One of the
Twitch.
through lines, the consistent
ahora
elements, has just
directo,
been
pum.
making sure we're just a definitive AAA mobile shooter.
Yeah, to me, the core of Call of Duty in general is movement and gunplay.
Early on in development, we spent over a year.
Claro, es que para ellos ahora mismo Call of Duty, lo están diciendo, es eso, ¿sabes? Ese movimiento omnidireccional, tanto, claro, es como en el móvil, ¿sabes? Es todo muy fluido, muy...
Getting that Call of Duty feeling right off mobile.
Y si quieren seguir por ahí, pues vamos a tener mucha mierda de esta mucho tiempo, ¿sabes? Lo que flipo yo es que a veces parece más currado lo del móvil que lo de PC, ¿sabes? Que lo de... ¿Qué dices? ¿Cómo puede ser, tío? O sea, ¿cómo es posible, tío? Que a veces mole más lo que hacen en el puto móvil, ¿sabes? Que,
Collection is just so special.
No tiene
we
ningún
have
sentido.
gameplay, I think, from like a dozen different COD titles, plus a bunch of... It is. It's just crazy.
No lo
And, like, when you
entiendo,
think of the
¿verdad?
hit list, you can load into
Eso demuestra que a veces se complican demasiado la vida. O sea,
it's just incredible. It's the same for BR too. BR is also awesome. We have these amazing originals like Isolated, and on top of that, just classic bangers like Alcatraz and Blackout.
Yeah, what makes me feel the most proud is the original maps and mods we've created for CODM. But I also think the real magic comes when we take the classics and reimagine them for our players. And one of our biggest and boldest gameplay experience in our history, an experience that follows this recipe, is actually in development.
Hostia, me acuerdo de ese mapa perfectamente. El que este es el pasillo por la izquierda, ¿sabes? Está el helicóptero en medio. Skeleton, o sea, ese helicóptero, ¿os acordáis? Crashla. Pero es muy fuerte, ¿eh? Que aprovechen todo una y otra vez, y una y otra vez, y una y otra vez, y una y otra vez. Yeah. ¿Cómo lo reaprovechan todo últimamente, tío?
Behind the scenes, Timmy and Activision have an incredible team of
ver a la gente jugar en
constantly
tableta
working on new content. We've been dedicated to making amazing blueprints and skins player can earn for free in-game from the very beginning. We really want everyone to earn cool stuff just by playing.
Pasa como en el de Division, ¿sabes?
Making sure playing is really rewarding.
El de Division chino, cada vez que hay un evento, les dan skins y les cambian la zona de Washington, ¿sabes? Dependiendo del evento. Aquí da igual que ese evento sea, que no cambia nada, ¿sabes?
So it's not just a skin, a mythic operator
Ángel, a ver, se puede conseguir. No sabemos si van a estar aún una hora en directito, ¿vale? Porque... bueno, pero yo sí. Sí, igual aún se puede. Igual aún se puede. Quédate una horita viendo el directo, te linka tus cuentas y espera un mensaje. Por si acaso ahorita viene el directo oficial, ¿sabes?
I'll see you on the other side of this trailer, ladies and gentlemen.
Pero igual sí. Yo intentaré estar una hora. Más. A partir de ahora, una hora y ya está. O sea que va, aún hay oportunidad, familia, va. Hagamos el directo. Ahora me dio un momento a cenar. Que tengo hambre. Alexa, comunica. Sí, sí, muy Black Hawk derribado. Muy guapa la película y por cierto hace poco sacaron un tutorial. Un documental nuevo, con los nombres reales y todo lo que pasó. En Netflix. La canción de Gordon. Así se llama, buenísima, ya la tengo en lista de reproducción.
Yeah, we're all super excited about what players are going to start seeing
Hola,
very soon.
Ángel 2018. Emoticono cara feliz.
We've also got some officially celebrating our 6th anniversary for Season 11, but we wanted to extend the celebration by bringing back classic maps and modes that delivered meaningful gameplay changes. For example, the Battle Royale map Isolated at Night, which hasn't been in the game since 2021, is making a huge return. There's also the return of the night maps Hackney Yard, Summit, and Crash, which is something players have been experienced briefly back in 2020, but content like this has been in demand for a while now, and we're bringing them back so new fans can find out what all the hype was about. We're also adding the much sought after Going Dark Battle Pass to the Battle Pass Vault in Season 10.
Yeah, and Season 9 is a really fun season since we got to celebrate Halloween, and you know Call of Duty loves to celebrate Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So the much-loved Haunted Hacienda makes a return, plus Pumpkin Confirmed, an Attack of the Undead modes, and we also have the Super Infected playlist that will be live as well. But of course, the big Season 9 news is our collaboration with WWE superstars Alexa Bliss and Undertaker. They're joining CODM as original operators, so they have their own voiceover, and we incorporated our motion capture technology to emulate their celebrated moves. We also have the Extreme Rules limited time WWE mode, where players can become Undertaker or Alexa Bliss and use their signature finishers to take down opponents.
This is awesome. I mean, anyone who's ever owned a trampoline has dreamt of doing a tombstone pile driver. I can do it on my cell phone now in Call of Duty Mobile. Alexa Bliss, though, this is what a lot of the new fans are fired up for. Her finisher in-game is nasty. The motion capture, what we're seeing right on screen here, this is one of the coolest things that happens in the Call of Duty franchise, and I love that we're seeing it in your game.
Yeah, this was really exciting that Alexa was able to come into the motion capture studio. We captured her likeness, but then she also worked with the team, as you see here, to get down her exact moves perfectly, and it really shows in the game.
So many awesome skins. The operators available. Season 9 has been incredible. The Undertaker is here, and we have so much more coming. When you look at this process, though, how much effort went into bringing WWE to life in Call of Duty Mobile?
Well, it doesn't just happen overnight, that's for sure. So, you know, this was a collaborative effort across all the teams working on CODM and, you know, partnerships between everyone. So it's just so exciting to really see this finally come to life and, you know, to see all the great weapons that we've put out there for this season. I'm just so excited to see that players get to have their hands on it over the next day or so.
And to quote Tim, I mean, Call of Duty does some pretty great stuff with their weapons. I love what you've been building in Season 9.
Recordad que ahora en el de Division tenéis un evento del Rainbow Six Siege.
This has been a blast here at Next. I know the CODM fans are going crazy, and you guys have had so many great partnerships. Are you playing Undertaker or Alexa Bliss first?
I'd probably go with Alexa. She's just so cool. I love her. I love her moves, and she's just so funny. It's really great.
Play and pay. Absolutely. Elizabeth, though, that is not the only partnership we have done. You guys have done so much in this world. Can you tell me about some of the other things you've done?
I know. We've really been having a lot of fun with our in-game content. We had 7 Deadly Sins and Gundam. We had Ronald Acuña's La Bestia bat in the game, and you know, we just celebrated the launch of Mythic Dark Shepherd with DJ Zed, you know, just a couple weeks ago. So it's so fun getting to surprise players with these different collabs, but we're also, you know, making sure that they still feel really true to Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what's next. Let's take a quick look at Season 9 Midnight Rumble hitting Call of Duty Mobile this week.
Well, look who it is. Are you brave enough to come play with me?
I don't know about y'all, but I am ready to rumble after that one. And I hear there's one more surprise that we have in store for the fans for Season 9.
There is, and I think you're really going to like this one. So as part of our 6th year celebration happening this fall, we wanted to bring back the GOAT of Mythic operators. I mean, the GOAT of Call of Duty. And my personal favorite, because he's a fellow dog owner.
Of course.
The one, the only, Mythic Ghost is returning to COD-M in Season 9.
This is going to go like hotcakes, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. Mythic Ghost back in COD-M. So much
no vamos a
news.
hacer un juego basado en esto, súper guapo, con una historia que te cagas. No necesita ni multijugador, no, que va, es una skin.
Call of Duty
Ahí
Mobile
hemos puesto
Radio
todo
on the
el
free
esfuerzo.
iHeartRadio app for the songs
Menos
and
mal que la
sounds
IA la
that
gente
level
empezará a
you
hacerlo
up.
ahora dentro de poco.
Every station star and
Sus
every
propios
next
juegos, a no ser que pongan
helps
barreras, que van a intentar poner barreras.
$1.5 million of COD
No
M
quieren que
COD
crees tú.
points for the entire
Quieren tener el
community.
control.
So lock in, get listening, and level up together. Eligible territories only while supplies last. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black
Odio
Ops
que me
7.
saquen la pizza, ¿vale?
You'll also be entered
Mañana
for
voy
a
a tener
chance
que
to
comer
win the
pizza por
grand
su culpa.
prize. A trip to an Activision studio
Congelada,
to
claro,
squad
pues
up
no
with
tenemos dinero,
George
pero
Kittle in a
mañana voy a
1-hour
comer
epic
pizza
Call
congelada.
of Duty battle. Complete the
¿De
Little
dónde?
Caesars Call of Duty Challenge
Hay
today.
una Consum que quiero probar, pero hostia, es que son casi 6 euros. Y una pizza congelada, joder. A ver, que luego con dos te da para comer y para cenar, ¿sabes? Pero
Log into the web store using your Call
no
of
me
Duty
jodas.
mobile ID and snag your free gift. No purchase needed. Visit the Call of Duty mobile web store now.
Welcome back. It looks like that iHeartRadio progress bar is filling up fast, and I am loving the energy from the Call of Duty mobile community today. Okay, so Jeff and Elizabeth, I've been a long-time COD-M fan, and I truly love the way this game plays. It sounds like you guys have got some other exciting improvements to share with us, though. What do you have in store?
Yeah, we're constantly making improvements to the game to ensure we're delivering the best possible experience for our players. And over the past couple of years, we've been remastering some of our most popular multiplayer maps to improve performance and enhance the graphics. And we've also been implementing new first-person weapon handling animations. Some of the latest weapons like the Ram 7 and the MG82 already have featured these updates, and we're rolling these out to all the weapons over time. And player movement is also getting a big overhaul, as well as everyone should notice more fluid and natural movement across the board. All of these improvements enhance the player immersion, which is why COD-M continues to set such a high bar for graphics and visual fidelity.
And we're also always looking for more ways to bring COD-M to more people around the world, because that's, you know, the beauty of mobile. And so on top of everything Jeff just mentioned, we're continually looking to open more servers for more regions. And we've done this recently in Africa, which has led to not only more people playing, but led to us launching our first ever live Africa esports tournament. And now we have a team from Egypt joining the COD-M World Champs.
That was fast. Did not take them long to get involved. Let me tell you that. And I can't wait for World Champs. It's going to be even more competition starting just around the corner. But earlier, we talked a lot about the importance of quality and handling of weapons in the game. But this is Call of Duty. So everyone wants to know what weapons are coming soon.
Well, we're maintaining our current cadence of adding new weapons as well as adding in a few surprises. So the classic Sten machine gun is coming in a few days to Season 9.
Nice.
And then later in Season 10, the Einhorn revolving shotgun is being added. Plus the SO-14 marksman rifle from the recent Modern Warfare 2 is going to be coming in Season 11.
So that's weapons covered. But let's chat a little bit about the operators. We heard earlier Mythic Ghost is coming back. But I have a feeling that's not all on that front.
I know, it's never not just all.
We got more.
So as Leo mentioned, the level of work and creativity that goes into our Mythics is incredible. We recently launched Mythic Dark Shepherd and have been overwhelmed by the response from our players. And you can bet that after our re-release of Mythic Ghost, you'll hear more about a new face coming to the Mythic roster.
More Mythics in the Mythic roster. Well, Jeff and Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out here today to give us all the scoop on our favorite things in Call of Duty Mobile. They say seeing is believing, so let's throw it to our casters to check out what the mobile creators are up to.
Yes, please. Ellen, can I share some testimony? Let me preach for a second. COD Mobile, keep doing what you're doing. I will tell you flat out, friends, if you're a traditional COD player, you need to get your hands on the mobile version. The art design is unbelievable. The nostalgia that comes with the legacy and weapons and maps and modes is right there. And around the corner, like they were alluding towards, do not miss Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It has been unbelievable the last handful of years, and this year is shaping up to be one of the most extreme World Championships that we've had. So get yourself energized, unleash the beast, and head to Call of Duty Mobile, or Call of Duty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards across all Call of Duties. Let's dig into the action. I got to get off my little pulpit here.
Elizabeth and Jeff did such a great showcase of what's coming to mobile, but my goodness, the mythic weapons, the operators, everything looks beautiful, Alan, especially the refined of the maps, right? It was just looking beautiful.
Absolutely the case, and I will say, just the mobile creators that we have here, yeah, you can see exactly how intense the gameplay can get. It's just, it blows my mind every time I have a chance to watch players like Vague and Noah and those guys that are here lock in, use 4 fingers, and have movement that is right there along the same caliber of what you see like in the CDL, for instance. But if you're looking to kind of get yourself more off the rails and maybe off the road, check out Polaris, the official Call of Duty off-road vehicle partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Next.
Every time you're talking, you always give us the shouts. It's like beautiful. It's perfect.
I'm here for you.
And yeah, hey, you got to get locked in. And I will tell you what, and looking at the new skins here and loading into Horde Point, which we know we do love the Halloween themes. And this one, too, the refined raid coming into the mix, as you'd mentioned. It's such a beautiful thing to just be able to load in COD Mobile, get a feel of those legacy maps, and now we got amazing skins coming with it.
I think the thing that was really impressive, and this is an organic moment here, friends that are watching, the fact that they were able to show that kind of side-by-side, that slider of what they've done to remaster some of the maps and make them feel more improved, whether that's by some of the visual things that just help it clean up, or more importantly, get that improvement into the graphic quality that a lot of people always look for when it comes to a AAA mobile shooter. So really good stuff. And of course, if you want to see the action better on your own screens, make sure you get yourself a TCL. Experience next level gaming on a TCL QD Mini LED TV. You can save up to $1,200 on a big screen 98-inch TCL TV right now. Yes, 98 inches. They actually have one out in the creator lobby. 98 inches is not small, I'll tell you that much. It takes over the room.
Oh man, taking a look here, you mentioned that the fluidity, right? Promoting more engagements, but kind of just getting into that. Once again, we mentioned Call of Duty loves it, flow state, and right around here, the Square Center on Raid, you can kind of just see a beautiful display of that.
Yeah. Yeah, Vague's good, by the way, just in case you hadn't noticed. It's just, again, it's just watching how, I want to just turn your attention down to the bottom right-hand side of his overlay. Look at how he's manipulating this tablet with 4 fingers to essentially still pull off the movement that you would expect from some of the normal multiplayer in Warzone's best. It's just, it's next level, and it's just a ton of fun.
It's impressive. It really is.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so unique. But just even being able to, I mean, you can even hear him talking about a nuke.
He's done it before. He'll do it again, I'll tell you that much. Vega world champion in the Call of Duty mobile space, so he's got the talent, I'll tell you that much. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, Tempest in play again. It's just, this is what we're talking about. Like, it has every element of all of your fan favorite stuff from any Call of Duty you can think back to. They said like from 12 different Call of Duty titles they pulled from to make this game what it is today.
You gotta love to see that too. Just a classic Tempest being able to chain enemies. Haven't really utilized that since BO3, but I love to see it. Continuing on, I mean, this is just looking so fun, especially with all the zombies on the screen. Call of Duty Mobile. Alan, I'm telling you what, I got my tablet with me. I'm going to go and download this right now.
You need to.
Re-download it, rather. It's just amazing how beautiful it's looking so far.
Tablet, phone, whatever you got in your pocket. Well, I don't think you can fit a tablet in your pocket, but regardless of that, now that you've seen what's coming to the game in the near future, I think it's time for us to see what the next chapter in Call of Duty Mobile has in store with us.
Oh boy, well that trailer is going to get a certain group of the community talking. Gentlemen, this is going to have fans so fired up. We welcome back Matt and Leo to the show. DMZ Recon is coming to Call of Duty Mobile. What should we know about it?
Yeah, DMZ Recon, it's inspired by Infinity Ward's amazing DMZ mode from 2022's MW2. And our goal here is to give players our take on the extraction mode experience. And the core of that experience, it's just combat. DMZ's combat, it's the best in any extraction game on the planet, period. The great thing about COD is we know how to do PvP better than anyone. But PvE and PvEVP, these are different beasts. DMZ, for me, it just nails that PvE experience. It has really engaging mechanics. Things like boss fights, weapon cases, factions you can interact with, danger of radiation zones, and map design that's very smart and intelligent from a combat perspective. When you add these all together, they just provide a PvE experience that is unrivaled and ridiculously fun. Our DMZ Recon experience, it embodies all these really crucial elements and mechanics.
Yeah, we designed from the ground up to be a major addition to Call of Duty Mobile, standing alongside Battle Royale and multiplayer. That type of positioning means we are pouring our heart and souls into making world-class mode. Matt talked about some of the areas we are developing on that come from DMZ. At the same time, DMZ Recon is not a port. It's a reimagining for mobile players. We are going deep on progression, and we have a full set of systems, earning collectibles in matches to unlock buffs, investing in the skill trees to shape a unique playstyle, and the big draw for extraction fans, grinding for gear. It's important that progression feel impactful and rewarding.
I'm so excited about this, but what can you tell us about what we saw in the teaser, gentlemen? I know it was less than 30 seconds, but there was a lot in there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, you likely have noticed that some new points of interest that you haven't seen before. We have a brand new map made just for DMZ Recon called Serpent Island. The points of interest on Serpent Island will be different from other large maps. They will be much more varied and intricate.
Yeah, the goal has been for us to build a place where players, they just feel immersed, a world that feels lived in, a place where they can make new discoveries each time they drop in. It feels like a place you want to be able to come back to. That's our goal. That's what we're aiming for. And the team, we've been thinking a lot about, zones within the map, making sure they feel unique, making sure they feel things that are, just like separate, distinct, almost like biomes. And to that end, we have unique factions that players can encounter along the way that feel like almost local to those biomes. For us, the goal, it's just really to make it feel more than a map, just a little bit like a world, a place you want to go back to.
It definitely looks like that. And for someone that is familiar with DMZ already, how would you say DMZ Recon adds or changes to that formula? Because you said it's not a port. This is a reimagining.
Yeah, it's a good question. There are a lot of differences. For us, a port we don't think is the right approach. We want to make sure that it just feels unique and it feels ownable. So one of the areas we thought really a lot about in the spirit of differences was progression. How does what I do in this match carry over to the next? How does my 1,000th match feel different than the 10th? These are really important questions for us.
Well, now the big question that everyone is going to be asking in the chat right now, when can players get their hands on it?
It's a good question. We don't have a release date just yet. Sorry, fans, but we're really, really hard at work. Like, we have many hundreds of people just pouring our souls into this. We're going to launch as soon as it's ready. The soonest you can know is just by looking on all the social channels. We'll make sure the first time we're ready, that's where we'll update for the newest drop.
You already got them bookmarked on X. We know you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly at the end. And by the looks of it, the folks at iHeartRadio have delivered. Head on over to callofduty.com/redemption and enter that code you're seeing on screen. Yeah, they delivered. So follow the instructions on the website, drop in your CODM UID, press submit, and keep an eye on your inbox because we're sending you 880 COD points. Now be sure to act quickly for your share of $1.5 million of COD points. It's redeemable once per user and is available while supplies last. So, Matt, Leo, anything else you want to add before we close this baby down?
Yeah, more than anything, I just want to extend a huge thank you to players who've been with us over the last years. We couldn't have done it without them. When we look ahead at the next 6 years, we feel like the roadmap and the content in some ways even more exciting than what we had in the past, which just feels awesome to say.
Yes, thank you to all of our players around the world, and we hope you are excited about all we have in store for Call of Duty Mobile. The next chapter begins now.
What a fun update to Call of Duty Mobile. Throughout the day, we've been capturing the biggest reactions from creators. Here's a look at the best ones in our TCL Reacts Reel. Oh, we had some good moments with the King establishing dominance. This was my favorite duo, the one controller, two bros. They were taking faces. If you're looking for some surprises, though, look no further than the T-Dog Smitty. Yes.
Top of that bond.
Yeah, shout out to my guy and the whole watch party. They are here in Vegas celebrating with us. Biffle and the crew got involved in Warzone with some dubs. Very familiar to seeing that screen.
Dedicated melee finishes. We saw some huge finishing moves. We saw some big wins. First there on Haven's Hollow, of course, and Repulse electric. That room was deafening.
It was so loud, so much fun, and a big shout out to all 250 creators who made it out here, Miles. The best reacts, though, who does it belong to?
Who knows, man? Well, at the end there we saw Repulse, and he is our TCL Reacts Reel winner. He will be receiving a 98-inch TV, courtesy of TCL. Look at the size of that thing!
Just what Repulse needed is a bigger monitor. This thing is taller than he is, 98 inches, Miles, and you know that one's going up in the man cave.
That's going up in the man cave for sure. Well, Chris, what a day, baby.
Dude, it's been so much fun. We've been walking around the venue, exploring the world of Call of Duty. Every bit of it has been a blast.
It really has. I mean, I think that's it, Chris.
Yeah, that's right, Miles. That is it for Call of Duty Next, but that's not the end of the show.
Well, technically, no. That's right. We are moments away from the Code Bowl. Code features 10 military esports teams and your favorite Call of Duty creators competing in Verdansk for the Code Bowl trophy. Stay tuned after this for Black Ops 7 beta codes, the announcement of the Endowment's new pack in Call of Duty Black Ops 7, more rewards, epic gameplay, and to help us raise awareness for the value the veterans bring to the workplace.
On behalf of everyone working behind the scenes, thank you so much to the developers who've been pouring their heart and soul into these products, to the production team who put on such an insane event, and of course, the creators for giving us so many epic gameplay moments. Miles, this has been insane.
It has been insane. We have omni-moved through 6 upcoming Black Ops 7 beta maps. We took a ride on Old Tessie through the biggest round-based zombies map ever. We dropped into the new Resurgence map, Haven's Hollow, and 2 new POIs to Verdansk, and revealed a new mode coming to COD Mobile. Woo! Now, let's jump into the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. We'll see you in Black Ops 7.
so back.
Iceman Isaac with a huge play.
This is the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6, presented by USAA.
Anything's possible.
Tune in directly following Call of Duty Next on September 30th. 10 military branches, 3 nations, going head-to-head.
The U.S. Air Force falls out of nowhere.
In Call of Duty Warzone for the Code Bowl trophy. Tons of epic viewership rewards. And beta codes for Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Y'all were cooking.
Don't miss which branch takes Verdansk with your favorite Call of Duty creators. Who will be crowned the Monster Energy MVP and the Corsair Solo YOLO champion. We're celebrating more than 150,000 veterans placed in high-quality jobs thanks to your support. Don't miss the competition, the rewards, the mission. Tune in to the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6, presented by USAA on September 30th.
Hello and welcome to Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6, presented by USAA. USAA is proud to continue their long-standing support for Code Bowl as presenting sponsor for the 5th event in a row, bringing some of the world's best Call of Duty streamers together to battle it out with servicemen and women across the UK, United States, and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, USA, for making Code Bowl 6 possible. In order to deliver the most high-quality experience for viewers, this broadcast
Emoticono
has been
cara
recorded.
feliz.
But all gameplay was captured in real time and is full of high-action moments. Speaking of which, it's time to get it started. Let's get right into our team introductions. Please stand and remove your hats for the United States National Anthem. And remain
¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué ha pasado? Han acabado, ¿no? Han acabado y se han ido a hacer porno por ahí. ¿O qué? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué dice? ¿Qué dice?
To Code Bowl 6. How are you feeling, Tiff?
Oh, I'm feeling so good. I'm beyond amped. And one of the best parts about this, Goj, is we are looking through all of the players throughout the anthems. They are in a passion pit, and this is the best way I would want it.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to see actually what happens, because last year, I'm going to be honest, we had a bit of a stomp. U.S. Army crushed. I think it's anybody's game this time around.
It certainly could be, and there's a lot of questions, but hopefully we'll find a lot of the answers. Now, as a reminder for why we are here, since 2009, the endowment has successfully placed over 150,000 veterans into high-quality jobs, with each placement costing just $628. These efforts have generated a cumulative economic impact of $9.3 billion for veterans and their families.
Yeah, these jobs are high quality with salaries well above the national average, and more than 90% are full-time. Incredible at a time where veteran unemployment is over 18%.
And we put on the Code Bowl to bring together the military community, gamers, and fans in support of the endowment's mission. It is not just a competition. It's a celebration of service and a powerful way to raise awareness and funds to help veterans succeed in their next chapter.
And, you know, we are hooking you guys up with awesome rewards for tuning in all show long. For those of you joining us from YouTube and Twitch, we have some great viewer rewards for you, thanks to USAA. Available today only on YouTube or Twitch.
O sea, van a poner DMZ en el móvil.
Within Black Ops 6 and Warzone. Endowment. Whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, don't forget to make sure your account is linked.
And hey, don't forget, the endowment is dropping Call of Duty Black Ops 7 beta codes throughout Code Bowl 6. Keep your eyes on the broadcast during each drop. You don't want to miss your shot to jump back into the action with Black Ops 7 and embrace the madness early.
Anytime you say madness, Goj, I'm here for a good time. Let me just tell you, we're ready to embrace it, but it's great to be back with you all for another year of Code Bowl. I have to say, though, we are all looking incredibly fresh in our Through Dark bomber jackets. Show it off, Lottie, okay? You remember last year, Through Dark joined the show to talk about how they helped inspire the Call of Duty Endowment's Endeavor Tracer Pack, one of my favorite bundles of Black Ops 6. Gotta check out their high-performance outerwear designed by UK Special Forces.
But enough of the peasantries and fly jackets. Let's take a look at our format for the day. The teams will compete in 4 drops of Mini Royale on Verdansk. Each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending on where they finish, there's also a placement multiplier. So it's really crucial to make it to that final circle. Since each military branch has 2 trios, each of their scores are added together. So let's take a look at the teams, because it's very important on where you're at, 2 teams coming together, and also 2 creators on each side as well. Now, as we look down these, our wonderful casters who analyze everything, I'm sure you've been analyzing the teams. And Tiff, what are you thinking right now? Because we have creators who have been there before. Some have stayed on with some of the, the teams that they've been on before in many years as well. But how are you feeling about them overall?
Honestly, I'm really excited. When you think about Smixy and Z-Laner returning back for their teams, they were in the top 3. They're feeling incredibly confident. But when you make it into the top 3, okay, we're not happy with a 3rd place. We want to win. So running it back and having the opportunity to jump and remove that from the U.S. Army, look, they got a target on their back, Goj.
Yeah, Royal Canadian Air Force is definitely going to be a team to watch out for because of those 2 creators, but also the players on the team. Of course, U.S. Army. Aiden is back on that squad. So got Aiden, but it wasn't just Aiden last year. We've got some returners for that team and some new faces on the military service member side. I think Army's still going to be a competitor, if not a top team. My eyes, though, Lottie, are on the Coast Guard.
Oh.
Joe Woe, Breadman, joining the mix and playing in the same military service branch. I think it's going to be massive.
Really exciting stuff all around. I can't wait to see exactly how our teams do, especially with the creators and what they bring to the table, alongside the fact that they have another team to think about and how So they're pulling their weight as well, coming into, of course, that overall point system that we have too. But we have a lot of other reoccurring partners maybe coming forward, Goj.
Look, I'm so excited to announce that with Monster Energy returning as a partner for Code Bowl 6, the Monster Energy most valuable player, that MVP, is back, folks. Code Bowl 5 saw standout performances throughout the event, but none bigger than Taj. Thanks to Monster Energy, Taj from the U.S. Army took home the Monster Energy MVP award in Code Bowl 5.
And as a reminder, the award is decided by the Code Bowl 6 broadcast team and will be given the honor to stand out for the performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. Stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned.
No tiene ningún sentido lo del sniper ese que lo
And of course,
atraviesa todo y
you
lo
do
mata
have
todo.
quite the gorgeous, glistening Monster Energy ring to go alongside it. Now, I'm actually glad that they're giving this thing obviously at the end of the tournament, because if we did have Taj in the building, if he was wearing that with a controller in his hand, it would be clunky. I don't know what it would do to the gameplay, other than, of course, giving a bunch of confidence. But to celebrate all things MVP, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop a custom calling card that will be automatically granted when you log into the Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MVP, so go check it out and equip it now. Thank you so very much, Monster Energy.
Okay, everyone, the branch with the most points after 4 drops is crowned the Code Bowl 6 champion. We gotta take a look at this incredible piece of hardware. They get to take this home, the Code Bowl 6 trophy. Tiff, talk to me about this thing. I mean, good grief.
The best part about this is, as you saw the highlights at the top of the show, everyone hoisting it up. It's a moment of all that hard work has definitely paid off, and celebrating with your teammates, it's just something that's very unforgettable. So I love that we have that here. But stay tuned for the reveal of the Endowment's Black Ops 7 launch pack with a special interview and first look. It's going to be epic, and you won't want to miss it.
And right after the epic Code Bowl 6 showdown, get ready for the ultimate test of skill in the Solo YOLO, presented by Corsair. It's back, folks. It's one drop, every person for themselves. No teams, no second chances. Will Teep defend his crown from last year? Maybe. Stay tuned to find out who will be taking home the golden headset. Holy cow, this thing is insane.
Gorgeous. I've got to say, golden ears, that's what I want. I don't know, I might have to jump in there into that room and overtake a setup, because those are gorgeous. I love a bit of gold, me. So to have that in a headset is amazing. Tons of things.
¿Qué vas a decir? Si es la marca que te está promocionando. Claro que es bonito, claro, muy bueno.
You know, trophy that is glistening, gleaming. And I will say, if you do find any tiny little fingerprints on it, I know it was Tiff.
No comment. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I wasn't in there just practicing what it would look like hoisting it. Of course, we were just prepping it for maybe Space Force.
Yeah, you're still doing predictions.
Really maybe.
I want to talk about some more of those teams while we get ready for this first drop, because I think it's super important to remind people at home that we've been doing this for a while. I mean, we call it Code Bowl 6 for a reason. Like, it's been a while to get to this point, and we've got a lot of history with some of these squads. So if we can, I'd love to pull back up that team's graphic and talk a little bit about them. Because, of course, I've got my eyes on Coast Guard. Tiff, you brought up Space Force. I mean, I think Space Force is a team that absolutely put up great numbers. The big question in my mind is our military service members. Every year, there are standout performances. Last year, of course, with the U.S. Army, it was Taj putting up historic numbers in almost any competition I've ever casted over, and we've casted over a ton. So I think they will be the big difference maker. You can see some of those players obviously on your screen right now. I'll be looking out to see who top frags for their team, because you got to remember it is two full trios combined. That's the way the score is tallied. It's very different from other competitions.
Yeah, it makes it certainly very difficult having to keep track of all other teams. Ultimately, those come together, so you have to be doing things on the same page, but obviously on different squads. Now, you guys told me a little bit in the green room about maybe the Navy, and a little bit of lore behind that as well, because, you know, we do get the chance to talk to some of the players and some of the creators. So, you know, what is going on with the Navy right now? Why should maybe some of the Navy guys be very excited about their options and choices here?
So, okay, we talk about U.S. Army being the champion. Obviously, that is the case. Aiden is back with them. But his counterpart on the creator side was Legion. Legion is now with Navy, Goats, and Glory. And on the opposite side in the creator category, in the same overall Navy roster, is Teep, the solo YOLO champion, and obviously a world champion. I mean, this guy has the most history you could put into a Call of Duty background. Go look him up on Wikipedia or wherever you want to look him up. Crazy. So obviously, star-studded rosters there. But they were actually, I was talking to Legion in the airport. They have been repping together, like practicing before they flew over here. And Legion said his two teammates are cracked out of their mind, and they're top 250 on the ranked leaderboard. Absolutely watch out for Navy Ghost and Glory.
I've heard similar things, and I'll tell you something. When I was doing my homework heading into this, I did notice that Goats and Glories have actually been carrying some of our favorite creators, some of our favorite Call of Duty faces in Warzone as well. I mean, a couple of days ago, they were playing with Scump, trying to help him get his challenges done in Warzone. So that was interesting. They also did the same thing with Nade Shot. So they have reps, not only just playing and being cracked out of their minds, like we have all heard, and I have personally seen, but also helping creators. So I think this mesh is going to be very, very interesting, Tiff.
There's a lot to be said about that. If you're helping multiple people, it just goes to show you that you have the leadership quality to be able to adapt and be flexible. And since we are playing Mini Royale here, it's going to take a lot of that legwork out. That first entire circle is already going to be encroached by the gas, so you don't really have a lot of time to kind of loot up and go. No, this is going to be high octane, a ton of fast pace. Those rotations are going to have to be exponentially quick, and you're going to have to work together, not only with yourself, but what happens if you've got your neighboring squad. Both U.S. Army teams are right there in the final circle. Hey, you made it to the end, right? That's great multiplier, but you want to make sure that if the U.S. Navy or something is in there, that you target them. And how are you going to manage that?
U.S. Navy.
Yeah, that's true. I think it'll be pretty tough. I think traditionally speaking, we don't see teams try to work together. It's just if you knock one of your team members, you might back off and get out of there. I don't know. But I do believe it looks like we're dropping into our very first round. We're in the game, folks. Welcome to Code Bowl. We are back, and I am excited to jump straight into the action.
If we're dropping straight into it, let's go ahead and look at Prison, because it is getting chopped out there, and not in a fun way, unless you're FIFA, right? But Harry commandeers the helicopter and goes, you were talking about this. Would we see this really, truly happening? FIFA at Prison. Hello?
Well, I don't know. This is utter chaos to start things off here. And folks, yes, you might have thought, just like I did, that this might have been pre-game lobby with the amount of bodies we're seeing fall out of the sky, but it is not looking like that is the case. This is real, folks. Mini Royale gets real nasty real quick, and that helicopter saw some great value.
I could not imagine a better place to start this. FIFA kill already on 2 here with the Royal Air Force. So the counterpart for this team is going to be Sophie, but I love that we kind of can work on these outer bridge areas. You see Zyro just up ahead, and immediately, even with the ground loot, we're still gonna get mixy.
Yeah, a lot of action early. Got plenty of time on the clock, or at least it feels that way. FIFA kill with a couple kills here is nice. Now, it does feel like Resurgence. It's not. FIFA kill is lining him up and knocking him down. That's 1, maybe make it 2, not quite. Still working on finding the right angle to clean up a full team of 3. This is not Resurgence, though. If you have not had a chance to check out Mini Royale, the way this works, Tiff broke it down beautifully earlier. It is, the first circle is fully closed when the plane line spawns in. So it is a very small portion of this map. And because of that, there's a lot of action early, but it does not mean there is a Resurgence timer. This is normal Warzone.
The tough part about it is the regains when it happens like this. You saw FIFA there lose out on some of his teammates, and the buy stations are not going to be readily available. So if you burn your gulag early on, you're gonna have to make sure that you get that cash up. But we saw 6 teams in the neighboring vicinity, at least with Iceman Isaac here out in farmland. Sure, a rotation will be difficult, and you do have an isolated fight just across the way, but this is a much safer place to be for now. But rotating into Prison will be difficult.
It certainly will be difficult, but you're right. Chance to breathe for some of these players. Of course, shout out to Iceman Isaac and his whole squad on Air Force. Iceman Isaac, part of the Air Force himself, actually served, and now is helping lead this squad going forward. And of course, folks, I'll draw your eyes to the left-hand side of your screen. I told you, we've got beta codes. Get ready. This will be slowly decoding as we go, so you can kind of guess early if you'd like. See if you can be first to pull the trigger and get this code locked down for yourself. You can see you can head over to callofduty.com/beta redeem once this code is fully broken down, or maybe you can guess it before anybody else.
Oh, Gibbo, come on. You saw Smixy there pick up one of her members of her teammates and trying to hit a reset. Now, fighting around these buildings can be difficult, and we talked about Benny Central having these vibes and being able to play with a ton of different creators very well. Now, mind you, this is a map 1, y'all. If they didn't practice like some of our teams, this is boots on the ground running. A nice peek by Benny, stacking in favor. Gibbo there with just the back to make sure that we get the full onto for her teammates, you're going to have to reset. You can see there's just one more of them get picked across the way, and Gibbo is definitely on the hunt.
Yeah, C9Ms and her squad is out of here. So that is one team, one trio of the Royal Navy off the board. You can see 2 full trios are off this map right now. 18 still left. Overall, looking pretty solid on the side of Mini Central and Co., but not a crazy amount of kills to boot. This is kind of a strategy, high risk, high reward. You want to land in the thick of things, you want to land in the heat, you want to land on the outside and work your way in. Here they go, getting caught in rotation.
We talked about these rotations being difficult out of farmland. Something to note about the return of Verdansk. These end games are so incredibly open, and I don't see any smokes in the pocket, but at least we do have the heartbeat sensor to kind of maneuver around. But honestly, those bullets are going to tell you more than you need to know.
Swing around the right side here. Figure out where to go from here. Obviously, you can see where our zone is pushing us. We are headed to prison.
Seems like Zyro and FIFA still over there, definitely focusing on each other. FIFA drops down but Santa on the inside here. You can see Mags holding the staircase just on the inner working side of things. That's going to be Lovely Low, the creator, holding down the fort as well. Not a ton of cash, but once you kind of get inside prison on the lower depth areas, it's difficult because there's so many different nooks and crannies that you have to focus on and make sure that you're keeping tabs on. And with the circle kind of pulling, it just popped. We can't stay here. We're going to have to move.
I totally agree, but on the low side, this is a zone we actually see, Tiff, quite often in Big Map 2. It's the zone on the outside of prison. Everybody will have to rotate out eventually. Here's a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Production and the team behind the scenes. Holy cow. Look at Team 19. They have set up mid-zone, ready to rock and roll, playing the late game. And here's a look at them. Insane. This is Breadman. We were talking about him, Coast Guard. They're playing for the win. And it looks like they've got the tag of the bakery.
Yeah, basically, Breadman. I don't even know how he got the bakery on here. Likes a little bit of its toast, but hey, he'll pick up the res there. Now, this is what I'm worried about. So even if you can get onto these outer workings of prison, you're going to have to defend it well. And Swag on your screen representing Space Force, one of the teams here. You're going to have to rotate early. If not, Breadman's going to pick up every single one of these teams as they look to rotate out of prison.
I totally agree. Slowly but surely here, this is just a play to play slow first, and then when do you make the move? And over the top, playing on the high ground. Obviously, smokes will help to get your loadout, but it is going to be utter chaos here shortly.
I saw Swag flying off, looking to make a rotate, but at least they have the loadouts here for cover, but we are burned through our smokes, and quite frankly, it's just open season for them. Z is going to have to pick out the players there in the opening, but we are full running, and everyone that's left behind, okay, wait, no, FIFA has a heli again.
Yeah, they still have the helicopter from the very beginning. Those kills are going to be extremely valuable when you start thinking about our multipliers. See Tripod Kurt on your screen here with Iceman Isaac.
He's on 4 for Tantalize.
Yeah, Air Force looking really strong, and there's a solo ratting out and actually getting paid for it. Gel Dog taking down Tantalize. The question is, what do you do from here? You could play for the trade, but they don't know it's a solo. They don't know it's only a single player on the other side necessarily. So they're trying to play nice and slow. I would expect Iceman Isaac to be the IGL for this trio. They're playing edge of zone. They've got a vehicle to play with. And Gel Dog gets cut down. They know that they've got at least a slight advantage going into Tones. Here's a look at him. Isaac Cod, Tones, and Sean J. Gaming on your screen right now.
Yeah, Sean J. Gaming, she played last year in Code Gold as well. I believe she did finish at the bottom of the leaderboard. So this is the perfect way to start fresh and say, okay, we're going to come back swinging, especially when the entire team is returning. So into the top 14, mind you, you need top 10 to get 1.5x. And I'd imagine once this gas finishes and that next circle pops, we will lose half our lobby.
Well, what's interesting about this is Sean J. Gaming is a part of the Air Force team. So Sean J, Tones, Isaac Cod, they are Air Force as well as Iceman Isaac. I have a feeling these two teams actually interacted earlier, figured out who each other were, and are not shooting each other. They came and played together. Hey, it's Code Gold, man. Anything goes.
But
Jay Smooth, the other team, the other half of Space Force, and I kind of like if they can get down in this crevice here. It really cuts off the line of sights from prison to take that pressure away from you. Scrub, though, on 2, which is nice, but I like how FIFA Kill maintaining the helicopter has actually chosen to go on the other side of prison, just underneath that bridge.
Obviously, we're favoring the eastern side of the map outside of prison, and it will likely pull all the way outside of prison, and it does. Of course, J Smooth and Co. are going to have to rotate up. There's a team below them. They've got to know Legion's here, right? Shots fired, one goes down. It's going to be a 2v3, turn to a 2v2, and then a trade. Jay Smooth, the high ground always wins. We've learned that time and time again.
Yeah, so the best part about that is they only invested one player onto the low ground. Axis immediately dives down and says, okay, you guys done enough damage, you ripped a couple plates off, we're gonna go ahead and answer, look for the cleanup. It's unfortunate that Legion there, who did win last year with the US Army, is going to fall outside that multiplier. That will be the boon. I did see early on though that there was some issues with Breadman, right? He got picked off and they were some of the early rotators poised for the top.
Yeah, we did see Joe there in the kill feed for a moment though. So not all things spelling disaster for the side of Coast Guard.
Grande tu, amigo.
Continuing to prove useful. There's a look at him, Joe, with Nazir and Grand Poobah. Man, Acceso Grand Poobah, I think 15 times. This guy always finds his way to the podium. We'll see if that's the case today. Lovely Low leading their team down below. Underneath, playing nice and slow. Everybody's going to have to come out of prison, though. The question is when. Are you too late? High ground so valuable. Here's the first gunfight, though. Santa.
La clave siempre se saturan. Sí, siempre se saturan. A mí me la han dado porque yo he empezado pronto, ¿sabes? He empezado antes de que empezara el directo.
You've got to keep your tabs on them. They are so impressive and obviously want to run it back this year, but not if the U.S. Coast Guard can make a change now. A gas play here is going to be critical because how much do we have left on our gas mask? Do we even have a gas mask? Or are we just full sending it? Because look at Brennan. He's back up on his feet. He's chilling.
Atraviesan todas las paredes y ven a través de todo. Es una locura.
If you haven't watched a lot of these Warzone competitions, it will
multiply
the kills that you get on the map. So placement is extremely important.
Es una locura.
Dawes, Breadman, Spinaman, their perception of the map is we want to be in late game, the kills will come to us, and here they come. A full team of 3 and another team behind them. Iceman Isaac on the opposite side, and Tripod Kirk gets first blood. Dawes gonna have to go big from the high ground. I don't think they necessarily know he's got this angle. Can't spot him through the smoke like we can. Here's the first shot, but it's an immediate trade. Unfortunately, Red set up early. Spinaman tries to get some revenge, but can't quite cut everybody down.
And the best part is Kirk does not get completely full. So we do have this brief moment where we can try to go ahead and get that reset and tantalize there being on 6. If they get that 2x multiplier goes, it is going to be a massive way to kick off match number 1.
Teniendo tu cuenta de Activision, lo que da con la de Twitch y viendo una hora de directo, pero está fallando. Y están tardando en llegar los drops.
5 teams left. We are into our highest multiplier aside from the win. Here they go, a solo. Libram trying to play spoiler. And unfortunately gets sent back to the line.
Recomiendo tener abierta la página oficial también por si acaso.
A full team of 3 and a massive advantage.
Que no tengan excusas.
And also, by the way, look who's alive on the other side.
Entonces te mandan una clave a notificaciones, ¿vale, familia?
These are 2
Te mandan una clave en notificaciones.
This is gigantic for Air Force. They're going to start off with a huge bang.
This is going to be challenging because they have to pull towards the center. And Isaac is going to have to leave this rock, albeit just a little. But you do have Isaac on the cross. Now, outplayed. I love that he's over there. There's a good chance that he will have to fall. The moment that he stands up, he's going to have to be hurt on the opposing side. I think Tones right now realizes that unless we do something, we can take a 1.5x, we can take a 2x, we got to make the move. And Isaac actually in the side-by-side opens things up first.
Ooh, Outplayed actually picks up one. Outplayed actually picks up
almost
2, but Tripod Kurt does clean house, and then here's the cleanup. Air Force on Air Force violence to wipe the rest of the lobby. Air Force on top, Air Force in second. Air Force is going to be at the top of the leaderboard. There is no questions about it. Unbelievable start to the day, folks. Air Force, a gigantic margin for error going forward. They do not have to play perfect anymore. They did it in the very first map. Holy cow.
The best part, Ghosh, is why I was talking about the setup that we're in. It is so unique and cool that everyone is just packed in there side by side. So it's like, hey, did you see what I just did to you there at the end game?
Hola,
I just absolutely slaughtered you, and I can turn around and I can hit the banter just behind it. You back it up.
It's really, really cool in there, Lottie. Obviously, action-packed Mini Royale will wake you up a little bit. Well, I'm going to echo everything you said, Lottie, because what you were saying is perfect. It is very fast-paced. It is very aggressive, and the pace of play is surprising for a lot of people at home. A lot of these players have played a ton of Warzone. Mini Royale is a totally different beast.
Yeah, especially if we're going to start things off going immediately towards prison. I was not anticipating the fact that we were going to immediately see someone in the helicopter just dropping it down, chopping them up.
I'm back. I'm actually back. Hi, guys.
Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, unbelievably fast. I blinked and it was basically over, which I couldn't believe. I love the aggression. I think it's really interesting also seeing what a couple of players are doing when they're solo on their own and the decisions that they're making. Right now, yeah, it was the first drop. I know that they've got a few things to learn, but it's tough out there. It's just not the same as playing on a big map, so they're going to have to really think on their toes. I think the other thing for me is the fact that Air Force was just so elite. And we didn't talk about working together because that's not really the aim of the game, but who would have thought both of them, first and second place, coming out on top? Also the kills to boot as well. A really impressive start from them.
Yeah, we start looking back on our replays, and it already started hot in the pregame lobby, all right? I'm not going to make that same mistake. I did think it was the pregame lobby once we hopped into the game and saw that helicopter action, and somehow Benny Central is putting some highlight-level plays at the very beginning of this map, hopping onto a vehicle, trying to shoot people out of the driver's seat. This was a big moment, obviously. We kind of gave a nod to Legion and his team going into this competition. They were talking a little bit of trash in the airport with me. Unfortunately, couldn't get things going. But looking at this moment, obviously, a big fight in prison. And as we rotated out of prison, it was utter chaos, but it was a fight over this position on the other side of the rocks.
It's really tough, right? Because you had Redmond's team that rotated here early. They took a lot of risk making sure that they positioned themselves there. And it's unfortunate that when you let the kills come to you, that's great. But if you don't win that first fight, we saw Iceman Isaac immediately grab that power position.
Very interesting stuff. And talking about power positions, something that I also have noticed, and I'm sure will also, I think, get a little bit better as we progress through some of the drops, is how you position yourself when other teams are fighting, right? And it's coming into a situation where you are pushing like prison, like we saw there. You are weak, potentially. You might have won that fight. However, there could be a team waiting, lurching in the wings to come and push, you know, where you are completely out of resources, where you are weak and your health is really suffering. That's also something that I think a lot of teams need to start to push forward, especially if you're on the outer ring of the leaderboard too.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that, because I was going to talk about third parties, but in Mini Royale, it's more of like fifth, sixth, seventh parties, because it's just non-stop action. And so 100% you got to keep that in mind. Resource management is going to be everything. And it sounds like the race for the helicopter, if our zones around the helicopter, could be a huge value add for your team. I think I saw whoever got the helicopter first. It might have been FIFA. I think he got like 5 kills. I mean, people were still flying into the map, and he was dicing people up like sushi.
Well, he's been landing at prison for what, the last year and a half? So, I mean, he's very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. Of course, we have the leaderboard here for you guys after that first drop here. And Air Force Gaming, of course, they're going to be right at the top because both their teams actually finished first and second. So really, really good stuff from them as well. Any kind of surprises here early on this leaderboard? Because we talked about a few of the names here that we thought would be, you know, pretty aggressive, pretty good from the start and the get-go. Tiff, what are you noticing?
I mean, besides from Air Force Gaming there with a 12 and a 19.5, that's where the boons of the multiplier, right? That's a nice 2x and a 1.5. So just being consistent towards those end games, since we only have 4 drops. It's kind of unfortunate there when I look at U.S. Army Esports, our returning champs. Maybe not the best start for them, but that's okay, so long as they turn it around.
Yeah, and you got to look at that in Coast Guard too, right? We saw Coast Guard, that's Breadman Jowo leading their teams. We saw them playing for positioning, playing for late game, and then we saw them get wiped, and it was kind of like, oh, they didn't put up a lot of points. Well, look at our leaderboard. This is a totally different tournament with a totally different score line. So when you see a team be in third place at 13.5 points, this is the metric for success you're looking for. Obviously, we're looking for a champion, but everybody else is very close to 13.5, but that's kind of your metric of, I had a good game.
It's also really interesting to see as well when you're looking at the leaderboard, like you said, the kind of different scores that are coming across from the different teams. You're seeing right now 4th, RCAF game, you know, like the fact that one of them had a 3, one of them had a 9, but that together score is pushing up that leaderboard, which is keeping them consistent and competitive as well. But folks, Coach, I believe we actually have a couple of people we want to chat to.
Yeah, hey, our drop one winners are Air Force Game. There's no question about it. And they are standing by with reflections for our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
Welcome in to our USA Squad Goals interview. Tones from Air Force taking game number 1 in a big fashion. Air Force You need a win, okay? There's been a different winner each and every year. Let's talk about it. First and foremost, how's your experience been so far?
It's been awesome. Super thankful to the Air Force, Activision, everybody. This has been an amazing experience, sweet venue, no complaints.
So you were in a different Code Ball, a couple back. You now return to this stage. How special is it for you to represent your branch at Code Ball?
Oh, I love it. I'm super thankful. I've been in the Air Force a long time, almost 16 years, so this stuff wasn't really around. So to see this stuff come in full circle now is awesome to see.
Muy buena.
16 years is actually quite impressive. And speaking of impressive, farmland. You got to go from farmland over towards prison. Walk me through your team strats as you had to start and ultimately finish with the W.
Vamos a la granja,
Yeah, we landed
luego
far out
tenemos
on the
la
zone, just looted up, trying to
cárcel.
third-party some fights, and we were just
Los
trying to
noobs
play our
como
life, get
yo,
position, and then
¿dónde
once we seen it
caemos? Pues
rotated off of prison, we
aquí.
kind of
Pero
worked
la
up the
peña
hill, trying
tiene
to get some
sus
freebies, but
tácticas
Kilo needs a little
bien
more damage.
aprendidas, ¿sabes?
Talk to me about, though, your team. Obviously, you know, you're playing with other service members yourself. You
Últimamente
obviously,
hubiéramos hecho
Sean, you got
tácticas y
Osman,
hubiéramos,
Isaac, a
¿sabes?
veteran in his
Al
own right.
final también es donde
Talk
estás
to me
más
about your
cómodo,
team, its
pero
formation, because from what I'm hearing,
la
the Air
gente se
Force,
sabe
it's
todos
not
los
easy to get on
sitios
this
donde
roster.
No, and it's funny. We
pueden
probably
tener
got
cierta
the oldest
ventaja, ya
roster
sea de
here. I'm
altura,
34.
de movimiento.
He's 19, and then we got
¿Sabes?
31 and 34. So we got an old roster here, so we're showing out for the old men.
Showing out for the old men such as myself. I'm 33. I can relate. Thank you, Tones. You got to get ready for your next game. We've got 3 more to go.
Chavales,
Right now, it seems Air Force
no
might be
de
on
más la
top.
vida,
Let's send it to the
tío.
desk to find out.
Well, that was
Hola,
our
Felipe.
Squad Goals interview presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military service members and their families. These guys were really showing out, and squad in drop number 1, Air Force was unstoppable. Apparently, they're the oldest team here. I don't know.
I can't. When they said they were the oldest team here with the 34, I was like, come on, man. Like, I'm shocked, guys. Unk status, I guess, whatever it is. But all right, folks, we know situations can get a little sweaty, and thanks to our partners at Gillette Antiperspirant, we're going to go over a few hot drops throughout Verdansk and give some tips on how to stay cool under pressure. Our first hot drop of the day, we didn't see it in that map, though. Damn. And now I'm sure we'll eventually see it, but it is a favorite for a lot of that high reward gameplay and getting looted up, but the sightlines are so difficult, guys.
Yeah, the thing about Mini Royale is that you oftentimes play a little bit of 4 corners. Every map goes out towards the edge of the map usually. Dam is absolutely something we should see today. And I think the big thing to remember about Dam is the high ground. We already saw how valuable it was over at Prison. It's going to be even more important here at Dam. And there is a heli drop here as well, so could see a pretty similar map to the one we just saw, Tiff.
Well, even in the sweatiest drops like Dam, Gillette Antiperspirant keeps you feeling confident, dry, and fresh. So you can focus on the mission, not the sweat.
Very, very true. I will say it's going to get very sweaty. And I think Gillette is going to be the only ones to power us through this because from what I saw from that drop number 1, it's going to be so incredibly aggressive. And I can't wait for it because I live for the kills. Personally, I love it. I love that risk. I know it's obviously a high reward as well, but if you get that circle, that's just really closing in on you guys and the best position to be in. Very difficult to read, though, in a mini Royale, though. Very difficult to read.
Yeah, I think the thing about Mini Royale is that positioning is going to be key. We obviously saw that. Kills will come to you to some degree, but if you can drop one banger map, you could set yourself up and your entire roster up for massive success in this tournament. Air Force did just that in the first drop. They're feeling very good. We're only playing 4. A quarter of the way done, and they already have 30-plus points. What are we talking about?
They're feeling ever so good, and so am I, because we have plenty more drops coming your way. We'll be right back, folks, with more Code Ball 6.
Hola, Waku.
USAA
Emoticono
serves the
cara
military
feliz.
community and their families with the unrivaled support you've earned. Monster Energy. Grab a co-branded can of Monster Energy. Find the code under the tab and upload to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to earn bonus in-game rewards in Black Ops 7.
Yo creo que eso aquí lo han
Experience
prohibido,
the world of Call of Duty with Corsair,
Pero lo han prohibido,
the
pero
official
sí lo han
gaming
prohibido.
hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment.
Pero ya habéis visto.
Visit
Como
Corsair.com
todos los
for more
años.
information.
Los de Monster se ponen algo.
Gillette Antiperspirants proudly supports veterans through the Call of
Johnny.
Duty Endowment. Enjoy 72 hours sweat and odor protection. Starting November 8th, Pilot
parece
will
que
be partnered with the
están
Endowment for the
tardando
7th year in a row.
Tienen algún tema de...
You can round up your change
Bienvenido a
in
la
store
familia.
at checkout.
Más Safari,
100%
bienvenido a la
of net
familia también.
proceeds going to the Call
Opa,
of Duty Endowment.
Menfire. Welcome to the
partnership
family,
today,
my friend.
pilots and endowments have helped over 8,000 vets.
Sí, pero parece que están teniendo
gain
problemas, ¿sabes? De saturación. Tanto en la web como mandando los códigos. Pero en principio, si tú tienes logueado tu cuenta de Twitch con tu cuenta de Activision y ves una hora del directo, te lo tendrían que mandar tarde o temprano a las notificaciones. Recomiendo tener también abierto el directito oficial, aunque son los mismos drops, ¿vale? Pero por si acaso, ¿vale? Para que no tengan excusa de, ¿sabes? Yo lo tendría abierto los dos. Pero, ya te digo, como pasó con el Battlefield, que las claves estaban tardando en mandarlas. ¿Os acordáis que hubo un empastre que te cagas? ¿Por qué? Porque se satura, porque está todo el mundo. Pero si ya habéis cumplido los requisitos, os lo mandarán tarde o temprano, así debería ser.
Hola, Erjondi. Emoticono cara feliz.
Johnny.
Always inspired by a real-life veteran, and this year is no different. We have an awesome veteran partner here to tell her story and how she inspired the Call of Duty Endowment Pack Legacy Tracer Pack. Let's bring out our very own Stephanie Snowden to get the latest intel.
I'm here now with Danielle Green, a U.S. Army veteran and Purple Heart recipient who partnered with the Call of Duty Endowment to develop the latest pack for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Danielle, welcome. I'm so excited to talk to you and talk about this pack.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Bye,
and
man.
hey, everyone. I'm honored to be here today and tell you more about the Call of Duty Endowment Legacy Tracer Pack launching November 14th in Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
So first of all, I just need to say, much like you, this pack is absolutely badass. So what can you tell us about, bringing those elements to the design?
There is a long lineage of female combat veterans that I'm proud to be a part of, and this pack is a legacy to their service and my own.
All right, let's take a first look at the pack here. So Danielle, tell me a little bit about how this collaboration with the Call of Duty Endowment came about.
Absolutely. I'm connected with the Call of Duty Endowment through Open Bionics. They are a world-class leading robotics company. Their mission is to make advanced prosthetic arms accessible to amputees across the U.S., veterans and civilians alike. I'm proud to be wearing one of their designs today.
And that design is awesome. Big shout out to the folks at Open Bionics. Are there any other parts of the Legacy pack design that really resonate with you and your story?
Yes, absolutely. The theme of resiliency is truly ingrained across this pack design.
Absolutely. Danielle, you are an inspiration to us all, women warriors out there. There you have it, the very first look at the Call of Duty Endowment Legacy Tracer Pack. Be sure to get the pack when Call of Duty Black Ops 7 launches to help us place more veterans into great jobs. We cannot do what we do without your support. And thank you, Danielle, for joining us today and continuing to serve.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Tope con los veteranos.
Let's get back to
Por
gameplay.
desgracia los suelen mandar los locos, los suelen mandar a hacer cosas que no deben, en vez de proteger el mundo de verdad. ¿Qué vamos a hacerlo? Bien por ellos, pero mal porque
small
los
word
mandan.
for what Danielle was able to do for us here, obviously with Call of Duty Endowment. Tracer Pack's insane. I mean, so dang cool.
No, do you know what? It's mind-blowing when you really can actually put a real-life person who has lived through something that is so difficult, mentally challenging, physically challenging, and to be able to celebrate something like this in-game is truly special. So incredible stuff, and to actually have her here with us in studio talking about it and seeing the actual inspiration in front of us is incredible. So thank you so much, Danielle, for doing that and being here with us today. Speaking of, though, we have many here with us today. As you can see, the room is filled to the brim with incredible individuals, not only players, but of course serving as well for their countries, and also our creators, which I think is such an incredible opportunity as well to actually be with people who are doing, what is the inspiration with Call of Duty in real life. That must be quite something as well in terms of an experience. So these creators, I think they're always jumping at the chance to be able to come to Cobalt and play with some of these incredible people as well, Tiff.
It truly is a blessing, because when you think about it, about it, getting to represent a branch of the military alongside those servicemen and women, it's something that like you don't get to meet when you're playing on games, right? It's all online. You're playing with someone that's across the world, so it really connects a ton of people worldwide. But when you bring it down together, you get on land, you get right next to your buddies, and then you drop 31.5 points in match number one. I mean, you can't ask for a better day, plus 10 points up on Royal Air Force.
Yeah, this is obviously a really cool stat line to start. It does give me a little bit of a look back at last year. This is about how Army started. So if somebody doesn't stop Air Force gaming, we might see another team steamroll the competition. And I know we got a lot of people at home watching this competition that don't want that to happen. One thing I know about doing all of these tournaments, Code Bowl, of course, being one of them, is that our military service members and the people watching, they love to trash talk the other military branches.
Banter. It's just banter.
So I am sure there's a lot of people yelling at our Coast Guard team who's within striking distance to make a move on, of course, Air Force.
100%. You know, looking at that leaderboard, it was quite interesting to see the point system happening. And of course, the two teams, just for folks tuning in as well right now, we do have two teams for each branch that are going together in terms of their points and their finishes and their kills. So it was interesting to see the 10-point gap between first and second place, but then we had a 13, quite a significant jump. What does that mean? I know it's only been the first drop, but like you said, Goj, it's a quarter of the way in already. What does that mean in terms of that deficit that the others are going to have to fight back with?
Yeah, it's funny because Tiff, we've crossed over a lot of competitions, but not a lot like this. When you've got two trios combining scores, it is a totally different ball game. And I think a really important topic is that Air Force immediately figured out who each other were and did not wipe each other. They shot each other and backed off.
And I think that's really impressive to be able to acknowledge that in the moment, because you kind of get those jitters out of the way in match number one. And hey, who knows, maybe they're out there just completely iced out and super confident, especially if this is your first rodeo at the Code Bowl, right? You're like, hey, I did this last year. Hey, I'm the returning champ, everything about that. But being able to get granular in the moment and recognize the scenario. Now, you mentioned solos earlier, Lottie, right? Especially for solos in that ending, having trigger discipline. But what you do have is your teammates that are able to watch and sit there and be like, hey, in the comms, just so you know, there's a team out to your right. In case you didn't see them, go for it, or maybe just watch out for it.
Indeed. Actually, it's funny because you know, in situations like this, when you do have somebody who is caught off guard and is solo in those situations, it's like, well, do you just go for a trade? Is that the best you're going to get? Another point on the board, another point in the system? Or do you survive? Do you try to wrangle a win with a team? It's very, very difficult to do so.
It is very difficult, but as we see over the shoulder of a good friend of mine, Zach the OG, it looks like our game has started, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, because we've got another game in front of you, folks. We're only playing 4 today. We know how fast these can move. Don't even blink. Maybe take a sip of water. Maybe we'll jump straight into the action. Zach the OG. We're just looking over the shoulder. Now we get a chance to look at their perspective, and it looks like we're on the north side of the map this time around. Military base.
But that's all right. It's very fitting that we're going to military base, because later this week you will see the World Series of Warzone, and Huskers is representing that COD Unity team and has a ton of experience on this side of the map when it comes to those drop spots. So not necessarily the same crazy action that we got with the helicopter at prison, but playing off the high to low ground. I think it's great. We got to keep an eye on the U.S. Army esports.
Yeah, if we get a chance, I'm sure we'll pull up that map feed and take a look at the overall zones as well. Of course, reminder, when you see teams being wiped in the kill feed on the left-hand side, a lot of action.
Que cuando fuera...
So these teams will be headed to the Gulag and trying to win their ones. Get back onto the map. We'll look at military. Zach trying to get a hop up just to get some info and then try to make this fight a fight that they have a clear advantage in. Mills, Huskers, Zach the OG. This is a really strong team. We found an angle. Take down one. Huskers is moving and grooving. Huskers does not care. That is Duke Dennis. That is Sucre down. That is one team of the U.S. Army esports.
Well, you can see Zach here is kind of completing the sandwich, looking for the final member. He's just above them, at least we know that. But for Mills, he's kind of trying to lay that trap to make sure there's nowhere for them to go. Prone is the answer, and he actually catches Mills off guard. Now, you got a 1v2 situation, but Zach and Huskers will work together to make sure we clean it up. And you can hear him. That's when you get loud. You're like, I just did that.
Yeah, hey, the Marines, obviously on your screen. Zach has been a part of this competition for a very long time. You saw him in the highlight reel, even in the promo for this event. We'll check in with him later.
Yeah,
Outside of the zone. This is on the side of Corey, as C-Laner and co are trying to rotate in. Something we always see in Warzone, even in Mini Royale, vehicles are going to be a huge advantage for rotations and even some team fights.
Well, you definitely got ahead of that one, but back to the bunker we go.
Sí, que es que no me acuerdo cómo se llama la danza esa. Hispánica.
Hola, Isra0500 emoticono cara feliz.
A un pilón súper alto. Y se visten como si fueran hombres pájaro. Creo que la estoy liando muy parda, ¿vale? Pero compréndeme que...
Wow, Benny didn't have to shoot a gun, man. That's crazy.
Well, he's got the homie, and now we're going to keep on rotating elsewhere. Apollo finds some damage onto Space Force, and this is going to be a nice 3-team battle. At least you're able to get the reset, because a lot of the buy stations, once they redistribute them, it's all out in the open. So the fact that we get that and are immediately able to go scout, because how are you going to be able, unless you've got a ton of lethals to take down Benny? Benny's out of there for free.
Benny Central, of course, British Army. On your screen, you can see that BA1. That's British Army 1. His counterpart is Westy, which I don't think we've seen too much of yet. Not sure they know exactly where each other are yet. But a pretty good map for them thus far. It looks like Gibbs got 1, Gibbo's got 1, and Benny's got 2. Nice little start here. The battle for the bunkers starting out pretty hot. A couple teams trying to figure out, should we just hang out here? This is maybe where end zone's going to be, out on the runway in the bunkers of the military base. I guess it's fitting for Code Bowl here, Tiff.
Well, here we go. The battle of the bunker. Here we come, the equipment. And honestly, we just missed it out, but MZ gets caught in the doorway. And just like that, you've got a full wipe going at the hands of Maddie and Ixie. And they did so brilliant there. But elsewhere on the trees, Joe kind of has the building here and is here down the bottom, making sure that no one can get into his building. But honestly, with CRN, there's only so much you can do here because it's so open. And with no smoke, you really have to rely on the land or terrain around you.
Teep is our solo YOLO champion last year, lucky by Corsair, and he is looking to this time win the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, and then maybe also win the solo YOLO. That would certainly be a feat. I don't think he needs more feathers in his caps, but he's trying to get more of them right now. Nazir down. Unfortunately, as much as we were touting their skills, Coast Guard loses a full trio, and I believe that squad might be fully wiped. We'll double check that here shortly. As you can see, already down to 17 trios left on the map. So we lose another.
Por si quieren probar la beta anticipada.
And they're looking pretty stout. Waiting on Zach the OG to get out of the gulag. That's
que empieza ya esta semana, el día 2.
Potentially should get out of it here shortly. Maybe they will eventually go for the buyback.
El día 2 y el día 3 en principio podré jugar.
Off on the other side. And of course,
luego ya está.
Something to watch out for, but patience is a virtue here for Huskers and Co.
Yeah, I was looking for the ideation behind what we were doing with the piloting of the helicopter and where we were going with it, because we are in that next circle. I was curious if, hey, maybe we're going to take the entire team up onto the roof. You do have the helicopter for cover, but we talk about vehicles all the time in Verdansk, the importance of them, not only for the rotations, the resets, but you're already on 3 kills. Zach, unfortunately, will lose that gulag over towards MZ. So what does that reset look like? Because it is exponentially more difficult in Mini Royale.
Yeah, likely we're floating for a while. Oh, quick look at the map view here, folks. Obviously, we are headed to military base. Certainly fitting for Code Bowl and a chance to figure out who's going to be the champion of military base in the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6.
Yo creo que este ya es el último año que pueden reciclar todo.
Number 9, that's going to be Huskers.
¿Vale? El año que viene ya se van a tener que curar más.
I still see Air Force on the map. Sean J Gaming, of course, one side of that is Air Force.
Mayonesa de grillo, tío.
The other side, I haven't seen him much in the kill feed, but Sophie, Maddie, and Icy on your screen right now. They've actually got a lot of kills. As a reminder, Maddie's showing 3. Icy picked up a triple kill by himself a small moment ago. And in the kill feed, briefly, you see Sean J and Tones picking up a couple more. So definitely watch out for Royal Air Force on your screen, but also pay attention. Our top team still dominating.
You mentioned Westy, and asking you shall receive. I like the patience that we have from Maddie here. We're kind of just walking up onto it. You do have Space Force just ahead of them, and they are working on taking down more of that U.S. Coast Guard team. This time, Redman. We saw Jowo fall already, so could not be a good one unless Dawes DeSauce can clutch up here. Behind it, or deployable cover, Jason tries to make the peek and retreats in a perfect time when your teammates on the ground. You've got to be flawless.
A buen precio y disponible 24/7. Porque era uno de los restaurantes mexicanos. De los tres que hay, era uno de ellos. O sea, ahora se ha vuelto otra experiencia para bolsillos. Tampoco, o sea, hay de todo, ¿no? Pero que es otra experiencia, ¿sabes?
Because he got the revive on Axis, Axis was able to come in, play trades, and pick up the wipe. That was very close. Dawes almost put on a show for us.
Crazy.
So watch out for this team. Sophie is down, but Maddie and Icy are carrying the burden responsibility in the kill category. I'm showing, I think, 7 between the two.
That's huge.
Reminder, between 2 teams, Coast Guard was in second with 13 points after map 1. These are massive numbers for Mini Royale. This circle is very out in the open. You're going to have to play loadouts. You're going to have to play this kind of tank isolated in the center. Maddie picks up another one. That's going to be 8 kills for the side of this squad. You've got to watch out for this trio. They could take home a ton of points after map 2.
Yeah, even as a duo, so important because they are confident in have the reps in playing with each other. They're really targeting Westy here, but the vehicle is going to live just a bit longer. You're not alone, though. You've got a duo left of the Space Force gaming side of things, and if you run straight into them, well, that's going to be a chow that you're willing to take. I do see a finish onto J Smooth, but all of that distraction is allowing these two to make their way on out. Nice little restock there, thanks to that loadout.
I'll be very curious to know if FIFA Kill is still on this map.
Están haciendo el remake del Silent Hill 1. Bueno, en algún momento, chicos, se les tienen que acabar los remakes. Vale, y los remasters, no os preocupéis. O sea, en algún momento empezarán a hacer cosas nuevas.
Outside of the zone, hold here from Huskers. They've been here since the start, and they're looking to execute a fantastic game.
Que también os voy a decir que cuando digamos la guitarra de nuevo, la canción de Silent Hill,
smart, right? Because this building is kind of just there on the cusp. You do have U.S. Army Esports that are kind of working towards this, and everyone's going to have to come to them. But Sean J Gaming does still have numbers and strength on their side of things. They've got the storage containers, but it's going to be about the timing. Will the U.S. Army move at the exact same time? Because if I'm Huskers, I'm being able to hold from that building, picking them apart. And as I say, Sean J, she's down and out. It's just Tones and Isaac.
Yeah, and of course, this is the team in first. This is Air Force after a banger map 1. But what I see off screen is yellow team number 7. That is FIFA Kill Squad. Royal Air Force have a very good game going right now if they can keep up this pace. Looking for top 5. That's our next multiplier tip. Could be huge value of points.
This is what I'm worried about. At least Duke has it in them to go off the backside of the building, so you're not parachuting straight into the open arms of Huskers, Zach the OG, and Mills. You're really going through it, but honestly, you're going to go out on a blaze of glory. But the fact is, we are still up. Sleep on 4 into the 1.5x. And I think I'm cursing people, Go.
Yeah.
I think I am. That's unfortunate.
That is oftentimes known as the Caster curse, but sometimes the Observer curse. But either way you look at it, Mills is putting on a show as per the usual. This team has been dominating in military right now. Marines looking very strong at military base.
S-E-V-V-N7. Emoticono cara feliz.
And just frankly more so than almost anybody in history.
Soy un Ghost, un soldado de élite, entrenado para acabar con mi enemigo. Así que si le quitas la vida a mi gente, no importa lo poderoso que seas, convertiré tu mundo en un infierno.
Make this play straight onto the high ground. They'll have their sights onto FIFA Kill just across the way. I saw Swag there. Space Force still in the thick of it. And you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Because if I'm FIFA Kill, Whoopty, and Harry, based off the action that we saw over at prison, we are letting it rip here.
This is a very good game for Royal Air Force. You're seeing Whoopty on 4 by themselves. I'm not sure what the total kill tally is for this trio, but if they can pick up all of these, Revengeful from distance, but close range, they can't get a handle on Swag, who's trying to make a play, and he's able to do it. Vivico's going to have to play the trade. He's able to finally, no, off in the distance. Swag with the help of Hale. They win the gunfight. That is a massive takedown on a team who is looking to put up a crazy amount of points.
And Swag doesn't get fooled. The trio likely going to go ahead and try to pick up the captain there, and Huskers, Zach the OG Mills, they've been in control of this space. They're playing the long game, and now with them biding their time on the reset, Huskers can look for the 2x multi. They're going to have these loadouts up here. They can play off the back of all the cover, but Swag has a vehicle, and Swag's taking so much damage.
Space Force versus the Marines, and the Marines now have a clear advantage. Swag trying to get a little fancy with the vehicle or try to get to cover, gets punished for it. A 3v2. These are giant totals in terms of the kill category, and Huskers another deployable cover helping out, but it does not matter. Huskers and his squad champions. They won the early game, they won the late game. The Marines are on
Babo
top.
Black is back.
Fantastic
Emoticono cara
performance from
feliz.
Zach the OG.
I told you the moment we were going to military base, the Huskers and Co were going to have such familiarity there, and they crushed it. Celebrations all around, because when you've got a game of 4, returning back and grabbing a win in match number 2 is such a great way to reset your series. I see you.
Here's the thing about my GOAT, Zach, all right? I've known this guy for a very long time. The first time I casted over him was on a tiny land in Kansas City 4 years ago, okay? This guy has been in the scene for a very long time. He told me last year he was retiring. He's back in the grandest of fashions, winning map number 2.
He is, wow, what a show from the Marines. I've got to say, I was listening to your cast, it was perfect from the both of you. And I learned so much. And there's a couple of things that I noted here. Like you said, the comfort level from Huskers and the rest of the boys, the Marines, unbelievable in military base. They were formidable. It felt like a completely different situation from drop number 1. It felt like they had pretty much the control that they needed the entirety of the game. And then there's so much more that I want to talk about here, but I'll let you guys take the highlights. In terms of the high-level stuff, what was really pushing forward for you?
Yeah, I think the small thing I want to mention is obviously Huskers and Marines, they win the drop. So you get yourself very comfortable when you know who's around you. Everybody has to come to you. You've won the center of the zone, and because of that, they had a clear advantage going into the final fights.
And I love just getting to look back at this, because this was a really difficult moment. The moment Huskers walked in, took that building for the Marines, and then everyone's kind of rotating it off. Short, you tried to hedge your bet by dropping off the back of the building, using the smokes for a rotate, but there's just only so much you can do.
And I think Huskers is probably saying thank you to Team Swag for wiping FIFA Kill. A Royal Air Force, I expect to be near the top of the leaderboard at the end of this one. We got to remember the insane amount of kills from Icy and, of course, Maddie on the other side. And then FIFA Kill's team had a ton of kills as well. And then finally, the final fight, frankly, was
Emoticono cara feliz.
Dale un poquito para soportar a los guardoneros.
We talk about vehicles, how imperative they can be for rotations,
Qué
right?
pena,
We love to see
con lo bonito que
However,
fue el
I don't
inicio de
know about
Warzone,
the
que
kind
bien lo
of the thought
pasamos de lo
process
mejor,
there.
¿eh?
Getting in the vehicle and just full sending it
Con
towards their
verdad,
hill.
si
They have the
ya
high
han
ground, they
devuelto
know
de la
that they have the
muerte.
beams, they have a
¿Para
better
qué? ¿Para qué?
advantage.
Para
So
lo
for
mismo,
Swag to kind of
pobrecita,
just
de verdad.
basically take it on the chin.
Que a veces hay que cambiar, hay que mejorar. Les tenéis que haber dado un mapa nuevo, tío.
Think about the situation that they just found themselves in. It's, did he have any smokes?
Les tenéis que haber recompensado por tantos años.
Step back and one of the
¿Sabes? Volverles a sacar verdades es
prior fights
intentar
that we
jugar
had
un
just
poco con la
witnessed with Space Force, it
nostalgia.
was Swag on the front line
Pero-
and the remaining 2 kind of on the back holding the angle. So maybe he was like, you know what, I'll take it on the chin. I will drive this vehicle straight into them.
Duraremos
I'll cause a
5
distraction.
partidas y ya
I just
está,
need
y
you to
luego
connect
más de lo
those lines of
mismo,
sight. But
más
there
de
really
lo
wasn't a lot of
mismo,
cover,
más de
because
lo
like you said,
mismo, más de lo
Huskers is just
mismo.
basically beaming straight into him. But it wasn't
Llevamos
just
así
Huskers, it
no
was
sé
the
cuántos
trio, and they
años
had
con más de lo
They
mismo.
also had high ground too. I
Y
mean,
para
it was
una
a
vez que se os
difficult
ocurra hacer algo
situation because the zone was
distinto, que
kind
es
of in the
el
middle,
cooperativo
but
y
the
las
edge was
raids
on the high
estas,
ground the Huskers team had
que dan una
everyone out. So
pasada,
Big Swag was trying
lo
to kind of
abandonan.
wave away. Unfortunately, Huskers shoot
Porque
straight.
como no
Okay?
podían
There's a
vender
couple people out there that
skins,
play keyboard and mouse still, and
¿sabes?
Huskers is one of them. And sometimes
Pues
it
es lo
has
que
a small
tiene.
advantage in some of these long sight lines like that. So you can't count them out. I'm just saying.
You can't count them out. Yeah, incredible stuff basically from all of our squads here. But I've got to say, the Marines, they are starting to climb up the leaderboard. Very impressed with what I saw. And Huskers leading the charge. He is feeling back at home, I would say, Goj.
Yeah, back at home. I mean, Verdansk is quite literally his home. I mean, he and Swag got their start, obviously, the very beginning of Warzone. But a lot of these guys, Zach the OG, we were just talking about, our military service members, they've been playing since the beginning, too. I think everybody's feeling at home back on our OG map.
I got to ask a little bit about, the approach, especially now we're halfway through, had the second drop. What would you be doing differently if you're some of the other teams that are kind of just trying to pick up the pieces, they're slacking a little bit? What are you noticing, especially early game, Tiff, that might make a massive difference from how they're even approaching it?
Yeah, so basically in match number 1, that was pretty difficult, right? Because if you're all landing prison, it's like, okay, maybe I'll take this little spire for myself, or maybe I'll go for the helicopter. But when you have match number 2,
y otra vez se tiran hablando de estos 15 horas. Oye, yo tengo cierto
base, you've got the 10 spikes, you've got the bunkers, but we're noticing those people that are fighting it out for the helis, and Huskers grabs it that time and commands a lot of space with
Ponme más repeticiones, cámaras lentas. Ah, claro, como no, tu juego no es tan espectacular, ¿no? Pues no podéis hacer esas cosas tan chulas.
And not get caught up in kind of the encompassing
hasta antes, en los primeros Call of Duty, molaba la repetición, tío, y era una mierda.
It is all adapting. It is all thinking on your feet.
Hay que innovar, Call of Duty.
You're not like, hey, we've been repping this
Os
spot.
habéis
We've been repping hospital for the
estancado,
last
solo queréis ganar dinero
This
con
is totally
skins.
thinking on your feet. They drop early, they win the
No,
POI,
está
and
feo.
because they won the POI, they had the
Está feo,
advantage
está
start
feo,
to finish.
está
Let's take a look at our
feo,
leaderboard,
está
though,
feo,
and
está feo.
just from Game 2, Marine Corps Gaming put up 35 points.
Massive.
I knew it was a lot. I didn't know it was quite that much. They had, it looks like Alpha, which is Husker, Zach the OG, who won the map. They had 13 kills, which in Mini Royale is insane. 2x multiplier, that's 26. Lottie, this is a crazy leaderboard from Marine Corps. But of course, Royal Air Force, I expected them to be near the top. They're podiuming in map number 2.
They certainly are indeed. And of course, that was just map 2. Here are the total standings with all
Una hora
of
para que acabe el mafiatón de
they are
Caicenar,
still
¿no? Que ha
right
hecho
at
un
the
poco de
top, and that's
historia en
because they
Twitch.
had such an incredible first drop in here. The
Y
Royal
en
Air
el mundo
Force
del
esports, they're
stream,
climbing right underneath them. We were
por si
talking
a
about a
alguien le interesa.
10-point deficit before this. Now it's only a 0.5. The climb is happening, and of course, Marine, they are doing everything that they need to do in order to climb that leaderboard. 39 points, not far behind. If you're Air Force right now, I have so many questions about how you handle this. Are you going to really turn on the aggression? That's what I want to know. Are we going to be seeing a serious amount of aggression from them?
Only got 2 more maps to go, but we got to go to our drop 2 winners down at the stage there. Our winners, of course, Marine Corps. They're standing by with reflections for our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
And welcome into our USA Squad Goals interview. The Marines get it done, and Zach the OG is on top. The OG, when it comes to Code Bowls, retirement, it didn't happen. You're back. What happened?
I was done playing at the end of last year. I had a kid coming. I didn't want to dedicate the time. I have an amazing wife. Shout out her. And she knows that I wanted to keep competing. And so she took on a little bit more responsibility for me to keep doing the thing I love in the last year I have in the military.
That's a beautiful story, and obviously a good support system takes you a long way. Zach, Marines have struggled throughout Code Balls. You guys are overdue for a win, as far as I'm concerned. You won the last game last year, but still far away from Army, who ended up taking it all. What makes this year different, and what do you think your chances are to maybe take Code Ball for the first time?
Ya es otro mundo, es otro
I think chances are
mundo,
great. We had a couple warm-up games.
Desde que entró el mando y el masista, los
we were
shooters.
frying. Like that game you just saw was what we played every single
Ya
game.
es otro mundo,
You know,
o sea.
I think this year specifically
Esto
with MCG, we've
sería,
actually
o sea,
invested in the Warzone groups. So like we've only brought like
Ha
MP cats
cambiado,
and like
ha cambiado.
very talented Call of Duty players, but BR is just very different. So this is the first year we've brought Warzone, and I mean it's showing. Like our other team did really well, good kills, top 10. We got good kills, won. So really excited. We have a whole like real group of 4 players that actually drop into the map now.
Well, Zach, being an OG in the Code Bowl, this might be your last year officially. I want to give the mic to you one last time, maybe maybe your final chance to talk to everybody out there who's been supporting you over the years.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Everyone back home, mom, dad, wife, my son Callum. I love you guys so much. Thank you for this. Like every time I come to these, it's just kind of crazy. Like I'm just a kid from Kansas City who joined the Marine Corps who likes playing Call of Duty, and like I've come to 3 COD Next, Code Bowl, and all this kind of stuff. It's been awesome.
Well, Zach, best of luck in the tournament. You've got 2 more games in the regular gameplay before Solo Yellow. Zach, the OG, the Marines, are they on top? Let's find out.
Well, that was our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
Voy a
Along with
poner a dormir
award-winning
a
service,
Lupita, vengo
USAA is
enseguida.
known for squatting up with
No.
military service members and their families. And like Zach the OG said, he's got a great family and a great support system, and obviously they showed out in drop number 2. unbelievable stat line from them. I think the biggest technically, or very, very close to the biggest between the two drops, 35 points overall for the Marine Corps.
Huge drop too from them. Big shout out to Zach's wife, by the way, as well, staying home and letting him do what he loves and living out his dream. But I also, want to kind of pick apart something I said and mentioned. First year, they're bringing on Warzone players. And for folks at home who might not know the difference, what are the big differences between Warzone players and multiplayers? Because you look at things and you think, well, it is Call of Duty. What could be so drastically different? Well, there's a bunch, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, there certainly is. Tim, I don't know if you're going to take this one. We're going to get roasted on Twitter for this.
No.
But I think for me, it is about understanding the map.
Yeah, I think that's true because, I mean, look, multiplayer, it's reading the spawns. It's being able to kind of work cohesive in, like, such a fast-paced environment. With Warzone, it's understanding rotations in the competitive setting. Where are your biggest competition? What spots do they like to land? Am I going to hit them on rotation? How my resource management, my UAVs, like my vehicles, like you need all of that. And there's so many factors to continue on, but you're not just worried about one other team that you're facing in multi, right? You've got 150 players on big map. It's a lot.
Also, you can just get shot from so many angles. If you don't know the map, you're going to get fried. It just is what it is. You might be able to shoot straight. You got to know the map. Verdansk is one that many know, though, and it's obvious on screen right now with the way they're playing. Regardless of the fact they have to adapt, they know the map.
I'm hearing great at multitasking, good at reacting on the fly, and multiplayer is, systems, it's organization, knowing exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and being able to do that. Fantastic stuff. Well, folks, actually, a reminder that this year, Monster Energy is returning as a partner of Cold Bowl 6. To celebrate, we are bringing back the Monster Energy Most Valuable Player MVP Award. The award will be decided by the Code Bowl 6 broadcast team and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory, and they unleashed the beast on the competition. So stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the new Monster Energy MVP, and the recipient will receive the Monster Energy MVP Award and crown this year's Monster Energy MVP of Code Bowl. Look at that ring as well, folks. That was that's some bling. There it is. It's insane. This is like NFL back here. This is absolutely gorgeous. Your hand is going to be incredibly heavy, to say the least. And based on what we've seen so far, though, I have to ask my wonderful casters on who we think might just be taking away this award this time around. Tiff, got any thoughts and feelings on that?
It's really tough because I think we've seen a couple powerful moments from a couple different branches, right? Like you have Swag's team, the way they're working together, that synergy of setting up those plays and kind of using the knowledge and chemistry together. I think that's impressive. But also just hearing from Zach, there's a lot of moments where, hey, if they run it back for our last two matches of the day, just like what we saw, and they claimed that they ran that in their practice and warm-up games coming into this, I think there's a very good chance that one member of the Marines could easily have that.
If Air Force steps back up, it could be Tones. Put up great kills in the first map, second map, a little bit struggling, but overall still solid stat lines and near the top of the leaderboard.
Well, to celebrate all things MVP, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop the calling card that is going to be super sick. Let me tell you, you guys saw it earlier, but I'm just going to go ahead and say I want to unleash the beast alongside of our players. It's the custom calling card that will be automatically granted when you log into Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MVP, so go check it out and equip it now. Thank you so much, Monster Energy. It's just been so cool to have all of these fun things. But guys, we will be right back with more Code Bowl 6.
Va a estar arriba de Monster, la presentadora está, me encanta.
USAA serves the military community and their families with the unrivaled support you've earned. Monster Energy. Grab a co-branded can of Monster Energy. Find the code under the tab and upload to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to earn bonus in-game rewards in Black Ops 7.
Para que veáis que son
Experience the world of Call
legit,
of Duty
son legit, los drops son
the
legit.
official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty
Todo
Endowment.
autorizado
Visit
oficialmente.
Corsair.com for more information. Gillette Antiperspirants proudly supports veterans through the Call of Duty Endowment. Enjoy
Gillette,
72-hour sweat
lo
and
mejor
odor
para el hombre.
Starting November 8th, Pilot will be partnered with the Endowment for the 7th year in a row. You can round up your change in store at checkout with 100% of net proceeds going to the Call of Duty Endowment. Through the partnership to date, Pilot and Endowment have helped over
Fumate
8,000
un
vets gain meaningful
pilot.
employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
Pilot, no lo había pensado nunca como piloto.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the festival.
I'm so excited for this one.
Yeah, me too.
We are
honestly,
here
before
for
we get
the
into that next
drops.
drop, I do just want to say
Thank you.
that I love
Welcome
these
to the
through dark
jungle.
jackets. They are super cozy.
Welcome
and honestly,
to the
look at this
jungle.
one. Yeah, give us the full gamut of it all. A moment for the jacket. So shout out Through Dark, seeing the hosts and some of the captains geared up in matching Through Dark Code Ball 6 jackets really ties the event together. Feels like one squad, one mission, all here to support the Call of Duty Endowment. Reminder to go check out ThroughDark.com for more awesome gear designed by UK.
Y pasado mañana,
I heard one of them even climbed Mount Everest this summer, which
sale
is kind of
el gozo sueña. Exclusivo para PlayStation 5. Con gráficos de PlayStation 2.
And of course, 4 drops
Disfrútenlo.
overall of Mini Royale on Verdansk.
Welcome
Each
to the
team receives
jungle.
1 point for every elimination. And depending on where they finish, there's also placement multipliers you can see on your screen now. So it's really crucial to make it to the final circle, of course. Now, since
make
each
it
military
to the
branch has 2
final
trios,
score.
each of their scores are going to be added together. And I want to take a look at the standings before we go into our 3rd drop, because this will set the tone. We are only
Pues vamos a ver
playing
si da tiempo,
and here's our
compañero,
scores
aún
as of right
a
now. It is
conseguir
very
el
close at the top.
gol.
It's
Vamos a ver.
incredibly close, and I think something that I love
Vamos
about
a
the system here at Code Bowl with the multipliers
Vamos
is,
a
yes, you
ver
want to
si
finish
da
first, don't get me
tiempo
wrong, and it's fantastic, it's a great feeling.
a
But you need to be
conseguirla, porque ya
aggressive,
es
you need to be
tarde.
getting these
Ya
kills, you need
es
to be going for
tarde.
these trials, that's so important, because
Ya
what
es
is the point of
tarde.
sneaking a win if you don't
Y
have
había
any
que ver
kills to
una
win? What does
hora.
the multiplier do?
Not much.
Vale.
Not much, but honestly, to get 46
Pero
points
Hola,
after
Jesucito69-bajo. Emoticono cara feliz.
Gaming and Royal Air Force Esports. At this point, we can see Air Force unstoppable, but now I feel like we
Pues
gotta
ya
start
no me
turning the competition
dicen
between the
a
Air
qué
Force
hora
Gaming and Royal
acaba
Air Force
esta
Esports.
Yeah, and
campaña.
Marine Corps, you got to remember, they put up
Pero
35 points in Game 2. That means their first
según
round they put up
esto,
4. That's between 2 trios combined.
puede
Crazy.
ser que ya
The
no dé
question I have is,
tiempo.
of
No
course,
sé, es
can
que
they stay
mira, hace
consistent?
nada
After a
ya.
game like that in the first round, they
Sí,
rally back
es posible
and put up
que ya
a
no
crazy
dé
number,
tiempo
35 points.
a
Indeed,
conseguirlo.
I gotta
No.
say I love consistency, but I
No.
love disruption as well. So I'm
Creo
hoping
yo
this
que
is gonna be
ya
a cruel back and
cerrada.
forth.
I think that's going to be really fun to witness. But thanks to
Mira,
USAA,
venga,
every hour that you watch this
A ver,
broadcast earns
vamos
you
a ver.
more
Un momento que yo lo
rewards through
compruebo por
Twitch drops. We're
vosotros.
talking an animated
Y si no,
emblem,
nos vamos a
a
dormir.
custom spray, a weapon
Dejadme
charm,
un
and here's my
segundo.
favorite, the weapon blueprint. Stack those rewards just by staying locked in. Big shout out to USAA for backing the military community.
Yeah, hey, and
No,
operators
yo creo que ya no
stay
carga,
sharp. Black Ops
No.
7 beta codes are
Nada,
dropping
familia.
right here during Code Bowl
Pues
6. You've been seeing them on the
hasta
left side of your
aquí.
screen. Be ready to lock in, claim
Hasta
your
aquí
code,
el
and
directito
deploy
de hoy. A ver,
into
a ver,
the
a
fight.
ver. Sí,
Speaking of
sí,
fights,
aún.
here's the deal. We have our next hot drop presented by Gillette Antiperspirant. This
No.
time, one
Ahora
of
han
my
cambiado a los
favorites,
de
Rory.
Warzone.
Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard
Sí,
place. It is
ahora
one
están
of
los
the
de
most challenging
Warzone.
drops on the map. So,
Pero-
Ghost, talk me through some of it, because I think that we're going
Pero
to
bueno,
manifest
watching the
actually going
stream,
to
no,
Okay,
no
I'm
sé.
excited to talk about Corey. This is a drop that usually can support
Get
multiple
code
trios. It's
blow,
one that on the
bueno,
map doesn't look
tío,
gigantic,
wow.
but there's a lot of room to work because of these
Es que en
large
el
buildings.
código no
There's
pone
obviously
ahora.
multiple levels in these buildings, and there's teams that
Pero-
oftentimes will drop here,
Déjame,
both be
déjame.
on the same POI, but
Yo
not
creo que ya
interact
acababa, yo creo que
with
ya no
each
se
other
puede
for
hacer.
like 5 to 6
Dame un
minutes
segundo.
on Big Mac.
Call of
Mini Royale
Duty,
obviously will look a little different.
Warzone,
There's a lot
Code,
of room to work,
Resilient,
but
no,
there's
esto ya
a
no es.
quad area in the center,
No,
a
familia,
lot of
está, se
buildings, and a
acabó.
lot of ways to travel between
Se
the buildings. Some
acabó,
very
ya no se
interesting
puede
There really just are so many
conseguir.
places to navigate
Pero
and
recordar
coordinate with players.
que durante el
Constantly on edge
directo
with a lot of those sight
han
lines. So it makes
dicho
split-second decisions
que
just
si
so much
te-
more important. But like the pros navigating these intense zones, you do have to stay cool
Te
under pressure.
logueabas
That's where Gillette Antiperspirant comes in, keeping you feeling
una
fresh,
página,
confident,
¿qué
and
página
dry,
era?
even when things get heated.
Empezaba por F y luego por
I
X. ¿Os
wanted to get
acordáis?
heated right now. We talked about the consistency a second
Es
ago. I
posible
wanted
que
structure
aún podáis conseguirlo. Pero acuérdate de qué empresa era, ¿sabes? A ver si en su Instagram lo pone. Algo taxes, sí, tiqueteque, ya lo sé,
Certainly will come into play with Mini Royale as well. There is, yes, a smaller map, but it is still a map that you can choose to play a little less risky.
En su Instagram no lo pone, tíos.
Absolutely could be the case. Some teams just drop straight into the middle of the map.
Una empresa que empezaba por F y luego X. ¿Os acordáis? Fixed.
I mean, what do you have to lose? If you're only looking up, this is the best time for you to get Mixi. It's not the final drop. Who knows? We've seen 20-plus point games, and that'll get you right into the mix, especially if you do have a 46-point, a 45.5 right at the top two. Yeah. It really is a lot of room for improvement. You just need that 25 to 30-point game.
All right, calling you guys out. I've got to know. Who are you saying?
Pues nada, familia.
Take a risk. Is it Coast
Sí, me entero de alguna otra manera. Bueno, seguramente, igual lo que hacen es que el día 2, cuando empiece la beta, si hacen directo, es posible que des acceso a la beta. O sea, que estar atento el día 2, pasaros, que estaremos jugando a la beta y a ver si hay suerte, ¿vale? Que seguro que regalamos acceso. Por lo demás, el Tito se despide por hoy. Gracias a todos y a todas por haber estado ahí. Muchas gracias por haberos unido a la Tito familia. Nos vemos mañana con más. Cuidados mucho y ser felices.
Honestly, now that we've mentioned his name, maybe, just maybe, he'll win this next match. Maybe. We might see something coming out of the woodwork. Aiden and
¡Vamos, fuerte! ¡Se os quiere, familia!